maybe like this.
We had
Now,
something.
now maybe people can hear us.
Yeah, I think they did. I heard myself a little bit on the
Yeah,
stream,
yeah,
I
just
think
now or before.
just now. Now it works.
Now it works. Awesome, awesome. All right. So
We
yeah,
might need to raise the
we will
volume a
just
little
mute it
bit.
for some reason. It should raise us a little bit. I can do that.
Oh,
How
the
about
balance seems well, good, excellent.
this? Should be good. We're not in the red, and we're not only in the
Okay,
green. All right.
excellent, cool. Shall we start again for those? Because
Yeah.
we had like top quality,
We had so much banter
like
going on there.
banter going on there, and no
Yeah.
one could hear it,
No,
right?
obviously. Welcome to our broadcast. We are the Nordic Takedown, and my name is Victor. And as you can see below the screen of the handsome fellow in the cap, that's Jason, the Captain Kirk.
Hello, good
Um,
morning. That's exactly what you said the first time. Well done. That was
I
that was
do
really good.
remember
I feel
my
like I'm
my
having
intros.
deja
I
vu.
do. I do. So we are going up this early morning in Sweden with a broadcast from Malmö, that's back to the scene of the crime for you and me. That's where we all started
Yeah,
this.
that's where we discovered you.
Yeah, yeah. That's and also like the very first Nordic Takedown live stream was very much so from Malmö, and it was you, me, casting cards being turned every which way. From not the same venue actually, but the same city at least, and it's the same organizers, and
Mhm.
yeah, and so to us this is kind of sentimental, I guess. There's
Yep, a little bit.
definitely one tournament we wanted to stream. Like we
Oh yeah,
feel
when we've got a really good relationship with Malmö Training, the
yeah,
MKF, and they're the ones that are holding the event. They're holding the event at Spelens Hus in Malmö.
yeah.
So that's why we have two of those there. So they're two really good organizations. Spelens Hus is a fantastic place there as well. And then we're also, the event is being sponsored by Asmodee Nordics
Hmm.
themselves as well. So that's why we've got there. So we are not being sponsored by Asmodee Nordics, although we do have the affiliation through Asmodee
FFG.
Nordics
Yeah,
through FFG. They sent us this. Just see the little flex I put in the
yeah, yeah,
background
yeah.
here.
A big box.
So we are kind of working with them with this, but they are officially sponsoring the event as well. So that's why we have that there. So we have a couple of people. We have 7 people watching. Hello, morning risers.
Brave crew. So the first round is scheduled to start at 15 past, and
Yeah.
as with always with these kinds of events, there's very little chance of that happening. But soon after 15 past, I'm sure we're going to have some games coming on here.
Yeah.
We do have 37 players registered for the event at this point.
Yep.
Could have been someone that just showed up and from nowhere, so we get closer to 40. Could also be someone that just didn't show up,
Yeah.
and we get closer to
But
35.
but we will be 6 rounds of Swiss
It
because
looks like 6 rounds of Swiss.
unless another 20 people turn up and then we go to 7 rounds and then that's our whole schedule completely
Yeah, blown apart.
blown
Also, of
apart.
course, if we have like I don't know, 5, 6 people drop before. If 6 people don't show up,
Yeah,
we go a little less.
we go back down to
That
5.
would be sad because
Yeah,
then we will only have 5 rounds of Swiss and only a top 4.
yeah,
But as
that's
things are
correct.
looking now, we're pretty solid for
Yeah,
6 rounds of Swiss, top 8. Top 8 will be
yeah, yeah,
starting at. Do we have the schedule here? I think I have it here fairly handy. Top 8 will be starting at about 15 past 4
yeah, cool,
p.m.
yeah.
Yeah,
Cool. Victor, I'm just gonna go. I am alone with the kids this morning, so I just need to go and
I'll
put the
be
switch on for them.
I'll
Uh,
be one and a
so
half
I'm
person
gonna let you
casting
go.
it.
I'm gonna let you go solo,
Yeah.
and we will see you pretty well there. So Henry is just in here pulling me out, so I'll be right there. But I guess if we can go through the stuff as well.
Mhm.
Okay. So,
As you can hear. Well, I mean, that's the joys of being a single, sorry, a father of 2. toddlers. So Jason's going to be in and out, I guess, of this stream. But I'll do my very, very best to get you well suited to understand what's happening on the game table as soon as we get some action down there. For the moment, there are registrations going on and not very much happening at the game table, I guess. So I'm not gonna switch you over there just yet. We don't have any data at this point on what decks we are going, what the distribution of leaders and so on are, but we are going to try and get all that information for you as soon as we can and discuss with you throughout the rounds. We do have a lot of people on the ground this time. However, me and Jason are pretty far from Malmö at this point, so we only have remote access to some people. But as usually with these kinds of streams, we will not be able to enforce any rules that we see are missed or broken. We can try and write to our people on the ground and have them notify judges if something harsh is happening, but there's no guarantee that we will actually be able to correct any play mistakes or anything that's happening. We're just going to call it as we see it, and we'll have to live with whatever things aren't caught by the actual judges on the spot. That's usually how it happens with these things. This would be our fifth live stream with commentary like this, so we're getting a little bit warmed up as to how to do this, and that one of the unfortunate things that often when you have an audience watching through a stream like this, you catch a play mistake or a rule violation or something that the players might or might not be aware of. Usually I hope to think that they were just not aware of it, and it's an honest mistake. I'd say 99% of the cases would be honest mistakes, I think. But we can't really affect it and make it so that the game state is corrected in most of the cases. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. We are remote casting almost always these things. So I'm sitting, I don't know, something like 600 kilometers away from Malmö or something like that. So it's pretty far. I can't really reach the judges other than typing in our Discord chat and have them possibly see it if they do see it. So that's how that works.
What did I miss?
I just talked about the fact that we cannot enforce rules violations because we are far from the action, even though we have people on the ground.
Yeah, I actually had an interesting discussion with just this with Matthias.
So for those not in the know, Matthias is one affiliated with our podcast, as he used to be a guest host, but he's also one of the head judges and the most used head judges in Sweden for Star Wars Unlimited. He's really knowledgeable about rules.
Here we go. We got some people coming up for round one here as well. So
I'll get to.
Is that a double? That's an ECL Boba.
Possibly. I'm trying to get that sorted for us.
Yeah.
So, you were saying about Matthias.
Yeah, no. So he was saying that, like, when to actually do it well, so that we would actually be able to enforce rules via stream, he would have to have a special stream judge for it, and it could be possible for the final if he was doing final. That is Boba.
That is ECL Boba.
Yeah.
New Boba.
New Boba, indeed. Yeah. So he could do it for the final, but it's not something that we can do to actually have. He could do to actually have a person watching the stream the whole time, just to double check on what we see. And I think actually he's on his own today. I'm not sure if he has a second judge, but he said it was a bit. If his second judge was a bit iffy, so
let's go with less experienced.
Oh no, not in that way. Just whether he could turn up or not. He's a really nice guy.
Okay.
Yeah, super nice guy. He's really good. He was also one of the second judges at Malmö.
All right.
but he
Yep.
wasn't sure if he could turn up, so he might be on his own. So what we get back from there, but Jonah is our guy on the ground. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like we're the Nordic Takedown News Network.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
he's our man on the ground, but so he's just there. So we're just setting up for game one. Martin on Boba ECL,
Yeah.
and then we have Han
Han
2 Blue, which
Solo
is one of my
Blue.
old decks.
Yeah, and that's Han 2 Blue. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Han from Shadows.
yeah. Well, we might actually turn over to the
Yeah, but let's do that if you've got it
playmat in
set
just
up,
a
and
little
then
second here.
we just need to, I guess, sort out the thing. And one thing I haven't done, Victor, I apologise, is set up that the right uh
The right.
the right images. We're gonna have to do a non-hyperspace
Yeah. No,
image.
yeah. That's what where we're at this.
Yeah,
But as you can see, we've got new Boba on the right there, played by Martin, and then we got a bloke called Emil playing on that Lego themed playmat. His Hantu Blue, and this is a deck we did stream that in August last year when we last streamed from Malmö. We did have a few Hantu Blues on that because in the Shadows of the Galaxy meta, that was a really huge deck. So it'd be interesting to see because we're in an all new meta. We had no real major tournaments apart from the Atlanta one yesterday. So we haven't really crystallized an actual meta yet. I
yeah,
guess today is the day where we get to see what's what and what works. So it'd be interesting.
absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, there's gonna be. I mean, I've been in Carabast a little bit this week, and so I've seen a lot of the decks that are coming out, like double green Rex, which just completely destroys you on you with Unity of Purpose. uh, I've seen lots of Django.
A lot of Django.
Django is unchained currently right now, so we need to get it back.
Those yellow. I mean, it is changed and it's unchanged. It's even stronger, I think, than it was last set, and it's what everyone expects to be the
Yep, yep,
boogeyman. And I think like yellow black has so many strong cards at this point, and there's so much developed around that there's even more than one archetype. We last meta we did see a lot of the saw a lot of the Cad Banes as well, but it was mostly talking down. And towards the very, very end of the meta, you'd see a couple of versions with green popping up as well,
oh
and
yeah,
that's what we saw yesterday from the 3v3 tournament from Atlanta, and that a lot of the big teams seems to have figured out that the green Cad Bane is actually a really, really strong counter to Django Red. So
okay.
so you'd see a fair amount of green Cad Bane yesterday.
But
I don't know that it worked as well as they hoped it would, but
yeah,
that was at least the thought
yeah.
process.
I think because Django Tarkin Town is just so fast, and
Mhm.
there you just take damage that you cannot get away from,
It's it's
and early
it's
damage.
it has a lot of direct sorry, it's got a lot of reach with their
Yeah,
damage. It can come from virtually nowhere. But
but
the
it can
what we're
come turn
seeing
two.
right now, the Boba deck here,
Yeah,
that as well has a ton of reach in so almost like a burn deck. It just goes with those indirect damage, and it sort of puts the other player at the position where they have to choose whether or not they want to have a board state or if they're going to um, allow their opponent to burn their base. So
yeah,
I think Boba, the new Boba 4, it's often called, is going to be one of the decks that might be able to counter Django
yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Django units usually doesn't have all that much health,
No.
so they'd be very hard pressed to divvy
Yep.
up all that indirect damage among the units.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting started now. They're just going
Mhm.
through their thing. I think Martin had a mulligan
Yep, I
there
seem to.
as well, so I didn't quite see what he's got in his hand.
So that's a
there
Q,
from here.
and answered. That's the 2 cost 2-1 fighter gunship something from
Yeah,
Trial of the Republic. So I
yeah,
think
cool.
that's a strong start from Han 2, sorry, with the
Yeah,
Q.
I mean,
Got
Queel turn
Quill,
one
yeah.
is very, very nice.
It is,
Yeah,
it is. It's a possible counter in this deck since it's blue-red, but
yeah,
it's a fair chance that it gets some counter off of it, and it's got
yeah.
restore. It's a solid
We've
unit.
yeah. I just noticed we've got a little bit of freeze on the feed here.
Oh, okay. Is there anything I
Um,
can do about that?
I'm not sure. Camera feed.
Oh, it seems to work fine here.
So you're
Uh,
getting it, so okay.
no,
It's
it's frozen. It is indeed frozen. It's
yeah.
frozen. That's pity.
That's yeah. Not
Um,
quite sure. We're gonna look into exactly why.
it
This is the
seems
tough
to be
thing
the
that we've got.
stream from Malmo that is frozen.
Yeah, exactly. So
We'll
so
have
we
a
can
talk.
see each other, okay.
Yeah.
As well. Is there anything that in there where you can refresh the feed from
I'll try to do that.
management?
I'll try to do that and see if that will help. I wouldn't see anything that says refresh here. What would I hit for that? Scene option, solos, transfer. Turn off and turn on again. No, did not work. What's that? High quality preview. Nope. It does not do anything, and none of the things I'm doing seems to be working. Could we possibly have someone on the
Yeah,
ground try
I'm putting some messages out there into
yeah,
the
ether
Malmaverse.
into the ether? Well, while we wait for that, we might as
Mm.
well see.
Yeah,
Can we
okay.
reach
I mean, we
one?
can guess what's happening.
Yeah, I guess, but that seems unfair.
Yeah.
uh,
No, exactly, exactly.
Yeah, transition over to our faces here for a bit and see if we can get sorted with the stream.
Yeah,
So we lost Mama there for a bit. These
yeah.
things happen.
It's good that we sort this out for round one.
Yeah, I guess. Certainly.
Um,
Let's see if someone on the ground there can actually uh,
yeah,
help
yeah.
us sort this out. Just restart or whatever they need to do down there. Well, we do, of course, have a melee link and all that for you, but at this point, it's only showing the pairings for us. So there's not much to watch there. Maybe we
No,
could talk a little bit about who's in
yeah.
this. So we've got
What
37 plays.
Yep,
Uh,
yep. Sure. I was gonna say what I can say though, actually,
hmm,
is that we do have. I've been working doing a bit of collaboration with a Lorcana YouTube channel this week.
hmm,
Joe Specky.
mhm,
Specky is the thing. I think is I think Specky is the YouTube channel name. He's done a lot of stuff. He's got like he does a lot of content with Lorcana. And did a 100-hour challenge this week where he wants to learn Star Wars Limited. So he's there playing today. And he did a day-long stream on Tuesday, and I kind of went along and we had a few chats and I gave him a few hints and stuff beforehand. We did a video this week, which should be coming out, where he's rating Star Wars cards, which was really good. And Victor helped find some cards there, which kind of went really well, but I think he didn't realize how long that would take to edit. So that's coming out soon. But Joe is there. He's streaming his own games today as well, so to kind of go through there as well. So we might see him on there as well. So he's got a Luke ECL deck, the new Luke ECL deck, which he really liked the look of as well. So he's like, and he's doing really well actually.
hmm.
He's actually been doing really well this week.
Yeah.
Um,
So
so that's happening. So we'll try and get on a little bit later.
apart
Uh,
from Specky, Is that how he's?
Yeah, SPECI.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
wants it with the K sound, like
yeah. So
Specky or Specky.
he's from London,
He's
or
from
just north of
London.
London. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So he's actually playing one of our regular players and I guess viewers, Mikael Bondesson,
Oh, cool.
a really good Sabine player before this. I don't know what he's on today, but he's a really decent player, a really good player
Yeah.
of Sabine actually. We've got friends of the podcast, our fellow podcast from Always Tell Me the Odds are playing, both of them, Fowlin
Yeah.
and Dragonfoot or something like that. Dragonfly, maybe his name
Yeah.
is. Both of them are playing anyway. We've got some other good players. We have got our own I'm So Humble, Adam Landsberg, and we've got Jona Niklas, both of them playing in the tournament,
Yeah.
representing our Moose Pack, I guess we call ourselves these days.
Yeah, yeah. It's our Nordic takedown team, I guess.
I guess.
We're kind of like an unofficial official team. We do a lot of internal stuff, and it's basically a lot of people like Gustav and Pontus and people that have helped doing content as well.
The people you see and
WS,
hear on our channel.
yeah, exactly. So I guess representing
Yep,
the
yep.
us here, just
We've
trying to.
also we also got a lot of Danish players here. We've got Jeff R, who's done really well for himself in the larger tournaments in Scandinavia. He did end up third in last Copenhagen PQ. Don't know what he's on today. We also got Mega News, who's been on our streams several times. Good player. We've got Fortep, excellent, mostly control player out of, I think, is he from Skövde, Piotr?
Yes, no, he's Quivda is his base. He lives a little bit south of Quivda, but
Yeah,
he's Quivda his home arena.
yeah, one of the regular top performing players in Scandinavia. And for those of you who do follow along with the Nordic Takedown, all things Nordic Takedown, we do have the player rankings, and Fortep made, I think, well, he was top 10 anyway. I can't remember
Yeah,
exactly what his position was, but he's a really good player. He's there tonight. So it's going to be interesting. It's an interesting tournament with a lot of the good
yeah,
players from Scandinavia. Of course, we do have a bunch of top players that went down to Milan, and we have a special correspondent keeping us up to date on everything. Pontus is going to keep track of what's happening in Milan. The first round is about to start over there, and he's going to try and keep us all updated on how the Scandinavian Nordic contingent is doing down there. He's going to try and track that as best he can, and report back to us between rounds, or as in this case, possibly in the middle of a round that we can't actually see because of the frozen screen. Fortunately, we still haven't heard back from anyone on the ground yet, have we?
no, I'm just wondering if the computer has maybe just gone into standby mode or
Yeah,
something like that, or
something
the
like
screen
that.
turned off.
Yeah,
Um, and unfortunately, yeah, we need to do so. We're looking into this as well. But I'm wondering if we're kind of at a it's kind of 1-0 at the moment to Boba as a guess. They're going to see if that's happening now. I'm just going to kind of try and tag people that I know are there
mm,
and maybe not playing.
mm.
As well. So really, really sorry about this. It's a really good thing. I don't think we're gonna with this kind of footage be challenging the Milan stream
I
when we
have a
don't
hard
have anything.
time seeing that working out well for us.
Yeah,
Uh, we need to get things at least slightly more animated than this.
yeah, no,
Unfortunately,
absolutely.
that's sort of out of our control. Beside just typing into the void about the
Yeah,
problem.
exactly.
Uh,
Yeah, but
Hopefully, we'll get someone.
yeah.
Uh,
Where were people watching from? That's
oh
the
yeah,
question. Where are people watching from? Tom and Augusti. You've come in chat, but let's have a party while we wait.
yeah. Why not? Why not?
um while I am desperately trying to get hold of anyone in the thing.
Yeah. So while we wait for people to start, so we have Thomas Patula from
Finland.
Finland. Awesome. Oh, we really hope to be able to send some people over for the Omar Games PQ later this season. Or I don't do it. The seasons are the big thing, right? So all of this is just one season, but for the set PQs, I guess a season would consist of several sets. So I guess a set would be the subdivision that we could be
I
meeting in.
used to call it like season, like set one was season one, set two was season two, but
Yeah, but
I guess this is season zero
yeah, it's all
officially.
season 0, isn't it? Up until August when, late
Yeah,
July, when the World's
Latvia,
happening. Oh, we got
excellent.
Yanis
I,
Kungs from
I
Latvia.
have been to your beautiful country. I was
Yeah.
in Riga a few weeks ago. In insanely beautiful country.
Oh yeah, definitely. So no, we would definitely like to be able to send a contingent over to Helsinki for the Omar Games PQ this time. We had Kevin, who's not at all affiliated with the podcast, but a good friend of ours. He did go over, and I think he did a splash over there, like he often does. But it'd be fun to be able to bring some cameras this time and maybe get some streaming going on so that we are
Absolutely.
not only a Scandinavian podcast, but an actual Nordic podcast and covering all of the Nordic countries. That would be
Yeah.
our dream, really. Now, I guess Latvia and all the Baltic countries are honorary Nordic countries, I guess. I know for sure that the YouTube channel, the Baltic YouTube channel, the Nordic Fleet.
The Nordic Fleet, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
does a
They
lot of
are
stuff on
working
there.
with the Nordic in their name anyway. So I think that a lot of the Baltic people
Yeah,
do self-identify as kind of Nordic as well, even though
yeah, exactly.
it's
Yeah.
not
Well, if any
always.
of your shops want to invite us over,
Yeah, we'd be happy to.
I would be
we,
very
we
happy
are
to go over there again.
we are an expansive kind of
Yeah.
Nordic, I think. So we got Thomas Patola just confirmed that Kevin did make a splash, and he's been
Okay.
doing that to us all. I know the
S-
feeling.
I
Don't.
think the computer had locked itself. And they
Oh, it
didn't
has.
really, because obviously we hadn't, then no one had left the computer for that long while we were setting up.
Oh,
So we hadn't seen that there was a password on.
is there
Um,
someone that is able to help with this now?
yeah, I'm not sure. They're waiting for Jonah's game.
Mm,
But I don't know whose laptop it is.
yeah. Okay. So, but they are aware of the situation now. Or not, maybe they are possibly aware of the situation now. So
Yeah, I mean,
while
the head
Jason's
judge is Matthias is. So he's
cool, cool, cool.
he knows it's happening. Um,
Yeah. So Thomas was cut out of the top 4 by Kevin, and I can identify with that. I've felt that. I felt that. He seems like such an innocent and nice person, and then he just wins all the time. That's
why?
what he does.
Because people that win aren't nice people.
Yeah, yeah. So we got Johan Eriksson from Stockholm here, Method Eriksson, Django,
Yo,
Han, and perhaps something new like Vader tie swarm decks will win? Question mark. Cool if Piet did. Good unless he's too slow. Yeah, Johan is a blue-green player out of Stockholm. He's been on Kira and Krennic a lot, but I did lose to him in our online league when he was trying out Piet. So it seems like Yuan has been giving that deck a spin. I do think that Piet is one of the stronger decks in the meta. It might sometimes get shut out by the sheer speed of things like Sabine and obviously Django. But I think Piet has game into Django for sure.
yeah,
If it can just survive long enough to start pounding that, because that deck ramps in a way that no one else. Like if you thought that the old Bosk green deck that ramped a lot was a menace, that's there's nothing against what Piet is able to do with his inherent ramp and then ultra ramping by the green cards. It's just super fast in that way. So calling it a late game deck is of course correct, but calling it a slow deck is by no means what it is. It's very much a mid-tempo deck in some regards. It's really strong. It'd
Cool.
be
We
interesting to
will.
see what it can do
Yeah.
in these big tournaments
Yeah.
this weekend.
We will probably be able to see the end of this if we can get the PC unlocked. I know that Jonah's playing Cad Bane Blue,
All right. So Jonas on Cad Bane Blue.
which could be a longer few games.
Yeah, which means that Jonah can't help us in a while.
Yeah, exactly. He'll
Uh,
still be finishing round 1 by the time people finish round 2
yeah,
with that deck.
that's
Obviously, that's not possible.
but it feels like it
I do
when
you know
you're
what,
up against it.
actually
Yeah.
I played Jonah with my like kind of little, I say not meme Chewbacca deck, but my fun Chewbacca deck with
Mm,
now there are 2 of them. I played against Jonah playing that deck and nearly beat him actually
right.
with Chewbacca, but I think he's been practicing a little bit since. Uh,
Yeah, no. Losing to Shui might actually be one of the things
yeah,
that these kinds of decks can do. Like
yeah.
if you've seen my deck
Dude,
tech with
okay, yeah.
Alan, who was on the Obi-Wan Blue.
The stream seems to be on standby somehow.
How? What am I to do? No, it's not on standby. It's just I switch to the. I can just switch this back.
No, we're still paused from the original thing. I'm not sure if people can actually hear us.
I think they can. They should be. I just transitioned to the play mat, which is frozen. Let me see. Uh,
Oh, okay.
so I don't think it's just that I was showing the frozen screen of the playmat for a bit there,
Oh, okay.
so
I've got
that
the
people
stream.
could
I'm actually
actually.
pushing the stream here in the
Yeah,
background, and
no,
I wasn't
no, it's
sure if.
working just fine. There's
No,
there's
that's sorry. Sorry, I just panicked because I've got it
uh,
muted.
oh
But I'm over
right.
here. Sorry, sorry to panic you. I
Yeah,
know you were
no,
saying something really interesting there.
I don't know what I was saying though.
Yeah.
This is what casters have to do sometimes. We just get to talk
Yeah, yeah.
on.
Now I know
And
what you guys felt when they when Melee went down in Oslo.
oh yeah.
Uh,
That was a thing.
yeah, that was a thing. Oh my
That was a
goodness.
thing, and we had all that to what I don't know fill the void of waiting for games that might or might not come on, and this is kind of the same thing. These things happens. We are
Yeah,
live, and when you're live broadcasting, there's no script, and
yeah, exactly.
and
And
you
yeah,
just go with it,
I
roll
mean, I
with it.
think, and we were thinking about doing that. But even if I was doing down there in Malmö, I would have been playing as well.
Mm,
So people would have been going there. So yeah, this stuff does happen, unfortunately.
unfortunately, yeah,
But
not
we
much we can do.
will do everything that we can. I'm still trying to do stuff. I'm just trying to contact the person who's I know that the computer is, but we're like
Is
I
it
guess
Jonah's
20
computer?
minutes into a game. No. It was a computer that we borrowed, so I think it's from the organization. So
Mm,
he's got the code, and or other people have the code. So we'll see. We see who how that's going.
yeah,
So they can hopefully get
yeah,
get that as well. So those 21 people watching, you get the pleasure of looking at us.
yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
That's what it is.
what decks have you been playing recently? Have you been trying to build anything new from
Yeah,
JTL?
no, in give me a reason to plug something upcoming. I'm working right now on. I'm returning to my roots, so to speak. I'm working a lot with Sabine right now, and
Okay.
those are my roots where I came from and where I've found most success earlier
Yeah.
metas. And as I'm doing that, I'm always on the content minded side of things right now. So I'm working on a video, the state of Sabine. So
Very nice.
I'm going to have a video out in maybe I don't know, a little over a week because there's some work left to do with some of the top Sabine players in the world. talking about the state of Sabine today,
Yeah.
and we'll see after this weekend because I will have Frank Myers on there, the founder of the Bothan Network,
Very
who's an
nice.
avid Sabine player from set one through to now. He's always been a Sabine.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a complete faithful, but that's his main deck. He's been playing both yellow and green Sabine a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and he's excellent at playing it. So I'm going to have him on and talk a bit about what we see as the strength of the decks, and then I'll have some other really good players. I'll be talking to Kevin, probably the premier Nordic Sabine player,
Yep.
and then I'll be talking to
The Kevin that the Finns love.
yeah, Kevin
Yeah.
Kunzvar. I mean, he is part Finnish.
Yeah, he is part Finnish. Yeah.
He is. So he'll be helping me out to understand where he finds Sabine in this meta, and I'll have a bunch of avid Sabine players talk about the deck, about the position in the meta, and why
Yeah.
they think she's super strong, or why they think she's not viable in this meta. Because uh, people tend to go two ways here. A lot of the established Sabine players are actually leaving her right now.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of room for interpretation here. So we've get some talk now about the Milan. We do have a contingent of Nordic players down in Milan, and we, like I said earlier, we're going to try and keep track of how all the Nordic players we know of are doing. We have a special correspondent for that. Our good friend Pontus Fawcett, also one of the judge team in Scandinavia. He's going to try and help us keep track of all that. He's in contact with some of them, and he's watching the stream for whatever he can see, and scouring the internet for information for us. But we do have a large contingent down there, something like 9 players. We got Steven and Jonas from Denmark, our good friends who's helped us out with streaming a lot, and kind of Moose Pack adjacent, at least.
Yeah.
Both of them down there. We got Kevin and Niklas, the winner of the Copenhagen and Helsinki PQs, respectively. Both of them are down there, to Stockholm players. We got Morten Pedersen, fantastic Danish players, all kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride kind of situation. Often in the finals, never the champion. Oh, we got a live game going. We can actually see
Excellent. We do.
moving
We're there. We are
hands and
back.
cards. Let's get down to the play mat,
Excellent. Cool.
and
What is
stop
the
the
score?
blabbing.
A game has just finished. So I'm guessing game 1
Mhm.
is being cleared away there. And I think Han won.
Han
Han 2
took the
blue won because
first
there's a
game,
lot of
so I'll
damage being
update the score.
being used being cleared off of that. Maybe.
Maybe. So I'll
Yeah, but
update
he's
Han's
cleared
score.
off as that way. So I think
We
Han
took
won.
Emil took the first game,
Yeah.
according to what little information we have it right now. So
Exactly.
that's tentatively what we're showing on screen for you. This might not be correct, but we think that that's the case, and
Yep.
we are
Yep.
probably just moving into sideboarding here then. So we can see a bunch of cards. That this doesn't seem like he's actually sideboarding,
Yeah.
or is he?
Yeah.
Maybe they are. He's doing it very openly, if that's indeed the case. Not sure why he would be treating his deck this openly for everyone to see, but maybe for our benefit, possibly. I don't know. We can see that's 5 piles of 10 cards, maybe. He's counting it up, checking things, maybe. So Martin is generously showing us a lot of his deck there, and also his opponent, I guess. Or are they actually finished with 2 games here, maybe? Could that just be the case? because that's somewhat odd behavior to show off your deck like that.
Oh,
That's
Han 1-2-0 is over.
yeah, that's
Oh
kind
no.
of. I figured as much.
Okay.
When he was showing his deck like that, it doesn't
Yeah.
look like you're actually trying to
Oh
win.
man, I'm gutted.
All
I
right,
was really,
so
really, I was really psyched myself up for
for being able to commentate
to
on the game here.
commentate on this. Oh
Okay,
man.
well, so it seems that we've lost all of the fast game for the first round here because
Yeah.
of the frozen computer thing. A slight
Yeah.
foul up on our part there.
Yeah.
Let's
I'm just wondering if I think what we could try and do here is I'm just looking over at Joe Specky's channel, and he's actually streaming his game, and that's still going. So I wonder if we can get a feed
yeah,
from
we could probably do
from
that.
that one.
I'll try and do that.
I'll send you the link.
Please do. Please do.
And maybe we can do that and comment a little bit on his, obviously without the sound and stuff.
Mhm.
It looks like he's playing Sabine actually, so he's
Wasn't he though all week long though? I think it looked like he was playing Sabine against you at least.
no, he was trying to be. He tried Luke out against me. He was basically playing Sabine, then he went to Luke, and then he was looking at Kazuda and stuff like that, trying to do. But I think last minute he realized that actually Sabine is the best red-green heroic at the moment.
Som visste vad den var värd och tog hand om allt det jobbiga.
Det kan du med Karla. Knappa in bilens
So,
info på karla.se.
we will try and do that. I'm pretty sure he'd be fine.
Let's see if we can
With
bring
that,
that
it's
up.
being obviously it's on his channel.
That's very
there,
scary.
So,
Let's see. Why am I not?
16.
Okay, this would be.
yeah, we're just on a little bit here because it has do this as well. So we'll just do this.
Let's see if I can get that up. Maybe this one? No. This one. Okay. I'll have to adjust this a little bit and I can bring this. It'll be a little bit lower quality maybe than what we're used to, but it'd be a game to watch from Specialist channel. Here we go. So this is a game going on in Malmö right now between a good friend, the Locana player Spessy, and who do we know? I can check who's he's playing. Do you have it there?
I reckon is it? I see his picture there.
I'll get it. I have the melee here. I could probably get. No, I don't have the melee here. Sorry, because that's the browser I'm using to broadcast here. So maybe you can pull up the name of the lad he's playing.
No, it's our friend from is it from Varberg, Jacob's friend.
Oh, Mike. Oh yeah. Mikkel
Mike,
Bogusson.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
Mikkel,
was saving
that's
a
his
head
name.
cam. I can actually see him there.
Yeah.
I think I was
Because
just
Yeah,
that's,
exactly.
I
So
think I was
Speccy likes to use face cams as well, which I think is really good. But you know, we didn't want to mess around with bandwidth and stuff like that as well, because he's doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a
locally.
glare there,
Judge?
but I think that Mikael is on Sabine.
Yeah.
That's all right.
That would
I'm not used to being able to look
usually
at
be
it. I know you
his
can't do
favorite
that.
deck,
but I
so
need to go
you
back.
could
No,
imagine
absolutely.
that he's
No,
probably on
completely.
Sabine there. The
I made
glare
a
makes it a
mistake
little bit hard
where
to see. It's
after
definitely
I looked at
ECL
my
something.
mana,
I
had it
and it looks like
like
both
that
of them have used
when I haven't actually played
ECL.
anything,
It
so we
looks like
basically wanted to
Spessy's got
reverse
his
a couple of
Sabine
turns
killed there
because
also.
Yeah, exactly.
I think my
But the
opponent played
damage-wise, it
as
also
if
looks
I
like
had no
Spessy has made
results.
a lot more damage on Mikael than the opposite. So it seems to be 17 damage on Spessy's space, whereas there's a whole 23 damage on
I would have done that anyways.
Mikael's space.
But I wouldn't
So
have played
Mikael,
this one. To take
there seems to be a judge
I
call
got
here,
that on
maybe.
the
They were talking to
this one I
someone,
would have
at
played.
least.
Yep.
So I think they've got the cameras mixed up. Sorry.
Well,
He played
Alright.
the Fleet Lieutenant.
Yeah, I just realised they got the camera. So looking at the T-shirts,
K2 was down.
there,
He played
the camera is mixed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
So,
absolutely right.
K2.
So
yeah,
that's
that
the
did all the
opposite.
damage.
So Mikael
then
has Spessy.
Fine, I know what to do.
So
We don't
the
have-
bloke
wait,
on the left would be
we
Mikael
do it like
actually.
this.
And
Yeah,
the
so
bloke on the
left,
right
yeah.
would be
Everything
Spessy,
but,
even though the cameras
but
are the
plane.
opposite way.
So I
Exactly.
say,
Yeah. Oh, that would make sense. So
Yeah,
then
the
that
T-shirt.
means...
And
Okay,
I
now we
realised
get
this
that-
because
And
I
you
have
use
exactly the same
three
T-shirt as Becky.
No,
Oh,
I don't know.
all right.
No, I took
Yeah,
it out.
it's
I
the
took it out.
Marmite T-shirt. So those of you who haven't tried
that's fine.
Marmite,
Instead
I had
of
it for
saying
breakfast this
plain,
morning.
yeah,
It's
I
amazing.
think
It's
one
yeast
instead.
extract.
Yeah,
It sounds disgusting, but it's so good.
It's good. Marmite is absolutely horrific to eat on as a spread on your food. Only people from down under can actually stomach it. But
Very
I
good.
guess if you're that inclined, you can make possibly clothing. It seems like a good idea
well,
to
it
make
doesn't,
clothing out
yeah,
of it,
fine.
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
if you
fine.
put it in your mouth, it's lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Also,
the judge thing there. We could just
yeah, it seems like there's a judge call going on.
Okay.
It also seems like
we can mute their video.
Oh, understood.
I think it is muted, right?
Should be muted.
Yeah, I don't think we have
Make more
any
mistakes.
sound. I don't think
Understood.
we're transmitting sound from their video.
I can
If
do
you
a quick
are
check.
indeed transmitting sound from their
one
video,
each.
please
So I
let
should
us know,
have taken
and I'll
a
turn it off because that would be
Yeah.
annoying.
I didn't enter one yet.
No,
So
18.
No,
then-
there is some sound coming through.
Yeah,
You can do that in the
All
the
right,
sound
yeah, so
feed.
now it's
the audio
your
there
feed.
is sound coming through.
There is sound coming through as well, but you
Sabine
can
Ping.
should be able to take that in the if you've got it up in the thing, just mute it in the web browser.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll mute it in the browser. That's the
Yep.
easiest way to do it, I think. Let's just do that like that, like so.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
let's
Okay.
let's get back on. So they
get
they
back.
did have a judge call there. It seemed like Mikael was pinging the Sabine ping
Yep.
and moving everything to 24-18, and that means that Mikael will be lethal in the beginning of next round, just by pinging with Sabine, unless Spessy can actually bring us. All right, so we've got a little bit of a commercial going here. I'll skip us
He
through
did
this.
bring out Luke, so Luke can do how much damage?
Luke can do a lot of damage, but more importantly, he can heal. But
And then he played
won't
out
be
Fleet. He played out Fleet Lieutenant, giving Luke +2 on attack.
yeah. So yeah, okay. So actually, Mikael is not.
And we have adverts.
Spacey's playing Luke. Spacey's
There we
playing
go.
Luke, right? That's not Sabine.
So Spessy is playing Luke. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, Spacey's playing Luke.
So did he
No,
take that
but
game?
Mikael did take the game because
Okay.
even though he did bring out Luke. Oh no, did Spacey take the game? Do you think? Because did he bring Luke out on the ground arena?
Fleet Lieutenant.
Did he bring him out on the ground arena?
He brought Luke out on the ground arena,
Oh, then he got
and then
lethal
hit with
Luke.
hit
Then
with
he had
Fleet
lethal with
Lieutenant.
Yeah, then he had lethal. Okay, so that would be one game that went to Spessy then.
Yep, exactly. It's I'm just asking in his chat now. They know me quite well in their chat after this week.
All right, good.
Um,
Cool. I will try. In the meantime, I'll see if I can actually bring up some melee to just for myself,
Yeah, exactly.
and sound off maybe a little bit about what the standings will be and
Yeah.
whatnot. Let's see if I can bring that up here. I should be able to and talk a little bit about that for you as we're watching. So they are starting a new game here, which I imagine this would be game 3, because we did not see any sideboarding here, did we? Or are they actually sideboarding right now? No, he's resourcing there. So they're not sideboarding at this point, which would mean that this would probably be game 3.
Yep. Okay, that's interesting. Yep. Okay, so it could be 1-1 then if that's the case.
That would definitely indicate that. Yeah. Let's see if we can have a view of what games have been reported
just
so
get
far.
a little bit of information here as well.
Do you have anything for us? So far, we have had a couple of games reported. The game that we did see was a Emil did take that game 2-0. Like the game that we didn't see, the game that we saw them scoop up was a 2-0 to Emil. We also have Niels Knudsen, Danish player, won 2-0 over Samuel Kaliba, maybe. Sebastian Fredenberg won his game 2-1 over Gukulring. I'm not sure. Adam did take his game 2-0.
We have started on this game.
Yeah, they're starting on the next game here. Yeah. So we see a fleet.
So you got a marine, and then obviously a black one.
And the black one, yeah, that's the name. The black one there. So Spess is playing a black one in space to
Henry, you cannot be
Mikael's marine there. So the black one will be able to...
You're going to have to excuse me for a second. Sorry, Victor.
Sure. The black one will be able to ping a unit because of Spessy playing Luke, so it's always on. No, that's the Poe. He needs to play Poe to be able to do that. All right, so he won't be able to ping just from the black one, but Luke will be able to ping something if indeed it gets to attack. He attaches, say, Chewbacca to that unit now, making it a lot stronger. It turns on the passive, so it gets an extra strength for having an attachment, makes it 3 strength, and then another 3 from Chewbacca. That's a 6 strength unit, then black one. So the Marine just strikes base for 3, and I assume that Spessy is going to hit base for 6 there, and then ping the Marine possibly. We also have had a Sabine ping, apparently, because that takes Mikael to 7 damage on base. And then we have the Luke ping as predicted onto the Marine. And then we'll see what Mikael will actually play for his 3 resources there. And he plays a Sabine unit for 2, and then I just assume that Spessy claimed and Mikael will pass. Well, they are both showing 6 power, but I'd say the way that is distributed right now, it's somewhat favorable to Spessy actually having it all in one go. He gets the action economy of that, and also the ability to ping with Luke is pretty strong there.
Yeah.
And it's a fairly large unit at this point. It's a 6-7 health unit, if I'm not mistaken. 6 power, 7 health. That's fairly large to deal with. We can see in Spessy's hand there's a wrecker, there's a green squadron. That's what he's indeed resourcing and holding on to that wrecker for later. That makes sense. There's a lot of small ground units now, and he is running ECL, so that gives him a lot of reach, being able to just throw that on with ECL and get those final damage onto the base through the overwhelm. Is usually the way you want to go with Wrecker. Mikael, however, is definitely wise to that. He probably has a lot of Wreckers in his own deck. He knows how that unit works, and he by now should know that Space is running that kind of units. So I guess he is aware of that.
He's just gone in for home one again for 6.
Not black one.
On black one again.
Home one is almost the same size though.
Yeah.
At this point. But without the restore. So that's 3 damage onto base there, taking Spessy to 7. But Mikael has some catching up to do here. He'll be able to do 3 more damage with Sabine unit. None of them spent resources. Well, it looks like Spessy has tapped down, but I can't see what he's played. Did he play a Fora course or something? No. He seems tapped out, but I didn't catch the play.
Which one? Which unit?
Spacey
Yeah,
has tapped out.
Yeah, he has tapped that to do the 1 damage to a unit.
No, the resources. He seems to have tapped down his 4 resources, but I couldn't see the play. What 4
That's a
cost
good
play did he
question.
play?
Did he? I can't see his list, so he could have done 4 cores, but he's obviously
That's a 3 cost, so he would have one
yeah. So
resource
he
left then.
could have also.
Oh yeah,
played
no,
the
he just mistakenly tapped his. He was not.
Yeah,
tapped out.
he hasn't untapped. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a very new
was
player.
fiddling with his cards, and
yeah.
they weren't actually tapped out.
He basically hadn't played a game of this. He played a game a couple of months ago, just one game, like a half game with Han 2, and then he hadn't actually played properly till Tuesday this week.
All right.
So like this, he is like fresh.
He's very, very new to the game.
In terms, so he's not used to the whole, but he does play all kind. He does play card games as well. So
yeah, no, he was not tapped out on resources. That was a mistake. He's paying 3 for the blue leader, I think it's called. It's the ambush unit that can ambush either on ground or in space. It's a 3/3 if it's ambushing in space. It's going straight into that Bright Hope, taking 2 back and hurting the Bright Hope for 3. Sort of softening it up for the next round. It will be able to take it out next round.
I mean, I think if he just takes it, depending on what happens, I guess Mikkel will take. Oh no, he's heading for there, so Specky can take initiative, take out the Bright Hope, and then hit again for 6 with Black 1.
Yep. And so Mikkel is flipping Sabine there, and it will get another 3 damage onto base with Sabine, and then there are 13 all. Moving on to 5 resource round.
This is
so Luke flips on 6, I think, right?
Yeah, he slips on 6. There is a daring raid in hand as well, so we can also take care of probably the Bean unit this time as well. If he pings with Luke Skywalker. I mean, next round. Yeah,
he can't because there are 2 colors on the board. He's got both red.
But he'll take out Bright Hope.
Green.
If he takes out Bright Hope with one of the fighters.
Oh yeah. Then he can touch Sabine.
Then he can, yeah. But it's only can Sabine take just ping damage or just direct damage from cards still?
I think you can't attack her. I think you can't attack her.
But if you daring raid her,
daring raid might be able to go around that. Yeah. So the blue leader takes.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if he should have done that.
What did he just do?
He played another blue leader out with ambush, having to destroy the other one.
Oh, yeah, killing Sabine.
To try and to kill Sabine, obviously, which is an important thing. But Bright Hope is still an issue. And I think I'm not that was the optimal play there. I think he could have done that. But he should have taken out the Bright Hope first with the other
that would have made sense. But I think he just wants to limit the damage that Sabine can do now. He's aware that Sabine is. Yeah, no, and he's aware that Sabine is a rush deck, and Bright Hope only strikes for 2, whereas Sabine would have struck him for 3.
Yeah.
Also, Sabine is a prime target for dark sabers and all that.
Absolutely.
So he might just want to deal with Sabine while he can, and then because he's afraid that Mikkel will put a dark saber on her or just play Fleet Lieutenant and buff her. Yeah, because that's the Fleet Lieutenant. So this is why he did that. That was actually quite a good move, I think.
Oh, it was actually good. Okay, fair enough.
Because the black one will still be able to take out the Bright Hope and survive it.
Not anymore. That there is. Oh no, he will still survive now because even with the experience from the A-wing.
So there was 3 damage on the Bright Hope, and it's got 6 health. Release. No, it's 8 health minus 3. He strikes for 6 with the black one, so he does kill the Bright Hope, taking 2.
But he doesn't have
2 back.
He can't ping.
Oh, sorry, taking 4 back. He doesn't have post, so he can't ping with the black one.
Yeah.
But he can ping with Luke after this, so he can ping away the wing leader with the Luke trigger. So this is a way to sort of stem the tide of damage that Mikael is able to put on early.
Yes,
I,
absolutely.
I think that's not bad, and he got a bigger unit out of it because it's a 5/5 on the ground, the blue leader.
Yep.
So that's probably not. It's not optimal in a vacuum.
No,
but
it's
for
true.
for the situation,
Yeah.
speed is of the essence in this
He
game.
does have Poe in hand. I just seen. I just think that he did have the Poe Dameron unit in hand as well, ready for the ECL.
Yeah, no, none of them have used the ECL yet. Obviously, when you got a Wrecker and a Poe, you got some options.
Yeah, exactly. So he's taps.
Mika's still got another 2 resources that just
exactly.
couldn't
Mika's
use
taken
this
the
time.
initiative.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he pinged with the Luke ability.
He pinged the X-wing.
The wing leader.
The wing leader, sorry.
Yeah. I thought he did, but it's still there. Or is that the discard pile? Maybe it's a little bit awkward.
In the middle. The discard pile's right at the top of the screen.
Huh? Yeah, no, the wing leader is still on the board. Is that the?
That is Michael. That is Mikkel's discard pile. Yes.
That could be Mikkel's.
So he definitely pinged that one.
Yeah. So this would be a Wrecker though. So he probably not triggering the Wrecker ability of dealing 5 because he wants to just go through that blue leader, and that would be an overwhelm of 4 to base, taking out the blue leader and giving overwhelming 4 onto base, taking 5 back on Wrecker, just barely surviving that. So however, he won't stick on the board because of the Luke ping, almost certainly being able to take
now
that.
Poe will come in on this turn. He will likely, and then obviously black one can also ping as well. Not that it can black one.
No, the black one can't ping. No, but Luke.
But with Poe, when Poe comes out, the black one can also ping one on.
Oh yeah. So if he sells Poe instead of Wrecker. But I might want to go for
Wrecker. If Wrecker goes through Sabine, and then
that's probably the play I'd go for. At this point, because then you don't have to trigger exactly. He's looking at that play as well.
Wrecker is about to hit the ground.
Yeah, I think that's better, and he will have removed Mikael's Wrecker just with a ping from Luke anyway, and he'll get more damage onto base this way. So I think that's a correct play.
And so he's going through how much to overwhelm? Up to 17.
So that would be 4 onto base.
4 onto base.
And Mikael scoops at that point because he won't have a board, and there will be 2 pretty big units there.
Job, Specky.
So that's good. Good job, Specky. Taking out a solid Sabine player in Mikael. That's good. In my experience, like we talked about when we were looking at the frozen screen, I've been testing a lot with Sabine lately, and Luke can definitely be one of the trickier matchups to navigate with Sabine right now, because it kind of just barely out controls you. It can do everything you do, but it does it in a slightly more mid-rangey way. So it just leans on the controlling of you, and then it sort of demolishes your board and gets bigger things on there. So that game went the way it could. Well, let's take a short breather here.
Just get ready for the second one.
Actually, let's have a look at the standings.
Oh yeah, no, definitely see the results that have come in.
See what we can see here. I need to update that. I think that is indeed not the. Not a completely updated version of this. Where do I? Here, maybe. Oh no, that's a player. This is what I want to do. I want to update this one. Here we go. So for round 2, we have. Actually, we already got maybe then we have standings. Can we see standing? No, we cannot see standings. We can never see standings in this. That's almost always a problem to actually get to see the current standings.
If you're on the outside
Yeah, no,
things.
it's often a problem. So we
Yeah.
can see some of the results though. So Adam, I'm so humble, did take down a game, his first game. We've got Jeff got beaten by Tom Pettaren. Not sure who that is. Interesting. Jeff's a really solid player out of Denmark. We've got Meganus, who's been on the stream many a time, did take down a game here, 2-1. We've got Ponkas, got destroyed by Crid in 2-1 fashion. We've got Kenneth Dan Mortensen taking down 2-0. And we've got Magnus Vendel losing to Op Kungen. We've got Jonah Nicholas taking down 2-1 Stoffer. And we got Fowlin, fellow caster from the Always Tell Me the Odds podcast, winning 2-1 over Philip Knudsen. We've got also Phobos taking down a game, and Fortep took his down easy. And Spessy did take down, as we could see, his first game 2-1 here over solid player Mikael Bondesson. So for the second round, we've got some matchups. We're not sure which game we are streaming. Could be that we are doing table 1. In that case, we're doing someone called Magic 05A. Not sure who that is. And Tom Pettaran, who he did win over Jeff. So that might be interesting to see. That's a solid win. So that could be an interesting table to get to see, I guess. But I think we will give you a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I'll say game 2 is they're just getting up started now with game 2 apparently.
Yeah, exactly. In 4 minutes or so, they should be on with the next game. So there's no action going on at the table at the moment. The table, unless it's frozen again. But we don't see anything happening down at the table. So I'll just put us on a test screen for a little bit of just a minute or so. Give me.
There should be something there. They're telling us that they're who is on. We've got Anakin Colossus, one of the Nordic takedown decks, the versions versus Django TT. So this is going to be a really good one, and Gustav is going to come in as well and take over from me.
Yeah, so I'll leave you all with the test screen for a little bit now, and we'll be back maybe in 2 or 3 minutes. So yes,
Awesome.
See you in a little bit.
Thank you. But yeah, I can stick around in the room.
So you're not muted. You're actually live now. But I'll bring out Gustav as soon as I can here.
Okay, that's fine. I will mute my own mic from here.
Did
but
Gustav?
leave me for now.
Okay. Yes, please. Now let's see if Gustav. We are running a little bit late here because of all of the problems we had last round. I'm trying to get Gustav in here as well. He'll be with us in just a little moment. Give me a second and I'll update everything here. Let me see. Is that Gustav there? That is Gustav there. Maybe you are. Can people hear Gustav now? No, I can't hear Gustav at least. Let's see if we could in some way get him. Why is he muted? Why indeed is Gustav muted right now? Sorry for all these problems we're having right now.
Is there something?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Now we can hear you. It's fine. You can actually turn your mic down a little bit there, Gustav. Just slightly. Please do start commentating on the game if possible, and I'll update all the text.
Yes. Is the sound good? Or
yeah, it sounds. No, you're a little bit low even. So please turn that up a little bit, and then feel free to start commentating, and I'll try and get all the text correct on the screen for everyone.
Yeah, let's see here. We have Anakin Colossus and Django Tarkintown. I don't know how the testing has been for Anakin. I know both Jonah and Adam has been looking at it and updating it. Wonder how they feel into Django.
Yeah, I'm not. I haven't tested it at all. I guess since they're not on it, either of them, they might have found problem with it. I guess. Yeah. Because if they were feeling that it was indeed strong into Django, they probably would be playing it tonight, wouldn't they?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So let's see here. We have one of those cool new cards, the Carbo Knight. What's it called? The Prestige.
Prestige. Yeah.
Cards.
Yep, that's the IG. That's the IG, I think, and that pings IG, 3 units. It's a staple of the new Django decks, I guess.
Yeah. So let's see here. Triple Dark Raid. See what he pulls. I see a Fire Spray there. Yeah.
And let's see, where are the player names?
Yeah.
All right. So everyone's pinging me at the same time as I'm trying to update things here. So I just can't concentrate on anything right now. I'm sorry, because Jason and everyone's writing as well a lot of things right now. All right, yeah, let's try and just do the game and just tune out everyone else and see what's happening here. I think that what you can see on screen right now should be correct. We should have Thomas on Anakin, I think. Anakin Colossus, that's the 35 HP base that lets you draw only 5 cards in the beginning of setup, I think. Could that be right? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we've got Alexander on Django Tarkintown, and I think everyone's familiar with Tarkintown at this point. It can deal 3 damage as an epic action to a already damaged unit. It can't do it to non-leader unit, I think. Right. So what's the board state like here? We're already on 6 resources. Django's out, and there's the IG in space. Whereas Anakin's only got C-3PO and himself, but having 10 damage on base for Anakin is actually just making him more angry.
Yeah. We see that War Juggernaut coming out as well, tapping.
Tapping everything now. Dealing 1 damage to everything. I think that the problem maybe with the Anakin into Django is the fact that you might not ever get to strike with Anakin, even though they might not be able to take him off the board early. they just don't need to. They can tap him down as long as they keep Django healthy. They can just keep pinging and putting him down. So Paul, you're gonna kill Anakin, or trades with Anakin rather, and that is a takedown, and answered immediately by a fire spray, probably bringing that to 16 damage on Thomas's base. Then, yeah,
16. Yeah.
16 damage, and Django is as healthy as ever. He's just got 1 damage on him, as far as I can tell from that image. So this is looking very strong for Alexander for the first match here, or the first game of the match. Sorry. So I think that there might be. So that's also a thing. Usually, you'd think that maybe you need to have the sideboard to deal with something, but at this point, I would expect everyone to be mainboarding against Django. What could Anakin possibly have in sideboard that could help him here? Of course, he might have something instead of the Fang Fighter there, because Django isn't typically running a lot of attachments, so you might not want to have Fang Fighters in main against. Oh, sorry, main for sure, but not against Django. So that's something that you might want to side out. But what are you siding in, really? So drawing Luke for the C-3PO draw there.
That. Once it's on 24 HP, yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's a surprise striking with with the fire spray. And at this point, it seems that Alexander isn't even controlling the board. He's at least not prioritizing controlling Thomas's board. He's just racing. He's already on 30 damage. He'll get to 33 when Django hits. And if he does indeed have a pump, this could be over. But he's got 2 open resources. So if he's Thomas is just scooping it there. There's no way he can come back from that. And I agree with that. So we were talking already a little bit about sideboarding here, or I was at least. I wonder what possibly Thomas could have that could change the face of this matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he should mainboard most of his answers. So we'll see how much cards he puts in from the sideboard. But as you said, like the first deck you test into right now is Django. It's
Isn't
not
it?
Sabine anymore. It is Django, like the first deck you should be able to beat with your deck.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, sorry, I have seasonal allergies. If you hear me snoring a bit here, it's not. I haven't fallen asleep. Yeah. So yeah, we do see Thomas indeed shuffling up pretty soon, and it seems that Alexander didn't do a lot. Did he bring anything in, Alexander? Oh yeah, I should update the score.
That's correct. Didn't see that. I was focused on Thomas there, but I didn't see that he did much.
No, if he did something, it was fast.
Yeah.
So we're going into game 2 here. Yeah, that seems like a solid enough hand. It's got a surprise strike there. And I didn't see the second resource. The first one was the guide, the 2-drop, red 2-drop that gives another, it makes indirect damage stronger. That's a crafty smuggler, I think, for first round play there. R2D2 is perfect though for Anakin, but crafty is also perfect as an answer, since the shield will make it stick around. There's no pinging in Thomas's deck as far as we know. So yeah, that's a really solid opening for both players on paper, but in this specific matchup, I think that favors Django slightly.
It looks like he resourced the Concordon.
He did? Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be. He might just deem it too slow a card. Like Django doesn't necessarily have to go space anyway, so shutting down the space lane with the Conquered Dawn temporarily, mostly then, isn't necessarily going to save you. So he might just want to do something faster. Well, that's a card you don't see that often. I recognize the card, but I don't know what it does. Do you know?
So when you play it, you can deal 2 damage to it and draw a card.
Oh, that's what it
If
does.
you do, then you draw a card.
Yeah. All right. So Alexander just played a 7th fleet in response, and then how did he? Oh, he Talking Town R2. Did he? There's a token on
Yeah, it
Talking
looks like
Towns.
that.
I would assume that's what he did. And also, it seemed that Thomas did use Anakin ability with C-3PO. Sorry, R2-D2 there to hit the crafty originally. Not sure if it was necessary because he just removed the shield anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yoda.
Yep. That's a really solid unit here. No, it's nothing that Alexander can get off the board immediately, but maybe he just doesn't have to. So Alexander's still playing Fang Fighters. Those might actually be something he brought in from sideboard as well, because Anakin might be playing some attachments.
Yeah, I figure if they play the lightsaber, you want to answer that.
Yeah, for sure.
And you also have the Perilous, it's called, right?
Yep.
PP.
Perilous Position. Yeah.
Perilous Position. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's another thing you might want to be able to remove. Yeah. So playing, even though most units in a Django deck will actually die to Perilous Position. So yeah. So Yoda is restoring 2 there and removing the crafty. I'm playing another one. Yeah, playing another one of those. Can't remember the name of that. Do you remember the name of that thing?
Oh, I should.
Yeah. Well, either way, the thing that will draw you a card.
Thing that will draw you a card.
It's a Jedi, I think. Jedi traded, or at least Force traded. So we see Django flip that, and for some reason he decides to go to kill Yoda rather than hit base, and I think that's probably correct because you don't want to leave that restore on the board. And also, like board state thing, Anakin ability hitting for 4 into Django or something else, just remove it when you can. Solid play from Alexander.
The card is called Red Squadron X-Wing.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Rebel Vehicle Fighter.
It's not Force traded. For some reason, I thought it was. So
the regional governor. Do you know? Did you mention? No, we can't see if.
No, we can't see
what they named.
No.
It's like, do you name Triple Dark Raid or do you name like one of the vehicles here?
I think you do Triple Dark Raid because you don't want them to come in open. If they play a Ruthless Raider or the tank, like hard play like this, that's bad, but it's not as bad as Triple Dark Raiding it and getting all of the damage immediately. You want to slow down the tide of the deck. Because board states, Anakin can deal with board states. He just can't deal with the speed, the reach. I think that's at least my take on it. So I'd named Triple Dark Raid, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, with the Juggernaut and the IG 2000, I think. Like in set 3, I usually named Ruthless, but now there's more vehicles. So like
exactly.
With the Triple Dark Raid, you get more stuff that they want to play. You can block more stuff.
Yeah. Azur in chat tells us that they play Anakin, and in their testing, they've gone with calling triple dart raid. He didn't reason it, but I assume that's something along the lines of what I said. So Ruthless Raider taking out Anakin, and what took out Django there? Some of the unit, one of the units. With Anakin.
Anakin, yeah.
Oh, Anakin took Django out, and then Luke taking out one of the Ruthless Raiders. And this is what I talked about. Like, the Anakin deck can deal with units. That's not the issue here. It has plenty of ways to remove units from a board, but the speed at which damage hits base, that's where Anakin might be struggling. That's why
This is looking way better than last game.
For sure.
The Django player isn't even halfway.
No, yeah. Only 17 damage on base, and there's actually 9 damage on the Django base here. That's the rebel trade, the ones that deal indirect damage and might stand up if you put any of it on the base. So that's 5 damage to base. Well, I mean, if it survives. So he put 3 of it on base, it looks like. No, only 2 yet. Well, only 1 yet. That's weird. Either you put all of it on base or you put none of it on base, right? No, he put 1 on base. Oh, he put all of it.
Yeah, because he doesn't want it to ready, right?
Yeah, no, he doesn't want it to ready. I'd probably be fine with it readying, because you can deal with it. But yeah, that kind of makes sense still, I guess. Especially since he's got a Sentinel, it wouldn't have mattered that much if it readied. But yeah, so surprise striking with the Ruthless for 7 damage to base. That's 25 now, approaching something, 10 damage left, and with the reach that Django's got, 10 damage out of nowhere is it's absolutely something that can happen. So what's that? That's oh yeah, that's I got you, kid, or something like that. The new control 2-cost control card. Phantom. But it's got restore on Luke. Do you go base here, or do you remove the guy? He's definitely hitting something. He won't take any damage back if he does indeed kill the thing, but he went for the base there, and also plays out C-3PO for card draw. Did not get to trigger the draw, but well, he'd draw that card anyway in a second because they just passed after that. So regional governor still active, and we can only assume that means there's no triple dark raids coming in, but you can still play other things. So tapping down Luke, I assume, that would be a damage to the Luke as well, but not. They didn't put the token on it yet. Right, removing that guy with C-3PO, also C-3PO trigger, I suppose, and doesn't get to draw. Ruthless Raider coming in for 4, bringing us to 28, sorry. No, 29 even. So that's 6 more damage, and he's showing 4 of those already with the Phantom Lacquer. So that's another 2 damage. So any pump in the yellow deck will do at this point, pretty much.
Does it look like he has it right?
Yeah, no, he's just shaking it there. So that's Alexander taking it down 2-0. It's a pretty fast game. Unsurprisingly, though, when Django works, it works fast. So yeah, that's. I would have thought that this would be a decently hard matchup for Anakin. I would assume that this isn't a place where Anakin shines. I think Django's got all the tools to deal with it, with that speed and the tempo on the deck. Right, we do have some news from Milan. So for the first round, a lot of the Swedish the Nordic players have been doing fairly well. So we've got Stevo winning his first game. Niklas Lindroth, who won the Copenhagen PQ, also won his first game down in Milan. Kevin Kunisvara won the Finnish PQ, took his first game. Nikola Nikiva from Stockholm, multiple store showdown winner, took his first game. Helena from Oslo, Norwegian player, took her first game. Philip took his first game also, and Anno Mandrex from the service. Philip Pudlak, who's a Stockholm player, also multiple store showdown winner, took his down his first game. We have a couple of losses from other Scandinavian players. We got Jonas, friend of the podcast, champion of the CAD Blue deck. He's dropped his first game. Also, Morten Pedersen, excellent player from Denmark, dropped his first game. We've got Kostas from Oslo. He's playing down there, and we're not sure how his first game went. There's a few games that weren't reported yet, I think. Very short word. The TLDR, 7 out of 9 players from the Nordic, 9-player Nordic contingent down there won their first game. Round 2 has just got pairings now. Okay, so we might actually have a result for Kostas. I just don't have it. So that's it. We've got 9 players down there. There's 546 players playing in Milano. We only got 37 players playing here in Malmö, which is a slightly smaller contingent, but it is a good one. Let's transition here. So what do you make of the game we just saw?
Yeah, I think it was rough for the Anakin player. Didn't seem that he drew the answers he needed. The other guy looked better, but just tapping down Anakin, tapping down Luke there, and having that reach as Django, we all know Django can have, just finished it.
Yeah, no. Do you reckon that Django will be like the all-encompassing boogeyman of this meta, or is there enough answers, you think, to make it as diverse as the set 3 meta was?
So I don't think Django will be Han level. Maybe close. Probably will be the best deck this set, is what I'm thinking, but I don't see him as an impossible task to overcome with multiple decks. Like, there are good answers to him.
Yeah, for sure. So you don't think he will be as prevalent as Han was last meta?
No. Maybe settle between Han and was it Sabine that was the next best performing, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah, it was.
I think she won like 11 PQs and Han won around 30, like.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so somewhere in between there, I think Django will end up.
Oh, interesting. I kind of have him as more of a boogeyman than what Han was last meta, because of how much more accessible the deck is. Like Han double yellow was still a fairly advanced deck to play, to pilot. Like if you weren't, like, I often joked about the strongest counter to Han Yellow was bad Han Yellow players. Like it indeed was a really rough one to play. You could see Adam Lansberg, I'm so humble, from our crew, who moved over to Han Yellow in the beginning, I guess, of the PQ part of the last set. He brought it down to Copenhagen and he washed out. For the first large tournament, he played Hans Solo, and then he went on, obviously, to win 2 PQs with it. So he did master it, but it took him a little bit. Even a really skilled player like Adam could wash out with it. I don't think there's that much what we call, that's not such a steep learning curve to Django. It's, you pick it up, you give it a couple of spins, and then you've figured out pretty much the main play lines, and the main play lines are so strong that those will carry you quite far. I'm not saying that it's not a skill-based deck, because outside of the main play lines, you have all the nuances and all that, and that's where you really shine. But I think just knowing the basics of the deck is enough to make the deck a problem for a lot of other decks, like the Anakin deck here might struggle even into a less skilled Django player, even though I assume that Alexander was pretty good with the deck, but I think it could cause problems for a lot of decks, even if you're not all that familiar with your deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like Sabine, where any player can take a Sabine deck and win games.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think
once
so.
you face a player that knows how to beat Sabine, you have to start thinking differently. You can't just hit face all the time. You have to trade. You have to set up board in a good way. I think that's the same thing applies to Django, where when you come up to that level of play competitively, it's starting to get harder and harder to know how to play the deck.
Yeah.
So easy to learn, hard to master.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that assessment. I think that's where we are. But I think just people reaching early, easy results, if you want, might make people prone to move to Django in a way which Han might not have. Like you might not have seen the same. If you look at the amount of people that brought a Han yellow deck to a tournament, that wasn't a huge portion of the player base. Often a lot of other decks were more represented in the starting field, and then Han yellow would have a high translation, especially like whenever a Han yellow or a couple of Han yellows did make top cut, they had this extremely strong translation into actually winning the thing, because of, if you're good enough Han yellow player to actually get to top cut, you're probably good enough to maybe win with it. But with the Django, I think we will see a huge portion of the meta, like people actually bringing it. A lot of those might not make top cuts, but it will still shut out some archetypes of decks that might be struggling into it. It's just my expectation a little bit, or my fear rather, because I do love seeing those diverse fields that we had last meta.
Yeah, but I think that we'll continue to see just that, like, so decks that really couldn't beat Sabine didn't show up. Now it's deck that can't beat Django that won't show up, but people will still take stuff that loses to them because they like playing those decks.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. There are always going to be gatekeeping decks in some way or capacity. It's this is just a strong one, and we'll see what the impact on the meta will be. I hope you're right that we will indeed get a nice spread here. So I've been talking nonsense for a lot since we had those problems with the stream, and it still says Jason under your name here. Let's actually introduce you. You're our good friend Gustav, who's been doing a lot of nice content for us lately. Please, what can you say about yourself?
Who am I?
Who are you?
The most philosophical question.
Yeah.
I'm a card gamer. I've been playing card games for around 10 years. Started with Magic, and then moving on to difference. Would mostly call myself a casual player before, but with Star Wars Unlimited, I've been getting a lot more into the competitive side of things. So in Star Wars, what do? Yeah, I organize play, weekly play, both constructed and drafting in Gothenburg, Sweden. And sometimes I go out and compete. It's been one PQ so far, and then I'm going to Lille, France, in a month to see how that goes.
Yeah, I hope I can join you for Lille, but I'm not 100% sure I can though. So yeah, we do have that, but we have some other things coming up. In just a bit, a couple of weeks, we will have the live podcast broadcast from GothCon in Gothenburg. So you, me, and maybe some other people will make our usual Star Wars Unlimited podcast, a Nordic Takedown podcast, but we will do a live version of it in a room at the GothCon convention. So please feel free to drop in there, say hi to us, take part in the podcast, and listen, as well as be part of the Q&A and talk about the community and all the things we're going to do there. So that's going to be real exciting. Also, you have been doing a lot of streaming on our Discord server in testing for this manner, which eventually culminated in the sort of pre-meta analysis that you and Jon and Nicholas did, where the video on YouTube where you sort of talked through what you're expecting and what the decks that you've been looking at for looks like.
Yeah, it was more focused on just the impressions of playing with the cards. Is it fun? What's good? What's not good? And like how to prepare for it. And it was asked because beforehand we played a lot. Did the streams on Discord.
Right. Yeah. And we'll keep up that work, right? So please do check out our Discord where you can often see us stream deck testing and so on. A lot of time you will be on there, right?
Yeah, as often as I can.
Yeah. So we will actually leave you all for a little bit, take a little bit of a break to sort of get some adjustments and get everything set up so that round 3 will run a little bit smoother than what the 2 first rounds have. And you will be back with us for a couple of rounds here in August, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we will see all of you in 25 minutes or so. I'll leave you with a little bit of a message on when you can expect us back in a little bit. So see you in a bit. All right, welcome back. Gustav and me back here. We are live casting the Malmö, what was it called? Malmö Open Qualifier. This is a qualifying tournament for the big event at Malmö Game Week, the Malmö SWU Open. And this is a qualifier for it. Not that you actually have to qualify, but it's kind of like the planetary qualifiers that you do get some benefits from doing well here. You get your admission fee and you get some other pricing. There's a box for the winner, I think, right?
Yeah, was it 4 boxes?
Oh, that much.
Like 2 jump to light speed, 1. Oh, or is it 5? I know they went with some of the other sets as well. So you don't only get jump to light speed, you also get set 1, 2, and 3, I think. So we can see if we can bring it up here.
Really nice price pool anyway.
Yeah.
For that's on the stake for today. We got 37 players that did decide to stay in Scandinavia and duke it out on our own grounds rather than go down to Milano and take part in the regional qualifier. I always mess up which side, if this is the sector or the regional, but I think this is the regional qualifier. Now, yeah, I think so. So yeah, pretty hefty price pool for a tournament of this size, which we have seen both Malmö have been very generous in the prize pools, as well as Skövde has had some awesome prize pools, which would be the non-FFG organized tournaments that have had the largest prize pools in Scandinavia. Outside of that, this event is sponsored by FFG or Asmodee Nordics, so they do have some sponsorships from that, and there will be even more of that coming for the big event in August. I think it's in August, right? The Malmö Game Week
should be end of August.
Yeah. We will have a new round starting in a little bit, I think, but before that, we might want to take a little bit of a look what the last round looked like. We did have some issues with the broadcast for the first round, and then for the second round, we were all taking a little bit unprepared, and now we've got everything organized. So this is what's been reported from the second round matchups. First 10 tables. What can we see here, Gustav?
Yeah, so let's see here. We have so Magic 05A versus Tom Petaran, where Magic won 2-0. Are those players you know of, or Tom Petaran is a
no, I don't
player.
think I know him, but he's been doing good. Yeah. Anyway.
And then we have Dartling versus Kenneth Ellingson, where Kenneth won 2-0. We still don't have any decks, right?
So Dartling was Emil that we were supposed to be broadcasting the first round, but we just saw him and his opponent scoop up their decks, basically.
So that's the Han player, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. And then number 3, we have Statuary versus Jonah Nicholas, where Statuary won 2-0. So our own Jonah beaten in the second round.
Right.
Statuary, I think he's a Danish player. I'm fairly certain I faced him during the PQ in Denmark, set 3.
Yeah, he's been pretty prolific and been part of a lot of tournaments in Denmark, and he was at the Malmö Game Week as well. So he's a known player to us.
Yeah. And then we have Adam. I'm so humble versus Piotr Fortet.
And Piotr took that.
Won there.
Yeah.
The Nordic takedown guys aren't doing so well so far.
No, Piotr is playing Django, and we're actually going to watch him for this stream. Coming up in a little bit.
Cool. Yeah, and then we have Simon Shu versus Niels Knudsen. Niels won 2-1. These are not players I'm familiar with. Yeah,
Not sure if I'm either.
Continue on, we have Kenneth Mortensen versus Phobos, where Kenneth won 2-1. And Kenneth, I recognize that name. He's won something, right? Yeah.
Could be.
Cigarette, yeah. Yeah. Moving on, Apkungen versus Sebastian Fredenberg. 2-1 for Sebastian. And number 9, we have Following from the other podcast versus the Krid, where Krid won 2-1. And then we have Meganos versus KTP 90, and there we actually have a 1-1 draw. And if things are applied, draw should give you 1 point now,
Yeah,
right?
It should, and that should have been implemented by now.
And I also actually saw this before the round was finished, so I wonder if they just shook hands and left, and how that works practically, because there were some rules about how a draw happens, right? Like you can't just should withdraw or something like that.
No, yeah, you still can't collude. You can have an intentional draw, so you can just agree to make something a draw, but you can't offer anything or discuss it in some way. So let's move on to the table here. We've got Alexander versus Piotr. They're both. This is a Django tango, if you will. So we this might be something that we get to see a bit of in this matter. 2 Django players facing off. This would be sort of like the Sabine mirror, I guess, that you have to be aware of this matchup if you bring in your Django. I think though that for a viewer watching this, it's an actually really interesting matchup to watch because of the deck's inherent ability to do both tempo and control. It does a level of control in of itself, so that it's more of a cat and mouse game, and it's really interesting in that way. It's not just bam 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 who won. It's actually a lot of interesting tactical decision points going throughout the matchup. I think we have Alexander from the last game on the right. We do have Alexander on some of these two positions, but I think Alexander's on the right and Piotr is on the left. That's Fortep, one of the more skilled players in Scandinavia. He's on our official Nordic Takedown player rankings. So he's a very good player and has been doing very well in a lot of tournaments. So not surprised to see him at top tables like this. Again, we have no confirmation on which player is which here. I do think Piotr is on the Death Star map. Yeah, so this is correct. We do have everything right here. And I should just update the round number because this is not round 2. This is round number 3.
That's a really good triple dark raid. Picking up both Greedo and Death Star.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see there.
Yeah.
So
Let's see the Guerrilla Soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to put that on IG?
Do you?
Because then it's just gonna bounce it.
Exactly. But he does put. Oh, that's interesting. He puts 2 of it on the base, and then he hits them for 2, removing the shield. I don't understand that play too much, I have to say.
Because he could tap the Gorilla with Crafty, anyways, and he doesn't want the.
No, what I'm thinking about, since he didn't put it on the IG, which makes a lot of sense because then he would have been tapped down. Why not put all of it on base? When like just 1 on the Crafty, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and Piotr should have tapped Crafty there, right?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. It seems like
Yeah.
Piotr seems to signal that was his intention, or maybe that he should have done it and he forgot or something.
Yeah.
It seems that they are letting the board state be as it is, with 2 damage on the gorilla soldiers, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And then is killing the crafty, and it should be removed as well. So he just traded, and the IG bounces to hand. So at this point, we have 3 damage on Piotr's base and 2 damage on Alexander's base, and they both used their talking towns. But we have a clean board state with 4 resources set up for the next phase here. Can see the IG in the hand of Alexander. Sorry, in Alexander's hand there. Can't really make out Piotr's hand. He's shuffling, but he's not leaning them our way. So that's a TIE Phantom. You don't always see TIE Phantoms lately in the decks, in the Django decks. I personally find them extremely strong when you can put a Vader on them, but outside of that, they're a little bit squishy, aren't they?
Yeah, there's more answers right now. Even the new what's called No Glory, the 5 cost removal that takes control of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So even with the Vader, it's not safe for blue decks, and I think, of course, you can't ping it down, so that's good in the mirror. But I think, especially in the mirror, you have so many space units that can easily handle it. So yeah, and Raider bounces to Piotr's hand there. Alexander he didn't actually get any damage onto Piotr's base, so Piotr got 2 damage on there, and that's it from the Ruthless Raider. So that's a fairly uneventful round. Both boards are absolutely cleared going into the flip round. And
yeah, Alexander started really well with the double ping or double kill on the 1-drops.
Yep.
And Piotr clawed his way back with a really good triple dark raid, getting the Ruthless Raider there and taking care of the Phantom.
Yeah.
Exactly what he
So it's interesting. I mean, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game because you do want to be able to ping down whatever's coming up here. And now if Piotr is triple dart raiding or sneak attacking, it'll be hard for Alexander to tap down that, but he is not. He's hard playing that IG, and then he's playing an ISB agent instead to ping down Django. That's nice. He baited.
It's really good trade.
Yeah, he kind of baited Alexander there, making it seem like he had no way to tap him down with only 1 open resource. But then Alexander's just playing the tank here and tapping down the full board of Piotr, pinging everything except... Is he pinging his own tank here, do you think?
It doesn't look like he's doing that.
No, doesn't. I mean, there's an argument to do that in some matchups, depending on what the units you are running where that extra health will make a difference. But Piotr is playing a triple dart raid here, and he could bring out a Devastator if he finds one in the top 7 cards here, and that is indeed a Devastator here. So he will be able to ping down both of those units that are standing right now, as well as put some damage on base and strike base with this. So that's a super strong play for Piotr here. There's going to be something like 11 damage to base, probably. Tapping down both of those units, I assume. Yeah. And then I mean, Alexander's all tapped out here. I can't see he has any way to handle that Devastator. That's just going to be 9 damage to base. But did he put all of that damage on Django then? Yeah, he put 3 damage on Django, 1 damage on the IG. and
Yeah.
then he strikes for 9 to base only. Interesting, but I guess he wants to have the option to just remove Django here easily if he trades with his own Django. Piotr's only got 2 damage as far as I can tell on his Django, so he could definitely afford that trade. But the tank here is at 7, so the tank could easily trade with Piotr's Django as is. So you might need to handle that threat first. Maybe throw the ISB agent into it. Could be a thing if
Yeah.
he. But no,
So
Alexander has initiative, so he has the ability to just remove the Django before that. I think
Piotr
that's
has
the play
been
here,
playing
right?
this.
Yeah. He
Okay,
needs to
Piotr
take
has
that
done
Django off, right? Is he going base?
Oh, he's going base. Yeah.
He's going base, 7 to base. Oh, interesting.
Mm.
I would have definitely thought he'd remove the Django here.
I wonder
But then,
if Piotr can take care of his Django right now. He has the whole turn free to do whatever he wants because he
yeah,
can't tap anymore. So that's
interesting. I think
yeah.
leaving Django up like this is a huge liability to whatever your plans are. He's got a fire spray in hand there, Alexander. I can't tell if he's got a ruthless or something like. Sorry, triple dart ray. I don't see any triple dart rays. I do see a ruthless there in his hand. So maybe he's not that afraid of getting tapped down this round. He might just want to keep up with the tempo here. But Piotr's got I can't make out his hand there really. Does he have a tank or an IG to tap down both of Django and
Piotr has Devastator, Ruthless.
obviously he can't play that yet though, unless he's got a sneak attack. If he's got a sneak attack, he can play the Devastator here, and that would be game, I think.
There's one card I can't make out which card it is.
Can't really see it. I don't think he's got a sneak attack there. I can't see. There's an event in his hand, but I don't. It looks kind of reddish to me, so I wouldn't think it's a sneak attack. It's a lot of text on it as well, so probably something else. So he's. Oh yeah, he's putting. That's interesting. I might have traded with my Django there, but he's not, and that is indeed costing him the ability to strike with his units there. I can't really understand why Piotr didn't just trade with the Django there.
No, me neither, because if he killed his Django, he couldn't tap. He had to play cards to kill his cards. And
yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's kind
of... I know Piotr is a really seasoned player. I'm not sure he's been playing a lot of different things throughout, so he's not been absolutely faithful to anything as far as I know. But okay, so this is what he wanted to do. He wanted to kill Django with the Ruthless Raider and have his own Django be more healthy, I guess. Only 2 damage on that Django. But the tank can still trade with him. So I'm not sure that's as big a deal as you might think. So it's a lot more even than it need to be here, I think. It's 11 damage on Piotr's base, and there's 17 damage on Alexander's base. Definitely in favor of Piotr, but I think Piotr could have played that slightly less greedy and get more out of that turn. That's at least my thought.
I think this is pretty much set right now.
So yeah.
Can't. Oh yeah.
He can only tap down one unit. He can remove the IG, tap down the Ruthless Raider, and then another one on base. But we know Piotr's got a Raider of his own. Sorry, a Devastator of his own in hand. So why didn't he trade the tank into Django? Because now he can't do that. I think that's I think Alexander had to trade last turn, but since he didn't, he definitely needs to trade this turn if he's to have any chance of coming back here. Because now Piotr can just play that Devastator, tap down the tank and the IG.
Let's
And
see
Alexander's got
here.
nothing. He's tapped out.
So Devastator's 8, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you put 1 on the tank and 3 on base.
Yeah.
Going to 20. Oh, he puts all on base? Interesting. What happened there? Oh, he did put 1. He put 1 on each of those. Yeah, okay. He put 1 on each of those. And then he strikes. So that he went to 19 and then 24, what, 18, 22,
right?
22, yeah. He went to 19, put 1 damage on the IG, 1 damage on the tank, and then they just haven't marked the damage on the tank and the IG.
Okay, yeah. And Piotr also has Daring Raid. Just pay 1 to win.
Yeah. So at this point, he's just going to win. There's no way Alexander can stop this. He can strike for 9 and trade with the Devastator, but then
That's not
so that's
12. That's 1 damage off.
He's 1 damage off, and then he scoops. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So first game went to Piotr. I think Alexander lost that game when he didn't trade the tank into Django there. I think that's where he lost it.
Yeah. That was really good playing from Piotr. Like in the beginning, he had triple Dark Raid on 4 resources, but choose to not play it.
Yeah.
Because triple Dark Raid is super risky in this matchup, because if you play it and they can tap that card, you basically just lost all resources of doing that. There's like one way to beat Django is disrupting the triple Dark Raids.
Right, yeah. No, yeah, and that was an excellent play. It's exactly what he wanted to do there, and it basically just shifted the momentum of the whole. It reset the board and gave him the ability to just take it over. That's an excellent play from Piotr. Now
play, and also like Alexander played a triple Dark Raid on 3 resources. Super risky. Now it did pay up for him.
Yeah, that's IG did a lot of work for him.
Yeah, but anything else would have been pretty bad, I think, right?
Yep, I agree. And I mean, yeah, he needed that to replay that next round, and he did keep the stall, so they were fairly even going into 5 resources. But then from 5 resources, Piotr just took over the board and took over the game, I think. And I think the pivotal point here where Alexander could have maybe been able to make something happen was with trading the tank into Django there. I don't agree with going to base there at all. But, why not?
So what do you think they sideboard here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, did we see last game we did see a Fang Fighter from Alexander. I don't think that was main deck. I think he sideboarded that in against Anakin. So we've got Hawa Gaming here asking, just woke up. Has it been Django all day? It definitely hasn't, but we've seen Alexander play before, and this is the second. But this is our first Django Tango. So we don't know what the actual distribution of the meta is at the tournament. We got 37 players, and we've seen 3 decks that are not Django's, and we've seen 2 players that are on Django. So from what we've seen more non-Django than Django. Would personally love if we could have no Django 3 next round from Teluk. I don't know. I have very little agency in pulling what games we get. That's the people we have on ground that selects the games. But I think that in fact they are also prioritizing showing off different kinds of decks that we do get. So I think we're going to get as much of a variety as we can. So let's see the opening hands here. We've got Alexander pulling. That's a Carlos tie there. That's a good starter if you want to go tempo. And he's got Surprise Strike there in hand as well. He might want to keep that. No, he's resourcing it. Okay. I think that's a Devastator in hand and maybe a Ruthless Raider and something yellow. A Phantom. That's a Phantom, yeah. What could you make Piotr's hand out there?
Yeah, I see a Greedo, a P38.
Mm-hmm.
And this, and there's a Cunning card. It looks like it's
maybe the Rebels.
Yeah, weekly play card.
Oh,
so I
okay.
can't really
So
make
something
out
older.
if it's a Waylay or something like that.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, that would be
Can you see that?
that would be a staple card of this deck, so not surprised to find it there.
We see if he goes for Greedo here.
That would make sense.
Oh yeah, double.
Oh, it was the criminal, the one that can remove attachments. No.
Yeah.
I don't think you need that in this matchup particularly, but he might have just wanted to have a lot of 1-drops, which makes some sense as well, just to flood the board. Going wide is definitely a way to get early pressure against Django, since Django has few options to deal with more than one unit at a time early game. But they are 1 health, so if he can bring out another IG here, he would be taking care of both of those ground units.
That's kind of rough. Triple Dark.
Triple Dark into Fire Spray. That's not what he wanted to see there. That's and so now he can just put the P Fighter into the TIE Phantom and ping down the Fire Spray. Oh, that's
this is why it's so risky.
Yeah,
this is why it's so risky to play Triple Dark Raid.
Oh, but he played it on 4 this time. He did play it on 4, so he could have brought out the Ruthless Raider or a tank here. So I think this is where you want to play the Triple Dark Raid if you want to do an early one. Having a lot of options there. He could have found an IG or he could have found a tank. That would have been excellent, both of those. But Fire Spray is just not it. So Piotr is contemplating here. Aren't you just trading the P into the Phantom here? Or does he have any other good options in hand there? I still can't make out that hand very well.
Like Commander.
Okay, yeah. He seems to be spending resources here. A 1 resource.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's interesting. What is he? Is
that
the new?
Yeah.
Oh, ISB agent. Okay, perfect. But then the Phantom gets to strike. Huh. Yeah. I guess he's just thinking that he wants to keep the P for another round, and he can get more damage onto Alexander's base than the other way around anyway. So he's allowing this Phantom to strike and just amassing his own damage onto base. That's 13 damage to, is that 5 on Piotr's base? I think that's 5 on Piotr's base. And he's playing one of those that gets to stand up unless they get damage onto the base, but that's not going to happen with a Triple Dark rated Fire Spray, obviously. That's prime target for indirect damage.
Yeah, but I think Piotr just thinks he's so far ahead with.
Yeah, he's just racing and he's going even wider. He didn't play that for the indirect damage. He's playing it for another body on the ground. It's got 3 health, so it can deal with a lot of things. So he's just racing now. He's ahead. Yeah, I agree with that. Why not?
And I
Why
say
not?
it's a surprise strike in hand, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Piotr is winning this round.
Unless we have a something that can tap down his board here, he's winning. But then Alexander needs to flip before that, so Piotr is still getting to strike with one more thing. The muscle, I guess, and the hired muscle or something like that. So that's a sneak attack. No. Oh, it's the. Oh, yeah. And he's stealing the P. Why is he stealing the P? I would have definitely stolen the hired muscle there to be able to deal with the ground there for a bit. Or even the because you get to stand up. No, you can only steal vehicles, right? Oh yeah, you can only steal vehicles.
Only vehicles, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So that makes sense then. So he's flipping now, but it's a little bit too late because Piotr has already been able to strike with both of the larger units there, the small health units there, and then he gets another 2 in with the rebels. I think they're called rebels or something like that. Django taking out the ISB agent. Piotr flipping his own Django. Yeah. That's it. That's game. Yep. That's 2 fast games for Piotr. The second game was even less contested. I think that was just a really show of force from Piotr. He saw what he needed to see, and he was playing it in a very, I don't know, oppressive almost manner. He just kept pushing that board state.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So that's it for the Django Tango. And Commandeer, it can only take vehicles correctly. So Yanis comes from Latvia, states in the chat there. Right. I don't know if there's so much more to say about this game here. I think that was that clearly shows us that if you're good with this deck, that makes a really big difference. So Piotr showing us that skill is indeed involved in how to pilot this deck, because he did it excellently there. We do have some reports from Milan coming. So they are playing round 3 right now. But we do have Kevin, Philip, Kostas from Oslo. So Kevin and Philip are both Stockholm players. We've got Kostas from Oslo and Niklas from Stockholm. All of those players are 2-0 going into the round 3. Stevo, Nicola, Morten, and Jonas are all 1-all, and also Helena from Oslo is also 1-1. They're all 1-all. So at this point, as far as I can tell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all 9 Scandinavian players in Milano has won at least one game, and 4 of them are undefeated going into round 3. And round 3 is right now running. So yeah, that's excellent performance from our contingent down there.
Because they're playing 9 Swiss. Is it 9 games today?
I think there's 9 rounds today, and another. I think maybe they have a progressive cut of some sort going into tomorrow. So not all 550 or so players are going to be able to continue playing tomorrow, but there will be more Swiss rounds tomorrow.
I know I saw some calculation of if you go 7 wins and 2 losses, you get to play the next day.
Is that it? Yeah, that could be it. So. Well, that's a steep cut even for such a large tournament. So then it's almost like a top cut tomorrow, even though I think I heard there will be Swiss rounds tomorrow as well. But they will have eliminated a huge portion of the field if that's the case, that you have to go 7x to make it the second day.
still tomorrow they're playing like a 6 or 7 Swiss and then top 8.
Oh, that many still. That many
It should
still.
be that.
It should.
Because they talk about the best, like that's around 60, 70 players that's playing the second day.
Okay, but then the 7X is just to make sure that you get in. There should be a couple of players with 6Xs, right, making day 2, if they want to have 60 plus players.
60 plus players.
I'm
I don't know
not
how
very good with the math in my head right now, so I might be completely off the
hardcore
mark
math,
here. Yeah. I guess with the calculator I probably could do it, but right now I'm not feeling it. All right. That's it. Still interesting that we have so many players. We've got 9 Scandinavian players down there, and they all seem to be doing well. So that's good news. Do we have anything interesting happening in Malmö still? Let's have a look at what's been reported and what hasn't been reported yet for this round. That was a very fast game, so I'm not expecting there to be all that many games having been reported just yet. Let me refresh that for round 3. So we've got Fortep Piotr taking that top table win, and we've got Kenneth winning 2-1 against Sebastian, and another Kenneth winning 2-0 over Crid. We've got Simon taking down Tom Pettaren 2-0. Few did beat Ponkas Alexander, right? Yeah. Jeff did get another win here, going 2-0 against Opkungen. Phobos beat Faulon, and Adam is still undefeated. So I am expecting to get to see Adam maybe on the next stream, unless he's playing Django, because then we don't want to see him, right?
Yeah.
I
hope we get some new leader. Like it would be fun to see like Wedge or Poe.
I would love to see, like, if Adam was on the something with the Colossus base. He's been testing a lot with the Colossus base. I know he's been testing Palpatine with the Colossus base. That could be interesting. I just don't know what he's on today. But knowing Adam, there's a very good chance he's on Django, because that's just the way he works. Mike, Mikael Bondesson, that we did see play against Spessy in the first round for a little bit. He took down Gkling, whatever that is. And what else have we got there? We've got table 19. Jona Nicholas is facing Spessy, and that's not reported yet. We got Mr. Greybeard taking down KTP 90, and Cigarmeister taking down Martinks. That's what we've got for you at this point. 7-2 to play next day. How many players is that from Hava Gaming? Yeah, like we said, we're not on top of the math here. I know I have our special Milan correspondent will be set on finding all that out for us, so we can report back with that information for you in a bit. So we will have more confirmations on what's actually what with the Milan going into day 2 here. So I'll make sure that we have all that information. But I think we will take a little bit of a break in just a bit, right? If there's no questions from chat. Do we see any questions from chat? No, we don't we?
Nothing so far, no.
No saying. Okay, I could update a little bit with the information for this. So we're going to have the 4th round coming up in a little while, like 25 minutes or so. So this is a 6-round tournament, 37 players. So we're on 6 rounds, and we will have a lunch break because we're in in a civilized part of the world, unlike some other games I know going on streams when no breaks are taken. So we'll have a lunch break after the fourth round. So 12:15 scheduled for fourth round to start, and then the fifth round will start at 2:15 in the afternoon. So we will be back at 12:15 or shortly before that with the fourth round and more information, hopefully, about this tournament as well as the Milan tournament. If that's indeed, we'll know a little bit more about what's what with 7x and so on, moving on to day 2. Right, that's it for us for a little bit. See you in a bit. All right, we're back here, and actually, I think we have players shuffling up on the table and preparing for first round here. So we think we are going to keep watching the top table, and that would in that case be Piotr against Niels Knudsen. But we're not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure actually that is almost certainly Piotr on the left there. So we're going to get another Django matchup, but not a Django Tango, so to speak. We're going to get Django against Boba Fett, new Boba Fett. And I think that's a pretty good matchup for Boba Fett, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be. Throwing out all that indirect damage, and Django just can't tank it all.
No, a lot of the units, especially early on that Django is playing, just don't have the health capacity to take much of that indirect damage. However, triple dark rated units can take a bit of damage because they're returning to hand anyway. So that there are situations where Django can very well tank a lot of it, but not necessarily all the time. So this is interesting to see what indeed Niels can do to Django here. We have still not got any information back from Milano. We kind of talked about being able to report back for that a bit, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer with that. So this game is starting out here. They're looking through their hands. See one of those hide muscle things from Piotr, and he's actually keeping that. So I can only assume he wants to go double one drop. Did we see another one drop in his hand there?
Criminal and let's see. No, I can see.
He's shuffling too fast for me, and there's a little bit too much glare to see what that is. But I think that's the indirect damage TIE Bomber, 0-4 stats, and deals 3 indirect damage. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yep. So I think that's what Niels was playing there, and that's probably a really good unit for him here. But he gets tapped down obviously with the P. So Piotr didn't have another turn 1 play, and here we can definitely see a lot of small units with virtually no health at all from Piotr. So if we get to see some of that indirect damage here, yeah, here we go. So he plays. It was that Boba Fett as the Boba Fett pilot, right? That gets to deal 1 damage when it's played as an attachment. Kill it, or is it 2 damage? Well, he killed the muscle anyway, and then 1 indirect damage from Boba ability goes onto the P fighter, and then we get the New Order Stormtrooper, which on attack and on when defeated, it gets to ping 1 indirect damage as well. So now we got plenty of different sources of indirect damage on Nielsen's side of the board here, and with a not flipped Boba, it's a little bit harder to deal with all that. Do we see an IG in Piotr's hand there? No, I don't think that's an IG. There's a triple dark raid though. So he is trading the P here into the TIE fighter and tapping it down and killing the Stormtrooper and getting 2 indirect damage, 1 from the Stormtrooper and 1 from a Boba's ability there. And both of them has to go to base since Piotr has no units at all right now.
There's the fire spray there.
Was that the fire spray? Yep, the new fire spray that deals 2 indirect damage. So Piotr's now at 4 damage on base. And did he use... Oh, yeah, he used Talking Town to deal with the TIE fighter, and Niels just claims.
Will you see a triple dark raid here, or...?
I guess.
No.
No, he's just hard playing a what's that, 7th fleet, and a Greedo, definitely Greedo. But what's that space unit?
That's the new 4-2, I think. And when it's defeated, it deals 3 indirect.
Oh,
or 2
yeah,
indirect.
that one. All right, that makes sense. That's a 3-cost unit, a red one.
Yeah,
Then Greedo.
that's the right play.
So we can definitely see that Piotr is going wide even in this matchup. I'm not sure that he needs to be going wide against Boba, but there's no clear reason not to, as far as I can understand. So the fire spray gets to deal indirect. It strikes for 4, and then it deals 2 indirect damage, and then a 3rd indirect damage from Boba ability.
Yeah. So, if he didn't play Boba, it would only do 1 indirect damage, I think. But since he controls Boba, it gets 2, and then also the tap makes it 3.
Yep. So that's the burn of this deck, how it kind of works, and it forces Piotr to trade here. So Piotr is actually way behind on base damage, and he can't tank the damage on a unit like Greedo here. So the rebels will stand up, pretty much forcing Piotr to trade Greedo into them, so that he gets 3 more damage on the base, and Piotr will probably have to trade his Greedo into that.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think he has if you have an event on hand.
Oh yeah, if it's got something that can deal with it, that of course.
He's gonna tap it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So this works. ISB agent tapping it down. That's more efficient. Building ball state while keeping the Greedo, and that's actually the ISB agent here will be pretty significant probably for Piotr, since it can take a little bit of indirect damage. He doesn't mind losing it if he has to. And there's a little bit too much Claire for me to make that out. Can you do you recognize what that could be?
Yeah, it's the Kimojila Heavy Fighter when played.
Oh yeah.
Indirect.
Indirect damage on play.
Yeah.
And here's the Django flip, and he just goes to base here. So Piotr is content to race here. So they are 12 damage each on base, but Piotr's got a smaller base in that sense. It's a 25 health base. Of course, Piotr's got a way stronger board state right now. So I don't know if Niels can keep this pressure up at this point. Why is that unit tapped down? Oh, it doesn't get to stand up?
Oh, wait, is it the... Did I miss... Let's see which card. Let's see here.
I really can't tell from the image for the glare. But that's a surprise strike going for 5, I assume, to base with the rebels there. Boba striking for 3 to base. No? Yeah, makes a lot more sense. Greedo 3 to base here. It's definitely what he wanted to do there. Greedo's only got 1 health, so he can easily be pinged away. There's so much ping in the yellow deck, so obviously there's a risk. But that's a triple dark raid from Niels, and he's looking at the top 7 cards. And it's interesting. I don't know necessarily what he's looking for here. What unit is his best? Probably another fire spray could be good here. I'm not sure what are the... And that's the bomber. That's not what he wanted to see.
No.
That's probably not what he wanted there. He hasn't used Boba ability at this point. So he'll get 4 indirect if it gets to strike. But Piotr's got all his resources up, and he's seems to have a Ruthless Raider in hand there, which he could play. He's got a Triple Dart Raid as well in hand. So Piotr could gamble on the Triple Dart Raid, or he could just hard play the Raider, tap down the TIE Fighter. I think that's the play, though, to hard play that Raider, right? Why take a chance on the Triple Dart Raid when you don't have to?
It kind of depends on what he has seen from his deck so far.
Yeah, that's true. But he's got at least one Raider is in hand. Of course, I assume he's got 3 Devastators in his deck, and he's got 3 tanks in his deck. So
yeah,
and he's obviously got IGs if he kind of whiffs. No, he's letting him strike with the TIE Fighter. He's just not. He doesn't care about the TIE Fighter here. Interesting.
Yeah, if he pulls a Devastator, it's game, I think.
Yeah.
Because then he just have 4 on base and 9 damage, and then just hit with Django. So I would probably, depends on how safe you want to do it. Like Boba can't do much. If he deploys on the TIE Bomber, he gets bounced.
But if he wanted to Triple Dart Raid here, why not do that before striking with the ISB agent? Why did he hold the ISB agent in such a high regard here? Because Niels only got 1 open resource. Of course, this is Boba flip turn. No, it's not. It's not Boba flip turn. I don't understand why he wouldn't just play the Triple Dart Raid in that case. That would have allowed him to tap down the TIE Fighter, and if he didn't want to tap it down, he could still use whatever he played from the Triple Dart Raid to take the indirect. Seems. Oh yeah, this is Boba flip turn. He had those resources there. Okay, so this is Boba flip turn. That's why. That's why. He is.
Yeah, so he could have killed the ISB agent with the flip, but that's probably not what.
Yeah. So he is Triple Dart Raiding here.
Yeah.
But he is. He doesn't want to commit to this play, it seems. Oh, he is, though. It's because he's starting to look at.
Yeah, but he's so far ahead, I think. Even if he whiffs here, I don't think he can come back. Do we see the Devastator? No.
Did not see a Devastator. Because that, like you said, that would have been game. But he does see, what's that? That's the Geonosis fighters. He's bouncing the TIE Fighter. Yeah. Okay.
He still has 6 damage on board right now then. Yeah, so 6 damage.
So Boba does indeed flip.
Let's flip. How much damage oh yeah, he has 18, so yeah, maybe Ruthless should have been the right move.
I think so. I think so. Ruthless, take away the TIE Fighter. That's 4 damage less on base. And then, sure, he can flip Boba, but that's a lot. Then he kind of has to flip Boba onto ground. And then Boba doesn't get the trigger like now. Otherwise, when he flips as a... because if the TIE Fighter would have been still an option, he could have flipped onto it and get 4 damage to the board state, and that's kind of enticing. If you just tap down the TIE Fighter, then you put Niels in a situation where he has to choose whether or not to flip Boba onto that TIE Fighter and have him do basically just 4 damage to units and nothing else.
The TIE Fighter was played with Triple Dart Raid, right?
Exactly. So if indeed he flips onto the TIE Fighter, he can only deal with the board state, but nothing else, and kind of wastes everything. I think Piotr's got this anyway. He's on 19 damage, but he's making it a lot closer this way.
18.
22 damage now on Piotr's base. Is that?
22.
I think that's 22 damage. So without a pump or some way to deal indirect damage, Piotr does win this. But the Gnosis should have bounced a hand here. The Gnosis should be in Piotr's hand. Because that was played with Triple Dark Raid.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. I think, yeah, he remembers. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good. I think Piotr made this much trickier than it needed to be here. He might still have it. I think he probably does. Just to make sure, he should probably remove the threat of those 2 incoming damage from the rebels there on the ground. Playing the Ruthless Raider now, yeah. Killing those, yeah, that makes sense. And putting 2 more on base, going to 21. Does he have 9 damage there now? He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has 10 damage.
He's got 10
11 damage.
11 even. 11 even. So, yeah, I think...
Oh, yeah. Triple Dark Raid.
Oh, this is...
And what he needs 3 damage.
If this 3 damage here, then Niels takes it. And it is. There is. That's exactly what Niels needed there. There is only a waylay. It's the only thing that can save.
Oh, yeah, he kills Django.
He kills Django, so he can't be tapped down. And he puts 2 more on base, so that's 24. And Geonosis can't bounce a Raider.
No.
And he's got a Raider in hand there, Piotr does, but that's no help. That's no help. So I think this is game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Game.
And I think that was Piotr lost that game. This was not Niels winning it. It was Piotr losing it last round. He could have mitigated most of that damage last round. Basically all of it. And he just, for some reason, didn't. Because Boba flip and then you put Ice B into Boba instead. You know, he had that board controlled. I don't understand why he just didn't take care of the TIE fighter there. Why he let it strike. Seems like such a misplay. Well, Niels won it, and we're going into the second game here. Again, it looks to me like Niels is indeed sideboarding a bit here. I don't understand why you're not mainboarding against Django. I would definitely mainboard against Django.
Maybe he feels confident in the matchup as the deck is. And we see here. Can you see which cards he's pulling out? Some of the
There's a little bit of a glare
cards
there, so it's a little bit hard to see. I definitely think that that Piotr will have some things that he could bring in here to make this matchup slightly better for him. But yeah, we'll see, won't we? That was really hard to make out because even though there is a little bit of a glare going on the actual playmat as well, but when they have the cards in hand, there's a lot of glare. So they're shuffling up. Yeah, we'll see if we see anything that might have been brought in specifically for the matchup.
Did I write anything in chat? Oh yeah, no good to me dead. That was why the that chip was cut.
Why he didn't stand up. Yeah, I didn't see it being played, but I kind of thought that could be one of the ways it could have been done.
I want to ask Piotr about Criminal Muscle. It feels like he really expects pilot decks, right?
Yeah, that's got to be it, right? And now I guess if you think that Boba is a really hard opponent, being able to remove Boba is probably good.
Yeah, then you run. He probably runs the disabling stuff, but Criminal only targets non-uniques as well.
Oh yeah, he can't remove almost all of the leaders are obviously unique, but I think most of the pilots are unique. There are a few non-unique pilots only.
Yeah,
right?
Chewie is unique. R2 is unique. Han is unique. Boba, Vader.
Yeah.
What's
Luke
Bosk.
is Bosk. Yeah.
Look, most of them are unique.
Yeah, there are a couple of like there are a couple of pilots that are non-unique, but there are only like 3 or 4 of them, I think. A couple, but again, I'm not sure. Christian Sandström, is Niels going to start with 1 damage on his base? Yeah, I don't know why he would though. They seem to have removed it now anyway.
Yeah.
So Niels has been playing for a bit. He did play some last year. His best accomplishment to date would be top 4 in game night in Roskilde in the store showdown in Roskilde. That's his best placing so far, but he's been playing a lot and he's been to a lot of tournaments, so he is an accomplished player anyway. So here we get the shoot down, I think it's called. Deal 3 to a unit and then 2 to the base if you kill the unit. So that's probably something that could have been tacked into here. Something he could have brought in from the sideboard. It seems like a very good play against Django.
It's a great card. Used it in limited.
Yeah.
I draft like pre-sealed, super good card.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's really good in constructed as well, but probably a sideboard card for many decks, but definitely a solid card against base stacks. Yeah. They are taking their time here. So Niels is playing. Okay, yeah. This feels like a pretty like a no-brainer at this point, kind of.
Yeah.
Even though it's not going to be able to resolve it. I mean, it's going to be tapped down. You still play it, right? And forcing him, kind of not forcing him, but having Piotr use his talking town on the 2-strength rebel. That's good, you know. So we want him to waste it on.
Yeah, 7 damage on health on the base already.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Super good start here.
Yeah, it's looking real good here. Can you see what that is? It looks like...
it's the 4-2 defeated deal 3 indirect.
3 indirect, yeah. That's exactly what he wants here. He's drawing dynamite here, actually. Because, I mean, you have to remove it at some point. You can't just let it be there. It's too big for that. And then you get that indirect anyway. And so Piotr is keeping his P at this point to sort of catch up a little bit on the board, giving up initiative, obviously, but with a little bit of luck, he gets something that can remove this one now, rather than let Niels strike with it first thing next turn. So
a Raider would be super good.
Raider would be good.
Looks like he whiffs. Yeah,
he whiffs.
Yeah.
Because tank wouldn't be as good. There's too few units out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
called
another one
Mimicry.
of them. That's the
Droid
same unit.
missile
Yeah.
platform.
At this point, I think he's just going to have to trade, right? Trade the missile platform into the other missile platform.
Yeah.
You can't allow Niels to strike with the missile platform first thing next turn, right?
No, that's 4 damage. Now he can take 1 to P38 and 2. He also got the Boba to tap.
Yeah.
But he saves at least some by doing that.
Yeah, I think
and
so.
he keeps the board.
Yep. But Piotr is thinking about it. Niels has already claimed, so yeah, he does trade. Rather get the 4 damage now than having to take 4 damage plus the damage next turn. That's just worth. So obviously that's the better play.
He takes everything on base.
Yeah. He doesn't want to be pinged away, I guess. Keep the board safe.
Trying to see what Piotr's hand looks really rough. It's 4 events.
Triple Dark Raid at least.
Yeah.
And this is flip turn for Django. That's the increase in direct damage guy. Piotr is fast, going through the base as fast as he can. It's triple dark, and is that a surprise strike as well? No, it's a sneak attack and something else.
Surprise strike, sneak, commandeer, triple dark raid.
That's a commandeer, the one I didn't see. So he doesn't have a lot of units, but triple dark raid might solve that problem.
Yeah.
But he's going back here. Yeah, I mean, sure, he can't bring out the Devastator at only 5 resources. So if he does see a Devastator here, that'd be sad. But he does see a Ruthless Raider there, I think. Is that a tank as well?
It looks like a Prestige Devastator.
Oh, it's the Prestige Devastator.
Yeah,
well,
I think so.
The Ruthless Raider is the one that he can afford. So 2 to the base, 2 to the guy, the indirect damage guy.
General Pride.
Pride, yeah. General Pride. And then flipping Boba. No, sorry, Django. And then another 4 to base. He's catching up a bit, but
he's still dealing 10 damage, I think, with Surprise Strike.
Yep. Because he does...
Or did
no, because he had to pay another one. So Surprise Strike is not going to be an issue. Is he removing Pride now? I think you would, right? No? Base. Okay.
So he has 16 on base. He's going to have 20.
How much damage does Niels have on the Django base? I can't really tell. That looks to me like 12.
I think this looks pretty good for Piotr. He also, if the Boba player tries to go with a vehicle, he can just steal it with Commander.
Yeah, he's got Commander in hand, though. Yeah. And there's a fairly large chance of that happening. No, yeah, he's presenting lethal. No, he's not. No, he's 4 off. He's 4 off. But that's if he's got another triple dark raid. No, he does not. So he's not in Devastator range here. But he's got
the Surprise Strike in hand.
Yeah, and he can sneak attack the raider for at least 4 damage.
Yeah.
So he's kind of presenting lethal. He's not presenting lethal, but he's got lethal.
Yeah.
So he's putting almost all of this damage on units here, yeah?
If he just orients himself well this turn, he should win.
Yeah. If he gets to strike with both of these units and then play the raider with sneak attack, he's definitely winning. So 3 to base there. If he gets to deal 3 damage with Django, then it's a sure thing. And it's probably a sure thing even if he doesn't, because the Ruthless can still strike for 4 before it dies. So that's a raider. It's not enough to kill Django, and it's not enough to present anywhere near lethal on Piotr's base.
But now he has lethal with Commander. If he steals the Ruthless, he just...
He can do that, or he can use
Yeah.
sneak attack his own Raider.
Yeah.
Both of those would work just fine. How much does Commander cost? It's a 5 cost, right?
5 cost.
Yeah. So if he does that, it's not a sure play. There are answers to that play, but there's no answers to... If he gets to strike now with Django, and then sneak attacking the Raider, there is no way to stop. Oh yeah, Waylay could still save. Yeah.
Boba is tapped out anyway, so...
Oh yeah, he is. So then sneak attacking, then it doesn't matter. Sneak attack or commandeer, both of them will do the trick. There's really no downside to this. Now he can kill the things, but it's too late. Too little, too late.
Yeah.
Because he's paying 2 for the sneak attack here. Or no? He can't commandeer a pilot of the vehicle. He's hard playing. Did he sneak attack it? No.
No.
He's not sneak attacking it. Then he should pay all 6, right?
He should pay 1 more.
Yeah, he should have paid more.
With the...
Oh, he's saying that he played it with sneak attack. He's just not showing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the decent play.
It's super confusing.
Yeah, very confusing, but still, that's a win. So that's 1-1. We're moving into game 3 of this match. Yeah, that's it's interesting. What do you make of that? It felt like Niels did do a lot of damage there. Niels got to, what is that? Is that a 3 or a 2? I think Niels got to 16 damage, right? Or is that even more than that?
15 damage.
15 damage, okay.
Yeah.
So Niels did present a bit of damage early and did get somewhat pressure on the base, but then he never really built a board state that could pressure Piotr beyond that. So Piotr could ease into this victory, I guess. Just rushing it. And like I was cautioning him not to rush, but apparently that was definitely the right strategy there. So
it's like he could play control in the beginning and then just pivot fairly well. Just keeping Boba's board clear.
Certainly.
Because it looked very good for Niels there. The start looked super well.
He had a really good start. Yeah. No board state to speak of from either side. And he managed to get that indirect damage just piling up. And then he stalled out, so to speak.
But that's what we talked about with Django. Like, it goes from 0 to 100 in just a turn. Then you just have dealt like 10 or 15 damage. So fast. Let's see here.
So we are... Piotr has resource there. Did you see the resourcing?
No, I missed that.
Yeah.
I was looking at the chat to see.
Yeah.
Got any questions? No.
No, there's just Christian correcting the damage count at that point. It was a while ago. Right. So 1-1, and it'd be interesting. It didn't seem like... Well, I mean, we did see the shoot down. That might have been brought in from sideboard. But other than that, we didn't see anything that we suspect might have been sideboarded in for this game, right? So I cannot make out that card at all. Can you see what that is? There's just a white blob.
It's the when defeated deal 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think. Let me see here.
Yeah, the 2/3
Sigarian Starhopper.
Yeah, the Starhopper. And we get a very good start from Piotr if you want to rush. But if indeed we have any kind of damage pings from Niels here, they are very easily taking care of those units. And that's a triple dark raid. And if he can find himself a IG or something here, then Piotr has no board state at all.
Yeah.
And that's the IG. So that's just taking care of that board state completely. That's an unfortunate turn of events for Piotr. His complete board states is wiped out there. And why did he get a damage on base there?
Boba.
Boba. Yeah, of course. He tapped Boba, of course. So Piotr's contemplating what to play here. That's a P in his hand. He can only tap down one of the two units, and both of those units can actually deal with his P. So he... Yeah, I mean, you need to mitigate damage here. So he's probably playing the P, right? The P fighter.
It should, yeah.
Then...
I think he has to ping.
Doesn't he?
The what do we call
Star
it?
Hopper.
The Star Hopper, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too.
Probably Tarkin on it.
Yep. I think so.
Well, yeah,
he's going for the IG. And then the Star Hopper just trades with the P, I think.
Yeah.
You get 3 damage to base and no board state from your opponent. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you want to keep that board state though. But I mean, I'd trade a Star Hopper against a P any day. Yeah, and he is. And that is completely inconsequential because that is just bouncing to hand, the IG. And they both pass.
Couldn't he have one? No.
Oh, he talking towned it. Oh, that's good. That's good because he doesn't want to have that sort of ping damage limiting his ability to actually absorb some of that indirect damage. He needs the health count on his units to be as intact as possible. So that's definitely worth talking downing there. So that's Lieutenant Pride again. Triple Dark Raid. Probably can't kill the Pride, but that's both of his Triple Dark Raids are in there. Is going to be shuffled to the bottom, and that's a tank that can actually deal with the Pride.
The one there.
Yeah. Oh, that's very unfortunate for Piotr. Both of his Triple Dark Raids, other 2 Triple Dark Raids, are on the bottom of his deck now. This is looking really good for Niels. Will Piotr trade that tank into Pride? He's not. He's striking for 5 to base and getting the tank in hand instead. Right. Is that Sham? He resourced something. A unit, I think.
Which player?
Piotr.
Oh. I didn't see Sham. Is this a match?
That would be weird. It would be weird.
Yeah.
That's a Rebel. So will Boba go 3 to base here? I think so, yeah. So it stands up. And Boba can't tap things down, so it will actually be able to hit for 3 most likely. No, sorry, for 2.
So, yeah.
So that's good tempo. Piotr has 5 resources at his disposal. This is flip turn for Django. And that's the platform, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. droid missile platform.
Yeah. And that's 4 resources. What is he playing for 4? No, for 1 resource. He's playing a Greedo. Yeah, that makes sense. And he's keeping... He's just waiting if there's some event or something that would put a ready unit on the board here, but it's not. So he just kept that.
Okay.
And he triggered... What? He should draw that card. What? He's confused. Piotr is confused. You draw a card for that.
Yeah.
But he's not. Why isn't he drawing the card? Oh. I don't understand what's happening there.
Yeah.
And he drew another card instead of that card?
Oh,
because he showed what it was. He didn't want to draw that, so he put it in the deck and he drew another card. That's not right. ISB agent showing an event, pinging Pride. That was a sloppy handling of that. He should have definitely drawn the rebels there, not the event he did draw in the end.
Yeah.
That was really sloppy. So if your Niels here, platform first? No, Pride first. Okay, so Pride with 2 indirect damage, 3 indirect with Boba.
The Pride is if you have initiative, you get more, right?
Yep. No, you don't get any, I think, if you don't have initiative. It's only on initiative you get anything. So that's IG, killing Pride, tapping down platform.
Yeah.
Playing 6 for is that a tank, right? So
yeah, that's
killing
tank.
The ISB agent and Greedo, putting 1 on the IG and 1 on Django. Not hurting itself. So right now that tank is 6 strength, 7 health. And Piotr's got 2 open resources, but Piotr's ahead on damage there. I can't really make out the board state, but I think that Piotr's got 6 damage on base. Is that correct?
Piotr has 5, 8, 9, 10, it looks like.
Oh, that's a 5, not a 2. So he's got 10 damage on base.
10 damage on base versus 11.
Okay. Right.
But it's looking rough for Piotr because... Oh, wait, it's 6 resources. So he will deploy Boba, probably kill the IG 2000.
Mm-hmm.
How much health? It's
oh, no, he's going to ground. He wants the damage on base immediately. He just don't want to wait for it. So he's going another 4 to base. I would have at least considered flipping him onto the platform there, right?
Yeah, but maybe he just thinks he just wants to win right now. So if Piotr tries to tap, he's negating more damage, I think.
He's going wider. He's wider this way. But Boba on being flipped enables him to tap down the whole board with just an IG play anyway.
Yeah. He's 1 short of...
paying 1 for... What's that?
It's the new event that taps a vehicle or droid card.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
2 damage, deals 2.
Deals 2.
He negates there.
So platform into IG or platform on base? He's going to base here. So Niels is trying to race here. But Boba is ahead, right? How much damage is that? That's 20...
And 18 damage versus 17 damage.
18 to 17.
And he has 13 more health. So
yeah, no, I guess that's not a bad idea to race then. He might have it. He's got the board.
Piotr only has a Devastator. It
Right.
looks like.
Yeah. And he can't play the Devastator this turn anyway. Next turn he could play with the sneak attack. But I'm not sure if he's holding a sneak attack right now. So Niels is contemplating it. Because Niels got 3 cards in hand. Have we? How much have we seen of Niels' hand there?
I have no clue what he has.
No.
But let's see, what can Piotr do? So if he hits base with both, that's 6 damage. That takes him up to
23.
23. Yeah.
He's needs 7 more.
And not even a sneak or a surprise strike will be enough.
No. He's 4 off then. Next turn, he can sneak attack a Devastator if he's got both of those cards. So if he can indeed get up to 26 this turn, which he possibly could, that would put him in range for just winning with a sneak attack, with just the indirect damage from the Devastator. But that seems like a long shot. I don't think he's got those cards in. He's only got 1 card in hand, right, Piotr? So that's just not an option. So he's tapping down Boba here. And that makes, what was that? Sneak attack? No? 3 cost something.
Yeah.
It's damage. Oh, it could have been the... He played something for 3 costs there.
Yeah.
I did not see what it was.
Let's see if I can find...
Did you see it?
And he did deal damage. What card it is?
He did deal damage to base.
Oh, it's the... Can it be the new deal 5?
Oh, that's probably what it was.
3.
He put some on the...
Torpedoes,
he put some on the IG there. So it probably was that indirect damage event. And then he's paying another... And that's game.
That's game, yeah.
Who took it? Did Niels win it?
It looks like that.
Yeah. That's good.
Good.
Good. That's what I thought. But I didn't see what the play was there. But yeah, good. He did.
So they played a torpedo barrage, deal 5 indirect damage to a player.
Exactly. Yeah, that must have been what it was. And then on top of that, he played something for 4. Or could he have played for 4 that won him the game? Something. At least Piotr thought it was enough and shook on it. So, yeah, that's it. And so we have some interesting facts out of Milano to talk about before we leave you. But before that, let's wrap up this game a little bit. So what did we have here? So we are leaving you for a lunch break in a moment. But before we move on to the lunch and then round 5, what do you think of this games we saw here? We did see that Boba is indeed a decent shot into Django. Piotr is a well-accomplished player, and he was not able to get the full series against Niels, even though he did steal 1 game. How did you think this would play out, and what did we see?
Yeah, so I think like the second game we saw Piotr getting pretty good control over the board early, just making sure that no one had any plays going into the flip and then just taking over the game. I think the mistake he did in this last game was, and it's also unlucky for him, but playing the double 1-drops.
Yeah. That's a chance.
If they played, yeah.
But isn't that the thing with Django though? So much of that deck is you taking chances, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Triple Dark Raid. It's 7 cards you draw, and most of the time, like pulling a ruthless or something like that is, I think it's less than 40% if you do it on turns 3 or 4. Sure, now you have some more vehicles you can draw from it that you want to see, compared to set 3 when like ruthless was what you wanted to see.
Yeah, it's a lot less random. Is more stable. Like you would not consider it whiffing if you used, like, you're looking for either the ruthless, or if you're playing it on 4 resources, you're looking for ruthless or you're looking for the tank usually, but you're not actually whiffing if you get an IG, and even a P fighter can be fine, you know.
Yeah,
it does something.
And then we saw the third game. He really ran out of cards, and then only event cards. So I don't think Piotr was very happy with his hand this last game.
No, surely not.
And also, speaking of luck, like the first game, he's winning that. If he finds the Devastator, he wins that game, right?
Yeah, sure. I think, that game could have gone either way, of course. I agree. So do you think that Boba is favored in this matchup then?
I think Boba is favored in this matchup because of how much burn he just throws out, and the Django player has a hard time dealing with that damage. Then and also having 5 more health helps Boba.
Yeah, certainly.
But maybe 55-45 to Boba.
It's close. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. No, I don't think this sort of spells the doom for the Django decks. I don't think the prevalence of Boba decks will make Django like there's a hard counter, so it's not very good. I don't think it's the situation that maybe you saw with Palpatine and Sabine, where Palpatine is super good into some things and just loses to Sabine. I don't think that's where we're at here, but I do think that Boba makes a very good case for that Django can be countered, and there are strong counters to Django in the meta if this deck is indeed prevalent. All right, let's have a little talk about the news out of Milan. So we talked in the last round about what it takes to get on to day 2, and we got a confirmation here that they changed it from Steve-O, who is down in Milano playing. Let us know that they have changed it so that you have to have 21 points to move on to day 3. So that means Milano's 13 rounds all in all, but today we're not seeing all 13 rounds, obviously, and we haven't got a full confirmation on how many rounds they are playing today, but we're pretty sure it's 9 rounds today, and that in those 9 rounds you need to pick up 21 points, which would be 7x, or indeed you can have some ties in there, because you do get 1 point for each. So you could go 6, 0, and 3, for instance. That would still make you viable for day 2 with 21 points. So 3 ties and 6 wins would do it, or 7 wins and whatever would do it. And we think there's 9 rounds. Yeah, we got confirmation. There is indeed 9 rounds today, and then there's another 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow. We have also got the number here, so there will be. Let's see. We don't know the exact number of players moving on to tomorrow, but currently we have 66 undefeated players after 3 rounds, and some of those are actually Scandinavian players. So Kevin is still undefeated, as well as Delphier, which is a guy called Kostas from Oslo. Philip took a loss now. He's 2-1. Niklas also got a loss. Nikiva had a loss already, but he has got 2 wins after that. And that is also the case for Jonas Sköld Fredriksen, who is now 2-1. Helena from Oslo is 1-1. And unfortunately, Stevo and Morten are both 1-2, which puts them on that sort of knife edge. They need to win the rest of their games to be able to make day 2 here. So a lot of the Scandinavian players are very much in contention. I'd say all of them are obviously still in contention, but quite a few of them are looking good right now. If they can keep that up, we will have some interesting viewing tomorrow from Milano as well. So that's what we've got to report from Pontus, who is our designated Milan reporter. Well, we are going to go to lunch break here now. Round 5 will return after the lunch break, so that would be 2:15, 14:15 if you're on a digital European clock, or I think they call it army time in the US. I'm not sure. If you're doing a 24-hour clock anyway. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. Because you're not joining us for after the break, are you? I think we will have let me see what the schedule says. 2:15. Oh yeah, we might have you or Tobias join us after lunch. We will see.
Right. Yeah, I'm leaving to eat dinner with my family.
Yeah, that
city.
was the case. So it will be Tobias.
Yeah, but it's been fun to do this. Super fun to see that the tournaments are coming, starting here in Sweden, starting here with Malmö. So probably gonna have the phone like under the table. Have to watch the rest of the stream today.
Yeah, I mean it is exciting to see how it goes. We have a lot of friends down there, and also just to see what it shapes up to be this manner.
Yeah, I hope we see some fun decks today as well. Not only Django. At least we saw the new.
Like we've only seen 2 people actually playing Django so far out of the 6 decks that we've seen. So from that small sample size, it's looking fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's it for what we're going to be casting before lunch. And so we will return. The 5th round is scheduled to start 15 minutes past 2. We will return shortly before that. So please tune in a little over an hour here, and you'll have us back on. It'll be me and probably Tobias or Pontus joining me. See you in a bit.
Bye.
All right, we are back. We do have a fair bit of viewers already ready to listen in to us here, it would seem. So yes, we have been on a lunch break, and with me now after the lunch break, I have Pontus, who has been keeping us up to date on Milan. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Pontus, I'm the judge guy on the Discord. Basically, you've probably seen me if you're active there, answering also questions from Västerås in Sweden. And I'm known for playing Hunter.
Yeah, that's your claim to fame. And when everyone else is doubting, you believe.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, I should be clear. I don't think he's necessarily the best leader, but he's definitely not as bad as people make him out to be. That's my point, and that's why I play him. And it's fun to play, I should say.
I have played against you when you play him, and I can confirm that you are able to make him work a lot better than you'd expect.
Yeah.
So yes, that is certainly where we're going. Who's with us here now? But you have been following the Milan developments. We have a contingent of 9 Scandinavian players down there.
As far as we know, at least.
As far as we know, yeah.
At least 9.
The ones that have sort of checked back in with us or made themselves known to us. So how's it going for our contingent?
Yeah, so we have still 8 that are that can go to day 2. And the only one that unfortunately has Helena from Oslo has 2 losses and a draw, so she can no longer go to day 2. We have 4 people with 2 and 2, which is Nikiva, Jonas, Stevo, and Morten, which both have 2 and 2.
So they are on the cusp.
They are still possible. If they win the rest of their games, they can still go to day 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have 4 players that are 3 and 1, and that would be Kevin, Kostas from Oslo, Philip, and Niklas.
So 2 of those players were PQ winners from the Scandinavian PQs. Kevin won the Helsinki PQ, and Niklas won the Copenhagen PQ. So they are both 3 and 1 then, with a decent shot of actually making day 2. And then Kostas from Oslo, I'm not familiar with him, but I've been told he's on a Palpatine yellow deck. And then Philip, obviously, he has not been able to perform well in the last 2 PQs, but he did perform in the first Copenhagen PQ, who made top cut, and also he's been performing just fantastic over store showdowns and multiple store showdown winner, one of the best players in Stockholm area.
He's really skilled. Let's put it like
very, very good player. So yes, Philip is also in a decent shot, being 3-1 then. So for the tournament, we are currently streaming. I mean, obviously that's where we should be talking about the most, I guess.
Yeah.
And so let's have a look. We do not, for some reason, we're not able to see the standings. I don't know. I talked to Matthias, the judge, in place there, and he doesn't know why. He's trying to figure out why we can't see the standings, but we can see what was reported for round 4, and so we have 3 undefeated players at this point. We've got Niels, who beat Fortep, Piotr, that you did see on stream just before the lunch break. So Niels is on Boba Yellow, the new Boba, the red Boba. So that is a really interesting proposition, because that could be one of the good counter decks to Django.
Yeah, it has some potential
for sure. For sure. It's basically a burn deck in many aspects, especially against an opponent like Django, where a lot of the units have very low health. It definitely acts like a burn deck then. And then we got the rare Kenneth on Kenneth violence that was taking part on table 2. Kenneth Ellingsen versus Kenneth Dam Mortensen, who battled it out on table 2. Kenneth Dan Mortensen won that 2-0, making him undefeated. We do not know currently what deck he is on because he has not been featured on our table. And then on table number 3, I'm So Humble, Adam Landsberg from the podcast, did beat statutory, fairly well established Danish players, been taking part in most of the major tournaments within reach of Denmark.
Do we know what they were playing?
We do not. That's interesting, though. So we know that Adam has been playtesting a lot with the Colossus base, and that's been a base that he's been really interested in. But I don't think he's actually on the Anakin Colossus deck. I don't think that's where he's
I wouldn't be surprised if he's on Han either.
No, me
I mean.
neither. He could definitely still be on Han. He had a lot of success in the last meta with Han Mono Yellow. He did win 2 PQs with it, so certainly a deck he'd be interested in playing, I'm sure. He's also been known to switch decks to whatever is considered the top dog of the meta, so he could very well be on Django. That is absolutely...
Wouldn't surprise me.
No, but he could also, and this is my sort of secret hope here, that he would be on Palpatine Colossus. He made that deck tech video for Palpatine Colossus, and I think that's a decent deck into a lot of the current meta, especially if indeed Sabine is quite rare in the meta. I think that Palpatine has a super good shot at almost everything. It might not be favored into exactly everything, but it's not heavily unfavored into a lot of things. So it'll be interesting.
Which decks do we know, or are we going to? No, they're not playing yet. Like
we only know the decks that we've seen on stream, really.
Okay.
So we know that on table 4 we had Jeff against Mikael Bondesson, McMike, and McMike is as always on Sabine, so we knew that. And Mikael Bondesson did lose his first game against Spessy, but he has won 3 after that, so it's 3-1. I think maybe we have pairings up now. Let me see if that is indeed the case. Yes, we do have. So if we get the top table, we're doing Kenneth Dan Mortensen versus Niels Knudsen. So that could be what we're getting to see here. Otherwise, I'm not sure what they would show us. They could maybe give us some of the lower tables if those would present some more interesting matchups, maybe. So we do have people sitting down at the tables now. So we will try to get the information we need to be able to...
So there's a Quinlan Tarkentown there.
Yeah, a Quinlan Tarkentown. I wonder who that could be.
With the Grogu in sideboard?
Because I think I'm So Humble is for some reason all the way down to table number 6. He got down pair, I suppose. Because... Oh, no! Adam is not undefeated. He lost to Fortep in round 2. There are only 2 undefeated players right now. And that is Kenneth and Niels.
I cannot see the standings, by the way. So still, can you? No, you can't see the standings either, I guess.
No, I can't. So that's why we messed that statistic up a little bit.
Yeah.
So, okay, we do have people sitting down. I will try and prepare the playmat for that. But let us know if anyone in chat or so knows any of the decks that people are on. Please let us know. We'd be happy to have that information. And also, I'm hoping to get information from. So we got Marcus on Piet versus Kenneth, a Norwegian player on Quinlan. So Marcus is on Piet there. That's what we're going to stream here.
Interesting.
Right. I'll get this. Maybe you can talk a little bit to that matchup while I...
Sure. Yeah, I haven't played either of these a lot, but of course, like everyone, I've seen them both. So I'm trying to think like who would be the best. I feel like this is a tough matchup for me to read. Oh, they're removing everything. What's going on? Well,
okay, maybe we have a repairing here.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, there's a deck check. So it's going to be a while longer.
Okay.
Well, that leaves me a lot of time to fix... Did you see, was the Quinlan on the left, right?
No, the Quinlan was on the right.
Okay, so Marcus is going to be on our left then. All right, so please do talk about the matchup.
Yeah, so I mean, I played against. I haven't actually. No one locally actually plays Quinlan in here in Västerås. As far as I know, at least, I don't think I've ever played against it. But I have played against Piet because it was hyped for set 4. So that is definitely an interesting one. I feel like Quinlan might have a hard time dealing with the huge, like the early huge guys. But on the other hand, he can probably kill Piet pretty quickly when he's deployed. So maybe that makes it in his favor, and it's pretty aggressive as well. So yeah, my initial thought, not having a lot of experience with either of these decks, is that Quinlan is maybe slightly favored.
Yeah, that could actually be. Quinlan often runs a lot of hand control as well, which could be problematic for Piet, because I don't think you see a lot of draw, right?
No, you don't. And having card disruption against you while you're also playing resupply and stuff like that is even more punishing. So yeah, that's true. That's a good point to think. Maybe that means that Quinlan has a pretty big what do you call it, chance of winning this, so to speak.
He'd be favored.
That's the word I'm looking for.
No, that could definitely be a thing, because some builds in the last meta, I haven't looked at what the builds look like now, but some of the builds in the last meta were very much hand destruction and choke almost with what's her name, Kira, and other ways to sort of disrupt the
and now they also have Ahsoka as well.
Yeah, exactly. So this could be interesting.
Yeah, it's probably really painful for Piet, actually. I mean, let's see, Ahsoka pulls any card, right? Yeah, if it's a unit, you can exhaust something.
Right.
But yeah, I was thinking if it's the only event or something, but no, that's not the case.
So for Ahsoka, the opponent gets to choose. They don't show you their hand. They just discard a card, and if that card is a unit, you get to exhaust a unit of theirs.
Yeah, I'm thinking that against for the Piet player, it doesn't really matter if they can choose or not, almost, because losing those cards means that their ramp becomes harder to use, so to speak, because that's another thing you're not getting any tempo for, in the hopes of getting to something big later. But if the opponent then just rips those big units out of your hand, what do you do then?
Exactly.
So I think it's definitely possible for Piet, because he has a lot of the big units. So if he just draws them and plays them early enough, for example, if after the flip turn, if Quinlan isn't able to deal with Piets for some reason, I don't know why, because of target down and units, but it could happen. Then on turn, let's say Piet is on 5, right?
Piet is on 5.
Yeah, so on
so
6 you could play something for 8.
Yeah,
and that's huge if you just draw into it. Even if all your cards are ripped out of your hand, if you just draw into it, you
can play anything you top deck mostly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So that could be potentially a problem. On the other hand, no, I think Quinlan is hugely favored, actually, because you also have Waylay.
Oh yeah, he does. Or the heroic version, the one that allows you claim bounties as well. But spare the target. So he does have bounce effects. He's got the ping that can help him, together with talking down, to establish that early control. He might, not always, but he might be playing, now there's 2 of them. And I'm mainly going from set 3 meta.
I'm not a fan of another 2 of them in Quinlan. I think I haven't tried it much, but just playing. I played a lot of heroism and tried another 2 of them, and I never really think it feels good. But
no, mainly I guess it's to get Plo Koon early.
Yeah, but you need that against Piet. I mean, I guess if you get it, no, I'm not. Yeah, do you need that against Piet? I'm not sure.
It's just, if you can get a Plo Koon turn 2, it won't do that much that turn when you ambush it, but then you have you play something else next turn, and you have a huge So it's a part of the rush strategy, I guess.
But it opens it up to be removed, and
Yep.
like if you keep it in your hand, you can use it when he deploys Piet and just kill Piet in one strike.
Mm-hmm.
Because he hits for 6 and pings it.
Yep. That
So-
he does. That he does. No, yeah, for sure. So I don't know. I'm just going from my set 3 meta knowledge here of what could be in Quinlan decks, and I've seen slight variation to the build, but it's often fast, surprisingly fast for the amount of control it can assert, and it's also often very, very disruptive to the mid. Like it is a fast tempo-ish mid-game deck, because what it does is makes you lose the mid-game, because it controls your hand and it rips your cards out of your hand and it gets out bigger units than you do, and then it destroys you in the mid-game. That's what it's trying to do anyway.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. I hope they get the decks back soon. It looks like something is happening. Maybe not quite yet.
No, I think they're still being deck checked, because we can only see tokens and players, and they are signaling to us that they are bored.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what happens when you get deck checked. So yeah. Well, other than that, so it's fun to get to showcase a actual top table, I guess. No, well, I mean, Kenneth is, I think this is the Kenneth that is undefeated. I'm not 100% on that. Let me just double check that actually.
Yes. No, wait.
No, this is the
No.
Kenneth that did take a loss in the last round. He lost to the other Kenneth.
Right. So this is
Right.
table 3 then?
I guess this is table 3. This would be Njord then, which is, it checks out because Marcus is Norwegian. No. All right. Let me double check everything I just said, because I might actually be a little bit off on that. So Kenneth is the Norwegian player on Quinlan, and then we got Marcus on Piet, and we have, I guess Marcus is a Swedish player. But that would be Njord then. That would be Marcus, maybe?
Yeah,
So-
I guess, because the other on table 1 we have Niels versus Kenneth, so that doesn't sound like it's a Marcus.
No.
So-
No, for sure it's not, because we did have them featured in last game.
Oh, okay.
So then this must be so the deal with the melee, people using nicknames in melee. That's a thing I have issues with.
You might be able to talk to someone at the venue to get to see the real names. It's something they can add if they have the time and inclination
all
to,
right.
to do that.
Yeah. But I think I would have preferred it if people would, as a sort of a, what do you call it, as a norm, use their real names in a thing like melee. Because when you sit down across from a player, they will usually introduce themselves by their real names and not their nicknames. So
like,
well,
how do
let's
you know
move
you're
over to the
playing against
table.
the right one?
And
they're
because they
getting-
are setting up now,
Yes,
and
nice.
that's a beautiful showcase Piet there.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite new showcases. It's actually very
one of
good.
my local players actually has that one as well. So
Oh, really? Yeah. It's just looking amazing, that one.
Yep.
So Piet Blue, this is, in some respects, it is the blue-green shell, but with a lot heavier emphasis on the capital ships and the space arena. So yeah, but you still see a lot of the things that you would expect in the blue-green shell. You got the barrages, obviously, and you got
the ramp.
Yeah, the ramp, obviously, and you also got
The removal, power
some of the
power
removal.
Of the dark side.
Yeah, power of the dark side for sure, but then you can have a smattering of other removals as well. I guess at this point, the no glory, yes results would probably be
Which one is that again?
1 or 2. That's the new 5
one that
cost
takes
removal
control.
that takes control and then kills.
Yep,
So that one would probably be
Would they
a
be playing
one or two of in the
what's it
deck?
called? The one that makes both players choose a unit?
You could, I guess. I don't think you would play that in a Piet deck, though. Yeah, maybe just for the early.
Exactly.
For the early.
For the maybe not 3, but maybe I'm not sure. Like, yeah, you don't mind having your super base technician dying, for example.
No, for sure. So maybe you would just have maybe 3 Power of the Dark Side, and then you would add another one of those or 2 of those just to get that number up a little bit. I can see that. I
mean, against the aggro, you could just like turn 1, I don't play anything, and you play something, and I take initiative, and then like play that.
Yeah, slow them down. That's definitely something that I could see happening. So they roll for initiative here, and it looks like Kenneth is getting initiative, which you want to ping with Quinlan, so he might just pass his first action, but that's risky because Pierre might just take him up on that and go, sure.
I don't think Quinlan. I think as a Quinlan player against Piet, I would actually not take the initiative.
Yeah, exactly. He might just hand it over, but he might be in the
that doesn't really
mode.
Help, actually.
He might be in the mode of like I can always pass, and against Piet that might not be
risky,
the case
because Piet probably don't mind, especially if he has ramp in hand. He doesn't mind, like, I'll take initiative and then start with the ramp, and then like he's winning already.
Yep.
So I think that's why it's actually right to take initiative with Quinlan and not aim to use his ability on turn 1.
Exactly. Just go for it. Play something and then use it turn 2 instead, if possible.
If possible,
So let's see what they actually do, because they are about to start here.
We can speculate all we want.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a good start.
Oh, that's a very good start. So he just gets 2 Power of the Dark Sides. Okay. And that is also Arketten. Oh, that's a far way off. That's 8 cost, 7 cost.
Yeah, the Sentinel of the ship is probably the best here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's removing the Sentinel ship, and
not having any ramp for Piet is not what you want to see. He wants ramp.
No, he does. And those 2 Power of the Dark Sides, that they're strong, obviously, but
I mean, it can stall. I think they're really good for him because it lets him stall for 2 turns, 2 rounds. So like he can just wait, and then he starts playing his big ships. So it's almost as good as ramp, actually. No, I shouldn't say almost as good, but it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It is kind of a slow ramp in a way.
Yeah, in a way.
So they're already up to 4 resources here, and nothing has really happened. They've just discarded the cards, basically.
Which is actually really good for Piet. So
that's exactly what he would have liked to see. So now we keep discarding cards, but Piet's going to have to discard another card in order to remove that. So
that's something Piet definitely don't want to see.
No. So that he is discarding the Power of the Dark Side.
Oh, okay. So he probably
because he has something he wants to play here.
No.
He wants to play. Okay, so that is, which one is that? That's the
Corvus.
It could be the Corvus. Yeah,
I think so. I have I have a Corvus Prestige.
Yep.
I'm not, might be misremembering.
Please do check that up. But they ready and go into the next round. I have no clue what's in the hands of these players because I have not been able to see that as fast as they've been shuffling. But we are up to 5 resources, which is flip turn for Quinlan. So he just starts out by flipping. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, that is Corvus, by the way.
Yeah.
So restore 2, and when played, you may attach a friendly unit, pilot unit, or upgrade. Yeah. So it's a 4/5 restore.
Yeah. And that is the resupply carrier, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So he keeps ramping there. Well, he does ramp. That's his first ramp, actually.
Yes.
But 3 to base. This is
important
the first
ramp. That's a really important ramp.
It is. So 4 to base from the Corvus, and then another 3 from Quinlan.
Does Piet? Does he deploy here? It is risky, but maybe
Why not?
I mean, the reason to know. Okay, he died immediately because if he hadn't killed him now, but killed him in his first action, he wouldn't get Piet at all next turn.
Exactly.
That's the reason you might not want to deploy him. That's what I was
So
thinking.
sometimes you just have to make your opponent have it.
Yeah.
And they haven't been drawing a lot of cards at that point. I think it's not unreasonable to take that risk for the
I agree.
player.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, obviously, the way it played out, but
I think with him having 5 resources, let's see, who was the Quinlan player again?
He was a 5 resources, yeah.
Yeah. What was his name? I forget.
The Quinlan player is Kenneth.
Kenneth, yeah. So with Kenneth having all these resources left, there wasn't much of a risk of just deploying the Piet. Like, yeah, sure, he might be killed, which was what happened, but
yeah.
Oh wow, that is huge.
That is huge. Killing the resupply carrier there
and getting rid of Avenger.
And getting rid of an Avenger, yeah. So Piet's down to 2 cards in hand now.
Let's see. So he's playing something for 8s.
Yep.
Yeah,
and that's the Arquetan that we saw ambushing into nothing.
Oh, and another
and that was a super laser blast and killing the Arquetan before it could do anything. Not triggering its ability, not doing anything. This is looking huge for Quinlan.
Yeah.
After what seemed like a decent start for the Piet player, Quinlan has now a firm grip of this board state.
That much disruption on the hand, like, what do you do?
And this is exactly what we talked about in the up talk here, that the Quinlan deck has this amount of deck disruption, and he's playing...
so he probably says Super Laser Blast, was my guess.
Yeah, that's what he needs to draw into.
Yeah.
But he played a Kira, and we don't know his name, but there was no hand to look at because there is no hand.
But that's the thing. The only thing, I think the only thing that would turn this to Piet is Super Laser Blast into something
you have to name Super Laser Blast, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Delaying that for another 2 turns.
Yeah, I think it's the only right play to... why you would play it into an empty hand, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, some of the big ships could obviously start working on the board state.
Yeah, but it's too late for that.
It's too late, isn't it? We're already up to 22 with another 9 coming in there. Yeah.
So 21.
21.
And he has
so fast.
He has lethal on board, actually.
He does.
Oh, okay. But not anymore.
Not anymore. So we have to expect exactly. We have to expect that Marcus is having some removal in hand.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of damage coming his way here.
And that's the end.
And he can smuggle out
exactly.
And Cassian for lethal there.
That's lethal. Unless it's a 30 base, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 30 base. Yeah. So that was lethal.
So
that was a quick one.
That was quick. And that went pretty much exactly as we were talking in the before the game, where like the hand disruption was like just it's too much for him.
Too much for Piet to handle. Yeah. Of course, he can top deck into the best things, but
but it wasn't enough this time at least.
Then you're down to chance anyway.
So I mean, in this specific game, if Kenneth didn't have Kira and what was his name, Marcus?
Marcus was the Piet. The Piet player.
Yeah. So if Marcus would have drawn into Super Laser Blast and then into like I don't know Avenger, for example, then this could have.
It could have turned. Yeah. I mean, the amount of resources Piet had there, even though he had only ramped once or twice. Once, I think.
Once, yeah. Only resupply carrier.
But those he has that built-in ramp in Piet as well. So that's essentially 2 ramp. So the amount of possibilities to play those big ships, Devastator and Avenger, that will start controlling the board to some capacity. But Quinlan doesn't seem to have that much space anyway, so he doesn't really care about sentinels in space.
I'm not sure. Like you have more experience with Quinlan than me, but I mean there are the Falcons. Sorry,
sure. There are good yellow space, but I don't think Quinlan is running all that much of it.
Yeah, That's a good point. Yeah, probably not.
I'm not sure. We didn't see any at least.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just chosen to not go space because he knows that Piet is going to be huge in space. So
that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
Do we see? It seems like Quinlan isn't at all sideboarding here.
Yeah, I
but
don't think
Piet
he needs to.
No. Piet seems to, however, want
Yeah.
to do something to the deck here.
Yeah,
He's
I'm not
removing
sure.
at least 3 cards there.
What
and
do you have against Quinlan? I'm not sure. Like, I'm not saying that there isn't anything, but I'm not sure what.
I
it
guess
would be.
ground sentinels could be a thing. More
Yeah.
removal.
Maybe, I guess.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, Sentinels, I agree.
Yeah.
Ground Sentinels to protect Piet.
If I were playing Quinlan, I would
Hardball,
probably
maybe?
against the Piet deck want to side in Sham Syndulla.
Again, wait, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be crazy.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'd be interested in siding in.
But like, do you need it? Do you want to use those sideboard slots against a deck you probably win against anyway?
I think the speed of Sham and the way he equalizes the gap, it's interesting.
I mean, okay, I'm not. I think he would be crazy good. I agree with that. What I'm asking is, do you need it, or do you want to use those slots against other matchups where you have a harder time?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure. I think it would be
I do not
possible.
have an answer to this.
Yeah, I think it's actually possible potentially to play Cham in main deck in any red deck, basically. Any
Again, I mean, probably main deck for Django, don't you? And Django is not ramping. But on the other hand,
so here's my point.
Han is, and Han is also very prevalent.
That's true. And then, but my point is that Cham is actually, you don't need to play against ramp for Cham to be pretty good.
No, he's really good always.
He's always good because if your opponent has initiative, they on turn 4 with 5 resources, they play resource and you don't.
Yeah.
Then you play Cham and you get the resource anyway. Yeah. You've earned a card, so to speak. You've basically drawn a card.
Yeah.
So that's why I think he could actually be worth playing main deck, depending on the meta. If there's a decent amount of ramp decks in the meta and a decent amount of Han 1, then definitely viable to play it in main deck.
For sure. I mean, he's an excellent answer to any attempts to DJ you. If you like, I play him in my obviously in sideboard, but I do play him in sideboard in my Sabine decks, and just you get DJ'd by Han, and then you ECL Sham into DJ, get the resource back and the new resource.
Wow, yeah, that's insane.
It's just such a great play.
Yeah, that's huge if you get that.
Yeah, I've only done it once, but it feels so good.
Yeah, which deck was that? Red and green?
My Sabine deck.
Oh, it's Sabine, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sideboard for Sabine. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yep. So we are on to the second game here, and there is a small contingent of units amassing on the Quinlan page here. That is indeed a ground sentinel.
Yes, he already played one. So like the what's it called, Pike Sentinel was the killed turn 1 by Tarkin down there.
Yep. And I'm not sure what that unit is. That is a little bit too glary for me to see.
Yeah, that's do you mean the Sentinel?
On Piet's side.
Yeah, that is the what's it called, the Dark Trooper.
The Dark Face Trooper.
Yeah,
because he only Quinlan pinged it then.
Yeah,
because it doesn't have any.
Why would you do that?
Why not?
No, it's on. Wait, is it only combat? If it survives combat,
only combat damage.
Yeah.
So why not?
I just thought like if it survives damage, it gets experience. But no, it's combat. Yeah,
combat damage. So Cassian taking it out, Piet flipping, and attaching Han to that. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
it's 5 damage just coming in from Han attaching to the Green Squadron there, and another 2 for.
He's really aggressive here.
Is Han only costing 2 as a pilot? I thought it was 3.
Oh, that's a good point.
I think he's 2 if you play him as a unit, but 3 if you play him as a
no,
pilot. But I might be wrong.
He's more if you play him as a unit.
Okay.
It's 5
right.
as a unit and 2 as a pilot. Yeah.
Okay, then it's all correct. Sabine unit there is not untouchable because all of the units that are out are green, even though Han is yellow, but he's an attachment, not a unit at this point.
But he has heroism as well.
Yeah, but you got to have 3.
Oh, 3, right. It's 3,
Yeah.
not 2. Yeah.
So Sabine is not untouchable, even though that might not be a big deal anyway.
Yeah. When he deploys Quinlan. No, that's on 6. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay. So a barrage for 4 damage here. It's not much, but it will take care of Cassian, and I guess he's hurting the Green Squadron here, right? Start working on that.
Let's see. So Han is +2 +3.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 4 more damage to kill that. Okay.
And he discarded those cards.
Was that Bamboozle? No.
I guess. Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
Oh,
It must have been Bamboozle. Yeah.
Got to have been. So he tapped down. He just tapped down Piet.
Okay. So he did the Bamboozle just to save Sabine, I guess, then. 2 cards. Oh, okay.
And then he kills.
No, he doesn't. Well, he will die.
No, well, he will die, though.
Yeah.
As soon as the round ends.
Yeah. Okay. So he. Oh, that's interesting. I guess he's so aggressive that he wants to keep the Sabine. That's why he used 2 cards to save Sabine.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it was a Kira, and he wasn't going to be able to play her now, and he probably has a card in hand now that he wants to play at 6. I'm not sure.
And he's almost killed this.
He's almost up to. He's on 19 damage 19. Already.
He's only 11 left.
Yeah. I
assume
lethal
on board with a little extra. So
exactly, and I assume that the card he kept is something that he wants to play here.
Yeah.
He's already mapped that out.
What is that on 6?
But why does he? Oh, he resourced. Of course he. Oh no! Yeah, he didn't keep any cards. He's only got 1 card in hand there, Kenneth.
Yeah. I mean, yes, the aggression could just be enough because he let's see, he's at 7 resources now.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he can't super laser blast yet, and this is still lethal, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
because that's 5, taking me to 24, and then he's got another 6 there.
Yeah.
So he's still presenting lethal, even though it's a little bit sketchy. Yeah. But he can't kill Sabine with units, and like I don't think he has the kind of units anyway, and that's game.
Yeah, that's game. Yeah,
he doesn't even have to play the card in his hand, and that could have been like a daring raid or something.
Oh, and he had a Cassian,
ready to go.
Yeah,
and maybe a pump. That could have been a pump. No, it was. Oh, it was a force choke. No, sorry, not force choke. Force lightning.
Okay.
No. Well, the one discard a card, 1 cost.
Force throw.
Force throw. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was like, wait, force
thing. Yeah, a force thing. All right. Okay. Yeah, that was quick.
That was really quick.
Kenneth takes it down with Quinlan, and that means Kenneth is now 4-1. So 4-1 will probably means that because he's not absolutely certain to make top cut.
How many rounds? I actually don't know how many rounds.
So we're doing 6 rounds.
6 rounds, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then top 8, I assume.
Yep, that is indeed the case. Okay. So Kenneth is not absolutely certain to make the top cut, but he has a very good shot.
But he has good tiebreakers as well, so should make it. He's probably gonna with the new rules he can actually do
a tie would definitely put him in.
So he's probably gonna just do intentional draw against his opponent, probably. I would guess.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Like, of course, he should do that. Like, unless he's tied against it. unless he's paired against an opponent that needs to win to get in,
exactly.
they should
Or an
do
opponent that
intentional draw.
knows that they will get on to top 8 with a loss.
Maybe
they might just want to play anyway.
Yeah. But the smart thing for anyone that has where the draw would be enough to get both of them in is obviously always to draw, because you get to take a bit of a rest and all that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's how people play.
I think it's different for everyone. I think there are definitely people that play like that.
For sure.
If you can get another 50 minutes break before the top 8, that can be huge.
Yeah.
So
I'd do it.
Yeah.
I'd love to do it, but
a lot of people just want to play.
Exactly. Lot, if not most people, wants to play. That's why we're there, though. And there are also a lot of circumstances where I probably would play, because if it's a quick game, if I'm on a quick deck and my opponent's on something interesting, I might just want to play him or her.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's I'd say it depends so much on who we're talking about. Some people just if I can get an intentional draw, then I'm guaranteed top 8. Do I want to play and take the chance because it's fun to play, or
that's a different story. If I'm risking something by playing, then I might rather look to.
And that's what I think. Kenneth is probably, if he loses, he doesn't know that he's gonna get to top 8. But if he has a draw, I think he's probably guaranteed.
Sure, yeah, because that would make him 6-1-1, and that would almost certainly put him in there.
I mean, I guess you could do the math and see, am I guaranteed?
Yeah. Either way, we are going to get to see one more round of Swiss in about half an hour to be able to sort of discern where this argument takes us, because this is the first tournament we are streaming, and it will be the first 1-versus-1 tournament that is somewhat major of this meta that is being streamed, that I'm aware of, because the big tournament yesterday in Atlanta was a 3-versus-3, so they had completely different rules. They weren't actually Swiss rounds, there was a double elimination. Whereas this one would be the first Swiss tournament I'm aware of this size being streamed, so we can actually see what these new rules with intentional draws how much they will be used, and what they will entail here. So that's interesting to come back to with next round. I think that we can take a little bit of a look at what matches have been reported, and then we'll put you all on a break and be back and talk more to you.
I think we can have a little after that, have a micro little talking about Milan, how it's
exactly. You read my mind. That was exactly what I had in mind.
I'm trying to keep up. That's why I'm looking to the side, by the way.
I bet I'll walk you through what's been reported here. So Kenneth and Niels did make an intentional draw, I think, for the first.
So they were undefeated, right?
So the two undefeated players decided to make an intentional draw, which makes them remain undefeated, and they can just draw next game as well. And
I mean, do they know that they will, if they don't get someone that wants to do intentional draw, if they're down paired, for example?
Yeah, no, they don't know that.
Yeah.
They don't know that.
So I'm wondering if they actually maybe took a little bit of a risk.
It's a bit of a chance there. Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk there, probably. But they are probably, even with a loss, they would be 4-1-1. So they probably make it even with a loss, just like we talked about Kenneth here. So they I don't think they're 100% sure to make it if they lose the last Swiss round here, but they will probably be a fringe case where they don't make the cut from a loss here. We do see that Piotr took down Sebastian Fredenberg in the last matchup here, which puts Piotr at 4-1. And this is the thing, there might be just so many 4-1-1s that it might not be that all 4 1-on-1s make it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
why
risk
I'm a
we're
little
taking here.
surprised that they did an intentional draw.
I have to agree. I think that's a bit cheeky, but
Yeah. They might expect, maybe they didn't do the math properly, so to speak, and expecting that they will get to top 8 with or rather expecting that the next opponent will also want to do intentional draw.
Yeah, which might not be the case. This is why this is very interesting, I think. So we did have Kenneth Ellingsen take down Njord. That's the game we watched. And then we have Kfu and Magic. They are still playing. McMike took down Statuary, the Danish player. Mikael Bondesson, Swedish player from Varberg, took down Statuary, Danish player. And then Adam took down Meganus. Meganus, I think, is a Norwegian player. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm quite certain he's a Norwegian player. And Adam is obviously now playing out of Karlstad. So I'm So Humble took that 2-0. We've got the next reported game would be Phobos taking down Simon Shu 2-0. And we've got Darth Link, which I think is Emil from the first round, the game we never saw. Took down the Crud. Gkluring took down Mr. Greybeard. And KTP 90 took down Nostromo. Nostromo's a Swedish player. I'm kind of sure. Magnus Wendel, sometimes Västerås player, I think. But I think he lives in Gothenburg.
I think I know who it is, and but I'm not sure.
Great beard. He's got a win over Fallon here. Fallon being Marcus, the one of the hosts of Always Tell Me the Odds podcast. We do have Jonas Niklas still playing, and he is not doing too well. He's down at table 18, and I guess he was on CAD Blue, I was told. I haven't seen it yet, but I think he was on CAD Blue, and that might have been a poor choice, it seems.
Or he was unlucky or something, who knows?
There's so many things, so many factors here. So that's what the standings look like right now. We will return, I don't know, in maybe 15, 20 minutes or so, and then we will give you an update on Milan and what it looks like going into the last round of Swiss here. So that will be a little bit of a break for us here then. See you in a short while. All right, we are back. We do have a small contingent of loyal followers still viewing the video here. We are moving into the last round of Swiss for the Malmö Open Qualifier. So this is not an official FFG sanctioned event, but we do have, but the Malmö Kortspelsförening and Spelens Hus have Asmodee Nordic as a sponsor for the event, so it's certainly on their radar. It's a 37-player event taking place in Malmö, and among the prize pool, we have admission to the big Malmö Game Week Open, Malmö Open, SWU Open, I think it's called even. So that's in the prize pool, along with a couple of boxes, I think even 4 boxes for the winner of Warrior sets, and some other great pricing that's on the line here. We have been seeing a bunch of players battling it out through the morning and early noon here in Sweden. So let's actually show you what's been reported. We still do not have access to the standings, unfortunately, so we can't show you the standings, but we can show you what has been reported. All but one game, I think, has been reported. Let's see indeed. So we had an intentional draw at the first table. So both Kenneth Dam Mortensen and Niels Knudsen are undefeated. They are now 4-0-1, both of them. And then we have on the second table, we saw Piotr beat Sebastian Fogelberg 2-0. So he is now 4-1. Because he did lose to Niels Knudsen. And then we got Kenneth Erlingsen, a Norwegian player, beat Njord Marcus with 2-0, and Kenneth is playing Quinlan Tarkington. And that was a really good matchup in Tupiet, as we could see. We've also got Kfu taking a loss to Magic. 2-1-0. Statuary taking a loss to Mikael Bondeson, 2-0. Mikael is on Sabine, and Mikael, that would make Mikael now 4-1 as well, I think. No, maybe? Yeah, because he did beat Statuary. It says it's not reported, but it is reported. So he is 4-1.
Yep.
So Mikael is a good shot. He's in the top cut. Adam Landsberg also taking a win over, I think, Norwegian player Meganus. And Adam is then also 4-1. We still do not know what deck Adam is on. No one has spilled the beans on that one for us yet.
Maybe we can get to see in top 8. Who knows?
He might be on a Django deck, and that's why we're avoiding him. I'm not sure. Simon Chu lost to Phobos 2-0, and the last 2 top 10 tables would be Ponkas Alexander taking down Samuel Kalebia 2-1, and then Jeff taking down Escapist. So Jeff would be then he would be 3-2, yeah. And I think Alexander is also that, right?
Yep. Yes.
He's also 3-2. Both of these players could definitely make it. I'm not sure.
If they win the last one, they have a chance at least. I'm not sure.
Where Darth Link, I think that's Emil. He's also 2-0 and 3-2. Sorry, 3-2.
Yes, 3-2. That's
G Kullring, whatever that is, I'm trying to figure this name out. Is also 3-2.
Yeah.
Could still be viable, even though their tiebreaker seems to be of the weaker kind. But here, KTP 90 would not be able to
3-1-1.
Yeah, he's 3-1.
2-1-2.
2-1-2. Technically, I guess
2-2-1. Sorry, 2-2-1.
2-2-1.
Yeah.
I don't think that's good enough
No,
to make top cut.
I don't think so. No.
No, that wouldn't.
If nothing else, it's he will have two bad tiebreakers. If anyone with 2-2-1 goes top 8, it's not going to be in.
No. 3-2-1. That would be if he did take a win now in the last round.
Oh,
so
they
we
have pairings for round 6. It seems.
So we have the pairings. We don't have a confirmed matchup that we are going to get to see yet. We know that Kenneth Dan Mortensen did take an intentional draw against Niels in the last round, which makes it so that if Fortep agrees to a intentional draw here, that would make Kenneth, and if indeed Niels Knudsen also manages to get Kenneth Eling that we saw on Quinlan to agree to an intentional draw, all 4 of them would be in the top cut.
Yeah.
But
do they want to do that? Yeah.
That exactly. Then King of Swiss would go to either Kenneth Dahl Mortensen or Niels Knudsen. And we don't actually know the tiebreakers for these guys since we still can't see the...
Why do I not get the round 5 results?
Yeah, no, we don't get any standings. That's
no, but if I hover over people, I can see the results. But
for some of them we do, and some of them we don't.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a little bit weird. So we do have an intentional draw. Adam Lansberg has agreed to make a draw on table 3 against Magic of 5A. That would, I guess, then... Did Adam trick Magic here? No, because Magic was only 1 loss against Piotr.
But are you guaranteed to go top 8?
You're not guaranteed, but
yeah,
neither of them would be, because they're both 4-1
but they are on table
now.
3, so I guess they should make
if
it.
All of these people do intentionally draw, that would put a lot of people at 4-1-1.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're looking at tiebreakers. I guess Adam has really good
should have good tiebreakers already.
I guess Adam does, but I'm not sure about Magic.
But he's on table 3, so he must have...
Yeah, but I mean, that's also due to you can't face the same opponent twice.
True.
So
we don't know necessarily.
We don't know. Adam has faced some of the top players, but if you look at... I'm hovering here for Magic, and Magic hasn't played a lot of the top players here. So Magic's tiebreakers might not be all that great. The only top-ranked player he's faced is Piotr, and now Adam. So he if a lot of people end up 4-1-1, Magic is not absolutely sure to make it in here.
Yeah, that's true. He's probably...
Humble has faced a lot of better opponents, I guess. Stetchery, Fortep, Darthlink, they're all 3 win.
No, it is not that much better.
It's not that much better, but slightly better. And in last round, Adam faced... Who did he face last round? He beat... let me see. Adam faced... In the last round, he faced Mega News. And Mega News isn't all that great schedule. Mega News...
I think it's Mega
News.
Oh,
no, Mega News doesn't... He was paired down.
Oh, Mega News. Yeah, that's true.
So this is a humble gamble.
Yeah.
And it's a potential humble fumble here as well.
Yeah.
This intentional draw, and we get another draw from Kenneth versus Fortep.
Yeah.
And those two should be very secure.
Yeah, they must know.
Kenneth is certain to get in because he becomes a 4-2.
Fortep must have the
Piotr would have best strength of schedule of the 4-1-1s, I think.
Yeah.
So that and also Kenneth Eling Sain should have really strong strengths of schedule.
Yeah, they are setting up on the stream table now. So
something is sitting down, and this looks like it could actually be Mike Mikael Bondesson. That would be my guess. I have no... Yeah, Niels Boba Yellow. So this is Niels against Kenneth Quinlan. Oh, okay. They've changed that. Okay.
So Sebastian Fredenberg, he needs to win to have a chance for top 8. So that makes sense. Why he wouldn't do intentional draw for sure. Mike has been paired down, I think. No, wait. Did he win his previous round?
Mike, yep. He's 4-0.
Yeah, so he was paired down.
4-1, sorry.
4-1, yeah. It was paired on to Sebastian. That is 3-2.
Let me see. What's that? Is that Kenneth still? No, on the right side, we would have Niels.
Okay, let's give a real quick update on Milan. So we do have 2 players that are 4-1, 4 players that are 3-2, and then we have 2 that have dropped and 1 that is 1-3-1. So there are still 5 people that can get top 8s and 2 that are pretty. They also need 1 more win to get top 8. That's Kevin and Philip that are 4-1, and then we have Kostas, Niklas, and Nikiva and Jonas that are 3-2. Okay, they are actually setting up here. Let's zoom in there. Who is who?
So we've got Niels on the right there, and we've got Kenneth again on the left. But they can't see it yet. I need to switch us over to that actually. Why can I do that? Let me just see if I can get this.
So they already started playing here.
I'll transition to
we have Quinlan versus Boba, and they both went space here. I'm not sure what the red one is there. We have a gorilla. What's it called?
Guerrilla soldiers or something like that. They get to stand up. They deal.
Oh, both are going really aggressive here.
Mm-hmm.
What is the red ship on Quinlan's side? I don't remember which one that is.
That's the indirect damage ship. Can't remember the name of it.
Oh, is it the 1-3 that does indirect damage on attack?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Okay.
Yep. Let me just get the heroes right there.
So they're playing pretty quick here.
Indeed, they are.
So far, we have 6 damage on the Boba's base and there's 4 on Quinlan's Tarkin Town here.
Mm-hmm.
But Quinlan is clearing the board a little bit more efficiently so far here. So let's see how this turns out.
And he's got stronger units. So that's the Sigerian Starhopper trading. So that would be 3 indirect damage, and all goes to Falcon.
Yeah, so you plans bouncing it at the end of the turn or at the end.
Yeah.
Oh no, he does not. He wants to keep that.
Okay. He is that must have been Han Solo.
That was Han Solo. Yes, I saw that.
That's a strong play there.
There's now a 5/7 with 3 damage on it.
Yep. That is indeed a decent.
Oh, and now we have triple dark raid.
Interesting. So we saw Niels use this a lot in the last game against Django, but he unfortunately whiffed a couple of times as well. So he wants the fire spray here. Yeah, that's what he wants. That's 2 indirect damage on play, and then it strikes for 4. So he can actually take out. Bamboozle.
Yep.
That's perfect.
Yeah. So
Bamboozle tapping him down, limiting the amount of damage he can do, but it will bounce back to hand. So
you can play it next turn.
Niels just claims there, gets the fire spray up in hand, and he can replay it if he likes.
It's not what he really wants, probably.
No, obviously not. He would have liked to be able to strike there for another 4 damage.
I mean that he probably doesn't even want to play the fire spray. That's my point.
Okay. No, that could definitely be the case.
I mean, maybe later together with something else, but playing it on 5 resources is not.
Not optimal. Not optimal.
So having that being.
So he's paying 3 for
another gorilla.
The guerrilla soldiers there. I've been calling them rebel soldiers for some reason all day here.
Yeah.
Guerrilla soldiers is definitely the name of those. So he can't very well kill. Like he could put all 3 on Falcon, I guess, and he does.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
He does, going down to 1 against the deck that has a lot of ping.
Oh, he took the Boba on base. Yeah.
Sorry,
but the thing is that Boba Fett doesn't have.
Yeah.
Boba Fett doesn't have a lot of ping that he can
does,
choose. Not that he can choose.
Oh, he plays IG and he plays all of those
He
ping
has
units.
but he hasn't. It's not like a Django that has like a ton of stuff. I mean,
He played quite a fair amount of those younger units.
Oh,
He
okay.
did play Ruthless
Then it
Raiders.
might be a mistake.
Yeah, he played Ruthless Raiders because all of those things can trigger the Boba ability. Doesn't have to be indirect damage to trigger Boba ability.
But you play Ruthless Raiders and you play IG 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you play the tank.
And the tank and the P fighter, the P-38 tank. So you've got all of those units. You might not play. Yeah, I think you play most of them. Most of the pinging units in Django are also in this deck.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that's another Segarian Starhopper takes that out, and that's 3 more in indirect damage.
On the other hand, this means that there's 19 on Boba's base and 7 on
For
Quinlan's,
sure. So Quinlan has a significant advantage in damage. Going
right
out.
now, at least.
And also definitely a better board state as well, with both Quinlan out as well as Ahsoka there.
Yeah, Boba hasn't deployed yet, though. Just to be clear.
Yep.
So
and that's a force choke, I think.
Was a force choke? Yeah, that was force choke.
Yes. And he drew a card for that. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
So that was a bit of confusement about that when Piotr was supposed to draw a card from the force choke in the last game we streamed.
Yeah,
I noticed. Yeah. Didn't clear out the way I think it should have, but you know.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah,
it was a bit.
I don't think it mattered. And then,
in the end, it didn't. And it should be a shield on.
Yeah, he should have a shield on L3, unless he didn't want to and he chose to rescue something. No, there's shield.
Seems unlikely.
Yeah. I don't know why you would choose to not have a shield. Yeah, I guess if you're afraid the opponent will steal the shield.
I guess. He did ping it off with his guerrilla soldiers there.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. That probably means Quinlan is going to win this, I have to be honest, because Boba don't want to control.
Yeah, no, Boba is not in a very good control deck. It's a burn deck, but there is the
IG 2000.
That's
a Firefly.
Fire Spray. That's the new Fire Spray. Doing 2 indirect damage, and then he's flipping Boba, taking out Ahsoka here, and he kind of has to.
Why didn't he put him as a pilot?
On the Fire Spray?
Yeah. Oh wait, Bamboozle. Never mind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He knows that Quinlan is playing Bamboozle, so he doesn't dare to.
Yeah.
And he's a decent ground unit as well. He's a 4/6.
But my point, if you ignore Bamboozle, he could have killed Ahsoka without taking any damage.
Yeah, and killed L3 as well.
Oh, was it enough for that?
I'm not entirely sure actually, but I think. Maybe.
I think Ahsoka had only 2 damage.
Okay, yeah, no, so then he could have just hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, her.
Sorry, no, the elf. Yeah, that's a her.
L3's her, yeah.
It's a her as well. All right, so what we got here? We got a Bamboozle there.
So it was right to not put the pilot there, yeah.
Exactly, and that's I think that's the platform, isn't it?
No, that's a Kylo's tie silence.
Oh, it's a Kylo's tie. So it's a bit glary to see here. You see the diagonal laser shots going out from it, and that's a Pride, Colonel Pride, something.
Yes,
increasing all indirect damage.
No. He gets to do indirect if he has initiative, and indirect damage Delta units can remove upgrades.
Oh, that's
non-unique upgrades.
The unit. Yeah, okay, I know the unit. Then.
Allegiant General Pride. That's what it's called.
That's his name. Yeah. All right. I had him confused with some other unit then.
Oh, he has an answer.
Yeah, that's the no good to me dad.
He would have been dead without that. So
yeah. He's on the cusp here.
Yes,
he's only got 3 HP left, but he has indeed a very nice board state here. Kira.
And there's an IG 2000
IG there.
Yep. That makes sense.
But he can't remove both of those, and he can't win this turn. I think this is game.
Yeah, gotta be game, right? He claims to, in hopes of drawing something that lets him.
Does he even have ground sentinels? How else is he going to win?
Yeah, that's true. I don't think he has anything that can deal with both of them. No.
unless he's got ground sentinels, that's it.
Yeah, but I don't think you play ground
I don't think
sentinels.
either. I don't think he does. So he chooses not to claim because why would he? He can't draw into anything that would help him. So he trades. He can trade away Kira now.
Did he claim? I don't.
No, he thought about claiming, and I think possibly that Kenneth claimed.
Yeah, he must have, right? Because he just needs to attack one time with what's it called? Andor. What's it called?
Yeah. Cassian Andor. So
yeah,
now I don't think there's any way that he can deal with.
I don't know why he's not just going to the next game.
I don't understand either.
Yeah,
because I don't think Cassian is just going to base first thing, and that's game.
Yeah. So
why are they not clearing out?
I mean, it's up to I forget the names of people.
Niels.
Niels. It's up to Niels to concede the game. But
obviously,
if he doesn't want to do that, then play it out. That's his choice.
It's his prerogative, I guess.
Yeah, prerogative.
But why?
Was it? Oh, there was a No Good to Me Dead on him. Okay.
He had one more turn then.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, that Caleb. Makes sense. We forgot all about that. Thanks, Caleb. Helping us remember the No Good to Me Dead there.
So he still needs to deal with the Cassian for the next turn, though.
He does, but he's got a force choke in hand.
He did. If he could do 8 more damage, that bamboozle I think was enough to stop him from having lethal, because Bob could have maybe done those last 8 damage that he needs on the target down here. But
unless Kenneth actually plays something now, Niels can still deal with Cassian with that force choke.
Yeah.
So did
he did, Christian. Yeah.
Did Niels claim?
He should. I think he should. If he didn't.
No, I don't think he should, because then Kenneth can play something, and then he's dead.
But if he doesn't play something, then Kenneth can claim and just hit him with Cassian.
If Kenneth claims, Niels kills Cassian with force choke.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I didn't see that force choke. Okay.
So you need to play that before he claims. Now he can claim if he wants to. But there's that's
he has to kill that with. It's the
which one is that one?
3/4. What's it called? That you can do damage and draw a card. I think is that the one. 3/4.
It's that one. Yeah, it can damage itself and draw a card, but obviously he's not damaging himself here. So
he has to kill it.
That's IG.
Oh, it's
no,
not.
It doesn't die. It doesn't die.
Oh, IG is
one
only
more
3/4.
damage.
Right. I thought for some reason I thought IG was at 4/4. I don't know.
Yeah, no. It's 3. And was that Sabine?
Yeah,
played
that's
on the
Sabine.
ground?
Yeah, it's Sabine.
So that means that he is indeed.
I placed a new fire spray. But that's only
2.
Yeah, but
3 with
Boba.
Bilter. Yeah, no, that's game.
That is the game.
Then that's game. Yeah. Because
thanks for pointing out the No Good to Me Dead there, Caleb.
Yeah.
We totally forgot about that.
We did. And Christian agrees that he did play a No Good. We even commented on it, and we just forgot.
Yeah, they should put reminder tokens, in my opinion. Just but
No, as a player, I never do that. I don't even remind on buffs and all that, because I think that's sort of a way to get an advantage. If you're a more experienced player, you're probably easier to keep track of yours and your opponent's ball state than a less experienced one.
True.
So I think I never help my opponent that way. I'm an asshole like that.
It's not. You're not being an asshole. You're being strategic.
Let's call it that.
Yes.
Let's go with that. I like that. Let's see if we can tidy this up. So we have first game going to Quinlan here. That is, let me update the score here. That's a 1-0 then. And we didn't see much of Quinlan's sideboard last game. we did guess that Niels sided in. Was that? No, I can't remember. We did have some guesses as to what Niels was actually siding in his Django match.
Okay.
We were a little bit surprised that he was siding things in because I would have thought that you would be pre-boarding against Django, but maybe he wasn't.
Right. Yeah.
Depends
what you expect, I guess. Maybe he wasn't expecting a lot of Django for some reason.
Interesting. Yeah, but he just happened to choose the Django counter deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
They are at least done with sideboarding and shuffling up decks, drawing opening hands. Let's see what we get. I think from last game that we saw that this deck is fairly even, in my opinion. Sorry, this matchup.
This matchup, yeah. I think maybe Quinlan has a slight advantage because he has some tools to like bamboozle and stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I think I agree. It's probably pretty even.
Yeah, decent start from both players. Sagorian Starhopper for Boba there, and L3 from Quinlan. Both of those are absolutely good start units for these stacks.
He didn't Tarkin Town though.
No, he did not. I think he wants to find a juicier target for the Tarkin Town than a Sagarian Starhopper. That, if that makes sense. So we get 4 indirect damage, one of which can go anywhere.
And they did do that to the L3.
Yeah.
Since it goes under the shield, I guess.
Yeah. It makes sense.
I mean, I'm not sure I agree, but yeah, he changed his mind, I think. Yeah. Because as we talked about in the previous game, there's a lot of like ping things. You can do like the 1 damage can be enough. If the 1 health can be easily done with like 1 IG 2000 or something.
Right. Yeah.
After the shield is gone, I mean.
Yeah, certainly. So
at this point, when there's so much health left on the base, I think I would also put that on the base.
Yeah.
But it's not an easy choice for sure.
No, it's definitely not. And Quinlan is running a 25 HP base, so he is somewhat limited in his options there. So that was he managed to ping Ezra, and that managed to ping the guerrilla soldier. The guerrilla soldiers with the Quinlan ping. There is a bit of a pressure building though on the Talking Town base there. 6 damage is not a lot, but it is.
Yeah, it's 9 less than 9 HP less than Boba Fett's.
Exactly, and he
has used Tarkin Town, so
he's used Tarkin Town ability, and he does have 5 more health to begin with.
Yeah, was that Waylay? Yeah,
that's a Waylay. Pushing Ezra back into hand.
So Quinlan is pushing this though. So right now, even though he has less HP, he has 2 units in play. So it does look like Quinlan is a little bit ahead, but not by much.
Yeah, I'd say. And he did get 2 more damage on the base, so he did catch up a little bit there, especially in board state.
Yeah,
but
important part.
Yeah, but
right now
these are not huge units.
No.
It is Quinlan flip turn now, and not only is it Quinlan's flip turn, it is also platoon turn.
That's a sneak attack and
attack, but Ruthless Raider. That's a really good play here on 5 resources.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be able to kill Lester Bridger there at the end of the round.
Yeah, he is, and also he gets that extra damage from Boba. So
now it's on L3. Yeah, okay.
So he's got another 6 damage coming into base from that Ruthless Raider, most likely.
Yeah.
No, that's a bamboozle, maybe?
No, it's not a bamboozle. It's
no,
a
it's
commandeer.
Commandeer. Oh, he's
Ooh, that is
commandeering it.
juicy.
That's very juicy.
Oh,
And
that
that makes
saves
it-
Ezra as well.
Yep, that's everything. Niels claimed that, so he's just
Is discarding the what's it called? 1/3 that does indirect damage, I think.
Yep.
On attack.
and then the raider will bounce to Niels's hand at the end of the turn, doing.
No, it dies. How is it?
No, it doesn't die. It
No,
just
so-
so I think he put down 2 more. Oh yeah, he does die. What's the timing of that then? Because
At
it
the
does
start of the
die.
regroup phase, return. No, it doesn't die. At the start of the regroup phase, next regroup phase,
It
return it to
dies
the owner's
from
hand.
having been played with
Oh,
sneak attack. So it should not bounce to hand unless the timing here is wonky, so that it bounces before it dies. That's interesting because he did pull it to hand here, and they might be wise to this timing here. I'm not. I'm not sure what the timing is here.
Both of them are at the start of the regroup phase.
So then the player with the initiative,
yeah, exactly.
the initiative player, and that was
chooses.
Niels, so he chose to bounce it before
Yeah.
it dies.
Yeah,
So
that makes
that's
sense.
actually how that timing works.
But did he not
Interesting.
take damage to his base? Because he shouldn't do that in that case.
No, yeah, because he did first, but he flipped the die back
Oh,
and he
okay.
won.
Okay.
So that's why he was fiddling with the die. And then he
Makes sense.
replayed the raider and killed Ezra.
Killed Ezra. Yeah,
Mm.
makes sense. Okay. So 18 versus 11.
11, yeah.
So Quinlan is a little bit ahead now on damage, on HP left, so to speak.
Yep,
But here's
for sure.
Boba.
There's not a lot ahead.
No, but it's pretty even.
Again,
actually.
he's flipping Boba to the ground arena rather than putting him on the radar.
Yeah, you don't want
think
to
he
take the
wants to-
chance there.
Exactly, and I think he also wants to go wide, and that's why, because of the bamboozles.
Bamboozle would have been really bad if you put
Yeah.
it on the.
Now he's just tapped down instead of just discarded. So I think it's the correct way to play it.
Oh, and a gun.
A blaster
A
on
blaster.
Quinlan here. Another 5 damage to base.
5 health
25 and
Force
that
throw.
is a force throw. This is getting really
Okay, so
dicey.
he has. I can see Commandeer and I can see Fire Spray and No Good to Dead.
He's discarding the Commandeer because there are no vehicles.
So 5 damage to Boba, yes.
Mhm.
And another one. Oh,
Another
wow.
force throw.
That's a fire
And
spray.
that's Boba gone. And
Yeah.
with no ground units on display.
He has a No Good to Dead in hand, though,
Mhm.
Boba Fett.
So he can tap down Quinlan for 2 rounds,
Yeah.
which will buy him a little bit of time,
Yeah.
given that Quinlan doesn't have any tricks.
Yeah.
Because surprise strike with L3 will still do 5. So
Oh, he resourced as well. Okay, interesting.
okay,
Yeah, so No Good to Dead there.
No Good. That is an obvious choice here,
And
he
this time
must
we
have
will
something for
remember it.
5 here, and that's a
Oh,
surprise
that's
strike.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the surprise strike,
Yeah.
which is exactly what he needed. 5 damage to the base. So
Yes.
that gives Kenneth a 2-0 victory over Niels.
Good
and
games,
I-
though, let's say.
They were really interesting games, I'd say.
Yeah.
I did appreciate that a lot.
I have to say that I'm seeing Quinlan is seeming like a good choice in this meta, actually. Right
He
now,
could
I have to say.
definitely be a really good choice in this meta. I don't know how his matchup is into Django, but he has a decent matchup into Han 1 yellow.
Mm,
And he's got a good matchup, as we could see, into Piet.
yeah.
This didn't look too bad, this matchup into Boba here.
I feel like he should have a decent matchup into Django because of the hand disruption and the bouncing and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Not
I
sure,
don't
though.
know. Quinlan's it's not a piss poor matchup into Sabine, but it's not very good. I'd say Sabine is probably favored there, and that makes me think that maybe Django is slightly favored into Quinlan as well, because of both of them are faster than Quinlan is. But Sabine has a little bit more health on her units, and she's to some extent a little bit more okay with playing in top deck mode, I think.
Okay.
But that's just my guess. That's just my guess.
So I can just interrupt real quick and say that we now know that Kevin is on to day 2 in Milan because he won his game.
Congratulations! And Kevin keeps doing what Kevin does: win games. Taking names.
Did I wait? Maybe I must double check. So I didn't. Oh, sorry, I have the wrong tab. Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right.
No, I was on the wrong tab, wrong round. So that means he has to win his last round. Okay, he lost.
Okay.
Yeah,
he lost this round. He needs
sorry
to
for
win
giving
one more
everybody
round.
false hope there.
Yeah. So Kevin is yet to be done taking names in Milano for this evening. He needs to take at least one more name before we can start shilling.
That unfortunately means that he actually has to win his last round 7 here.
All right. How about Philip? Do we know? Because Philip was also...
he is still playing.
He's still playing? Any of the other Swedish players or Norwegian or Danish players?
No, they're all playing except Kevin, it seems.
So Kevin, true to form, is at least playing fast.
Yeah.
That's at least one thing he keeps up. All right. So that was the end of Swiss. And again, we can't see the standings. I wish I could show you standings here, but I can only tell you what's been reported.
Yeah, we can see the results to some extent, but not like the full standings.
That's unfortunate, but that's where we're at. Let me bring that up for you. So this is the report, what's been reported yet. So we have the game we just saw, where Niels defeated Kenneth. That it says that it's not reported yet, but it went 2-0 to Kenneth over Niels, which would put Niels on. Niels would then be. He's not undefeated into 5th round. He would have been. This is a weird one as well because we can't see. He had a draw. Yeah, he intentionally drew in the 5th round. So that would mean that Niels is now. Niels would be 4-1-1 now.
So I reloaded my page, and that actually made me get all of the stats for the players. So I can see, and I can't get standings, but I can see when I hover over people, I actually see all their matches.
Oh, that's cool. I just reload as well then, so maybe we can hover for our viewers here. So Kenneth
Dan Mortensen is
exactly. So he doubled. Kenneth Dan Mortensen is undefeated and has 4 wins and 2 draws.
Yeah, so he's on to top 8.
And
I think Piotr must be as well because of his tiebreakers.
Strength of schedule would be really good for him. He's 4-1-1, which should put him probably in the top cut.
Yeah.
Niels Knudsen now, we saw him lose here, so he is 4-1-1.
Yeah.
But probably with really good tiebreakers.
Yes.
So he should make top 8.
I think so too.
Kenneth is not as breezy as he might have thought when he took that.
True.
Took that intentional draw in the 5th round of Swiss. Kenneth Illingsen won this, and that would make him.
Yeah, he's king of Swiss. King of Swiss, yeah.
Because he's then undefeated. So yeah, he is. What didn't he draw in a game? No, he did not. He's played all his games and he's won all his games.
No, Kenneth has lost against the other Kenneth.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So he's 5-1.
He's 5-1, which is still king of Swiss.
That's still king of Swiss by 1 point.
No, by 2 points. No, 1 point. Sorry.
1 point over the
Kenneth
other Dam. Yeah. So the Kenneths are doing well.
Yes. The 2 tops. Kenneth's on top.
So Adam Amsa humbled Drew with
and we will see if that's paid off or not.
That's interesting because of their tiebreakers. We don't know at this point.
So he is 4-1-1.
Yeah, McMike did win his game. They played and he won. So Mike is 5-1. Does that make McMike
second?
He's
also 5-1. So
Yeah.
so it's either him or Kenneth Ellingson is the king of Swiss. Probably
Those are
Kenneth.
exactly. They're both in contention for King of Swiss here.
But it's probably Kenneth since he's got to have better tiebreakers, right?
It's not gotta have, but
that's
should.
true.
He
Yeah,
should have, but we're not sure of that.
No.
And then we've got a couple of unreported games, which could be very interesting for strength of schedule.
But they
if nothing else.
Let's see, like Statuary has 2 losses before this.
He does, but he's got
Kufyu
some good
as well.
tiebreakers probably.
Yeah, he has great tiebreakers because he got the bye in the first round. So that's and also played against.
He played against Few, who's got
pretty decent,
pretty good tiebreakers as well. Not as amazing, but decent. And he's 3-2 going into this round. He could be 4-2 going out of it. Yeah, it's interesting. It's hard to see exactly how this will shake out.
So we know 3 players that are for sure, 4 players that are for sure. No, I guess only 3 that we were 100% sure. And that's the 2 that are 5-1 and the one that is 4-1-1.
Yeah.
So it's Kenneth, and was it McMike?
Yes, McMike.
Those are 100% sure. And then we have a few people that we're not 100% sure.
Oh, well, I'd be very surprised if Piotr didn't make it.
Piotr is like 90. I'd say 90%. Yeah.
If you look at he's been playing, they're all on the top tables. He's played Niels, he's played Kenneth, he's played Magic, he's played Adam.
Yeah, no, he's definitely up there.
I can't really see him not being in that running.
No, he's got to be.
He's got to be, doesn't he? So I think Humble and Magic are the ones that are most interesting to see whether or not it pays off for them. But there was none of the players below them drew, or intentionally drew at least.
Humble does have good matchups as well for tiebreakers.
Oh, he does. Okay, so he might have just
he played against Fortep. He played against Kufyu. Played against Statuary.
So he might just have tricked poor Magic here.
He might have, yeah.
Yeah. I think Adam is fine with him moving on and Magic not, but I think he'd still have a little bit of a qualms about having tricked someone.
It's not tricking. He might have just thought that they both assumed that they would both go on with 4-1-1.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to see where this goes. But I think this kind of math is always slightly shaky because you don't know how tiebreakers will move.
No,
you don't know how your opponents will fare in those last rounds, especially when you took the guys that took that ID in the last round. That must have been a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, I think so. I
think both of them make it. I think both of them will make it.
I don't think so, actually. If you look at table 5, Statuary versus Kufyu, or whatever, they have also got good tiebreakers, and especially Statuary with a round 1 bye, and he played against I'm So Humble and McMike and Kufyu.
Yeah.
I think if he wins, I guess if he wins, he's on anyway with 4-2.
Yeah.
No, wait. Sorry, what am I saying? He's lost 2. No, that's true. He's lost 2. Never mind. So 4-1-1 would beat 4-2 always.
Yeah, it's Niels that really took a gamble because he drew in the last round and now he lost to Kenneth.
Oh, actually,
and
I just
that's
realized
really
something.
that's the guy that because Kenneth Dam is definitely in the top cut. He's for sure in the top cut.
I think anyone that is 4-1-1 or better is guaranteed.
Right. So
I'm so humble and
4-1-1 is guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because if you look at table 5, they have 2 losses already before they play.
You're right.
So at best they can get 4-2.
Then it wasn't that big of a gamble.
No,
then
so
they're safe.
They're safe. So that means that means we have most updates of them. Let's see, are all of? Do we already know?
So we know for sure that Stature and Cafu can't make it then.
No, because it's Sebastian Fredenberg. He has 4 and 2 as well, so that he might not get top 8s.
Okay, so one out of Stature and Cafu could make it instead of Sebastian.
Let's see here. Yeah, exactly. So the only one with of the top 4 tables, everybody that was on the top 4 tables are going top 8, except maybe Sebastian Fredenberg. We don't know yet,
Right?
because it depends on because anyone that's 4-1-1 is or better is going top 8, and that's McMike.
The only one,
Magic
the only one
5A,
that's not would be Sebastian then.
Yeah, exactly. So we have Kenneth Dan Mortensen, Fortep, Niels Knudsen, Kenneth Ellingsen, I'm So Humble, Magic 05A, and McMike. They are top 8s, unless we're missing something. And then we are not sure for the last spot. It's going to depend on who wins the table 5 and the tiebreakers that person has compared to Sebastian Fredenberg.
Right. Yeah.
So one of those 3 people.
Yep. Gotcha.
I think.
We think. That's well, I think it sounds right when you say it out loud like that. I think you're right about it. All right.
Oh, actually, yeah. Oh, I just realized there are other people that are on 4 and 2 as well. Darth Link is also
4 and 2. Definitely, there's a few.
There's one person on 4 and 2 is going top 8s.
Okay.
So and we don't know which one of the now like 4 or something, I guess.
So Sebastian should have definitely ID'd with Mike.
Yes, he would have guaranteed top 8 if he did that.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Gotcha. Now, interesting indeed. Now that's what we're checking out. That's another new point of contention with the new rules here.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just looked at Sebastian's. He was up paired, so he's actually 3 and 3. So he's definitely not top 8.
Oh, he couldn't have made top 8.
Yeah,
even
he
if
had
would have
to
won.
win to have any chance of top 8.
Right.
So that's why he did that. Yeah, so that means Sebastian cannot get top 8s. It's either the winner of table 5 or Darth Link or no, that's it, I think.
Okay, so those are the people that could make it. Okay. That's interesting.
Sorry for the confusion there, but
it would have been easier if we would have had standings.
Yeah, there are more. There are actually more that are not reported that also could have a chance. But yeah, we know most of the tables or the top 8s anyway.
All right. So we're going to take a short break from here now, but we'll be back in maybe 10-15 minutes or so, and we will then hopefully have a little bit more of know a little bit more about the standings. And I think we are going to be joined by Norwegian player Alan, also known as Kamalisk, for commentating for the first rounds of the Top Cut here. So we do say goodbye to Pontus for a little bit here.
It was
but
fun.
You will stick around and keep us updated for what we can expect from Milan still.
Yeah, of course. Yeah? I'm gonna keep. I'm looking at the screen here to see like how it's going, but yeah, there's still games being played.
That's
Sixth
perfect.
round.
Yeah. All right. So we say goodbye for now, and we will be back in something like 10-15 minutes or so. Bye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back to whatever players remain. We've got several people still remaining here. I need to start by thanking all the lawyer people that is actually watching us, because of course there are other options available to the consumers of SWU streams today. You could be watching other things and you chose to watch us, and that makes me really happy. We are going to try and put on the best entertainment in the SWU-verse that we can possibly do here. I've got the perfect man for the job with me, Alan. Welcome.
Thank you.
So happy to have you on again. You and me talked last about your wild Obi-Wan blue deck that made the finals of the Oslo PQ. So what you've been up to since last we saw you?
Playing a lot of new cards. Lando is my new favorite leader. The shield thing is super nice. Mostly playing lots of pre-releases, which I love because you get to make lots of new decks and try new cards without stressing about all the old cards that are staples you have to worry about. Rivals Fall or No Good to Me Dead, those things, not a problem. You just play nice, cool pilot decks and blow things up.
Yeah.
But now slowly getting back into constructed and making decks to deal with Django or other cards to worry about. So just enjoying. But I've kind of gone back into Obi-Wan decks because I got a showcase, so I've been enjoying trying to make decks with Obi-Wan. I've tried yellow, I've tried red, and I've tried green, but I miss blue.
Red?
Yes, with Force Throw. It's basically just a Obi-Wan blue deck with Force Throw and red 1, I think, or red 3, the spaceship. Because I didn't like the red units, so I didn't bother. But you get Yoda, you get Kanan, and then you Force Throw either with Obi-Wan or with Yoda, and you can really remove spaceships or remove some of the problems, and you can get through to the late game. And then getting card advantages means they can't do anything.
Right.
It is quite good against things like Piet, because you can get, if they scar something big, then they are doing a lot of damage.
Right.
But otherwise, it plays similar to the blue deck I played with, only with a lightsaber. But I've got Paige, the spot pilot. She's my favorite new pilot because she damages her ship, which means I can heal it. And it's super good on the Silver Angel because you can do ping damage with it.
Yeah, the Silver Angel, we were even talking about that in the deck tech, right? So has it been working out well?
It has. It's basically, I've moved, because of all the spaceships, I've migrated a few of the ground units into spaceships, and that's one of the spaceships that's in the deck. And that hence the having at least 1 or 2 pilots so I can buff the unit if I'm not playing against hard control. But Paige has been pretty good, just being able to ping, keep hurting the silver to ping the spaceships. But otherwise, it plays a lot like the old deck with Sentinel. And having a ground Sentinel is still important in these games because people still play ground decks. Like Quinlan is pretty heavy on the ground, so you shouldn't neglect having a. And if they do ignore Obi-Wan, you just put a lightsaber on him and go for face.
Start going, smash face. Yeah. So outside of Obi-Wan, obviously with the showcase, you have to give it your best. But outside of Obi-Wan, and also like the main reason you told me about Obi-Wan, why you picked him, is because of the Sentinel thing. But now you got Lando. What are the pros and cons here?
Most of the time I deploy him as a unit, as a Sentinel, the exact same as Chewbacca or Obi-Wan because of the removal. It is really, really bad to deploy him onto a spaceship and have it removed.
Yeah.
So I think my deck I've had most success with is a yellow deck because you can have Spark of Rebellion and Kira to control their upgrade removal. So you can remove things, you can check their hand to see if they have a way to remove Lando. If they don't, you can drop him onto a spaceship.
Oh, yeah.
So I really like him on Gold Leader. I just like the theme and everything, but usually he's better on something else.
Yeah.
I quite like playing with blue, with double blue as well, because hey. But I quite like the 2-cost spaceship that can't attack. Because you give it a shield with Lando, and then you put an upgrade that gives it Sentinel. Either the pilot or the double blue one.
Oh yeah, you don't have to attack with it.
No, and then it's just this. Do they really want to remove the spaceship? They don't, because it's ridiculous. Yeah. My favorite thing is playing that turn 1, then putting Protector on it. So you have a 4/6 Space Sentinel. So it's quite funny, but
that's really annoying.
It is super annoying. Or alternatively, because of Lando, you just keep the spaceship in space. They don't kill it because they can't attack. And then you can as long as you keep that in space, you can deploy ground units with a shield.
Yeah, so
And
you
they
got
just-
always
At
on.
some point, they have to go, okay, I have to remove the spaceship to stop the ability, maybe.
And
But
you go, win.
yeah, and I think village protectors as well is funny. Just keep putting the shield back on it, and it's
Mhm.
just this stupid little thing that just won't go away. So I think, I think he's much stronger than people initially thought.
Mm.
Out because the
He
ability to put
performed.
shield, yeah.
He's been performing quite well in whatever small tournaments there've been.
Yeah.
So the data would suggest that there are decks out there with Lando that
Lando
that
Green
can
is
do
pretty
it.
good because you get to ramp and get it quicker.
Mhm.
But I don't know what the perfect deck is yet.
Mm.
But I think he has got legs because of the repeated shield. It's basically a deployed Luke,
Mm.
but without the opponent really can't get rid of him. Basically,
Yeah,
Luke
I
has
think
to
you
attack.
get most of the benefits from a Luke, but fewer at least of the drawbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, as I said, all keywords are basically costed at one resource.
Mhm.
So you're similar to Fennec. You're paying 1 to get a keyword.
Yeah.
Shield, I think, is probably a bit better than Ambush, and I think Fennec would be super strong if her ability didn't say 4 or less.
Exactly. If she could ambush bigger things.
If she was ambushing 5 or 6 costs, she
Mhm.
would be crazy good, I think. But
Yeah.
they've put that limit on that makes it. Okay.
Yeah, if she would have been like ECL,
Yeah.
yeah, she'd be crazy. But yeah, with 3 costs and 4 costs,
But, yeah.
not so much.
And so the Lando limit is much less bad than you think. The one about space and ground.
Yeah,
Because
no,
you can,
yeah.
You can, in the action you play, to play it, you can play the
You can make it happen in that
But
action.
Colonel Yulara in the blue one as well.
Mm.
Super fun.
Mm.
You choose shielded with that, so you give all your vehicles shielded, and then when you play a ship with Lando, that unit comes into shielded, and then you give a shield to a different unit or even the same one, so you get double
Refresh the
shields.
unit, yeah. Refresh the shield or something again.
It's just this insanity of shield spam.
Yeah.
But right now it's quite good because Saboteur isn't very popular. But
No,
we'll
yeah.
see if that changes.
Yeah, exactly. Because then that would switch things out. But it would definitely still be interesting with all these shields into ping decks like Django because of the push and pull of the pings removing shields but not doing anything else.
Yes. So exactly, the Django players play a card and expect to exhaust something, and they don't. And
No.
suddenly you use your unit to trade into something to clean up the board, and they're not in control anymore.
Yeah.
So even though it's annoying losing it to 1 ping damage, it still is super strong when they're relying on that to actually stay ahead.
Yeah. For all of those that were expecting to watch the top cut of the Malmö qualifiers, we are headed towards that. But I guess they are doing deck checks or something because there's still no action going on.
There's no sign of anything on the table.
No, we don't have any sign of any action down at the tables. So me and Alan just chit-chatting here a bit for you as sort of entertainment while you wait for the next round of Top Cut starting out here, or maybe you're just waiting for the next round of Milan or I don't know, Atlanta might have started there, the Beatle might have been rolling out now at this point, so you have so many good streams to watch. I know, but I'm happy to have you here, and we got all of almost 30, above 30 people viewing this. I'm stoked. Great to have you all here. So, Alan, we haven't exactly been able to determine what is making the top cut yet, but I think maybe now we have some action coming down at the table here. That is definitely Adam.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
In a way, I'm very happy about this because I still don't know what deck he is on. So
Quinlan, I believe.
Oh, it's Adam and Quinlan.
I've heard Quinlan.
So he might have migrated to Quinlan as well. Then we have at least 2 Quinlans in the top cut. Yep, that is indeed a Quinlan deck that he's pulling out there. Yeah, let me see if we can pull up the results, and maybe we do have pairings here as well now. The quarterfinals. So we do have pairings here. So that's Niels Knudsen. And Niels was playing into Django last game as well. He played, into Quinlan for the last game as well. So Niels gets to face yet another Quinlan player here. He did lose to Kenneth, who's also on Quinlan Tarkin 10. So I will be updating our screens there. What do you think? Did you see the last game?
I was watching someone else on a different stream, but one of the last place players, he was streaming his games, so I was watching him play. But I've seen Quinlan does pretty good against Django, at least, I think. So
yeah,
I'm guessing that's one of the reasons why Adam is playing Quinlan.
I would bet so. Let me see if I can get all the text right here. Oh, so I'm sorry. Niels is not at all on Quinlan.
Boba
He's
Fett.
on Boba Fett. That's exactly. He's on Boba Fett.
See, Boba Fett also can be quite good against Django, so I'd rather both of these get through to fight some Djangos. But
I think so. Yeah. I might have just put the wrong name on the wrong spot here. We are going to change you over to the screen so you can see the play mats for yourself in a little bit. As soon as I've got this sorted, and leader right should be Quinlan, leader left should be Boba Fett, the new Boba Fett. So they switched places. We had Niels in the other seat for the last round. So I need to get all the names shifted here. And that should be Adam. All right, here we go. Let's see. So that is the table you see there. And we do see the champion playmat that Adam is sporting. He did take down no less than 2 PQs in the last set. Let's see what he can do in the Malmö qualifiers here. He might be on to great things for this set as well. So they get a little bit of a time now to review each other's
indeed, yeah,
deck lists, right? Yeah. So you did this with Adam not so long ago.
Indeed, yes. Deja vu.
What goes through your head when you're in a high level matchup like this? What do you think? What are they looking for in?
Well, you look for the problem cards, right? Things like waylay, things if you're playing decks with upgrades and pilots. You look for exhausting, like No Goods Be Dead and stuff like that.
Right.
Obviously, in this case, you're not looking for. Yes, these don't run Triple Dark Raid, do they? I don't think so. Maybe Boba does.
Oh, Boba is running Triple Dark Raid. He is.
It's not as strong as in Django, but it's still
no.
Pretty good.
It's still pretty good, yeah.
But you look for weird cards that are out of the ordinary, I guess, and their sideboard especially to see what they might be changing into your deck lists. I guess if they have upgrade removal, you'll be interested in that in the Boba deck.
Yeah, and
you want to risk deploying as an upgrade.
Exactly. He'd need. Oh, so Adam is checking out the platform there just to see what it does. He might not be familiar with all the new cards. Boba is playing a lot of new cards just to get as
more
much
indirect
damage as possible. But remember, Boba doesn't only trigger from indirect damage; it triggers from any damage that is non-combat damage. So the Ruthless Raiders pings. All of these pinging units, really, you get to trigger Boba ability, which is super strong. So
as that one cost spaceship that hurts itself, that triggers Boba's ability.
Yeah, maybe
it does. It's funny.
It does. So you draw a card, and all right.
Yeah, that's the one that if you don't have a fighter, it deals 1 damage to itself.
Yeah, exactly, and then you get to draw a card.
No, that's not that spaceship. But there's the heroic one would do that's the blue one, but that's a heroic blue unit, so you can't play that.
No.
But
okay.
Anyway, in Seal we found out it worked because it's technically non-combat damage.
Okay.
So I guess any unit that hurts itself would also, it said do damage to itself, would also work.
It would still work.
But it's only 1 damage.
Yeah. No, still, but every turn you can trigger it. It adds up.
Yep. There's that spaceship that increases the indirect damage by 1. I don't know if people run that, but
I've seen it when I played online, but I'm not sure that it's super strong.
Great. But I mean, with Boba, every time you trigger Boba, it's doing extra 1s. But I think it's not very strong stat-wise to stay alive.
No, I mean it's basically a Sentinel because you need to remove it.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see.
But I'm assuming he's wanting to triple dark raid into Devastator at some point.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what Quinlan has to somehow deal with if he's not killed Boba Fett by then.
Yeah. And that is the flip turn.
Can he triple dark? What is it? Yeah, it's 3.
It's an 8 cost unit, and with triple dark raid you get 2 discount. So
there's a lot of stuff happening on that.
So that's the Boba flip turn can be absolutely crazy.
But then it comes down to force throws and removal from their hand or Kira to control what they can play.
Exactly.
And Quinlan can pump out a lot of damage very quickly if you don't.
Quinlan can be so quick, like we saw in the last game, because this is basically a rematch from the last game, only that we switch out Quinlan players. So Niels did just lose to a deck much like this one. And they roll off for initiative here. It looks like Niels got the initiative. I think Adam is not too... Maybe Adam even won the roll off and just gave him initiative.
It was Quinlan, yes, probably. You would want to go second.
Yeah, so it was always meant to be Boba getting that initiative.
Yeah. You can always pass, really, if you wanted to not really play something. But
yeah, with Boba you probably can. We were talking about it in the Piet matchup, where you might not want to pass because Piet might just happily claim them.
Piet would happily go on to the next round, please.
Yeah,
thank you. But Quinlan doesn't want to not play something on turn 1.
No, and I think Boba also want to play turn 1 anyway. So I think just giving Boba the initiative here is just the safe way to go, and then you don't have to gamble at all. And
I don't really know what 2 drops Boba has.
So Boba's got the Sigorian hopper thing. He's got all the regular yellow stuff. He's got the Pride, the indirect damage guy. He's got the New Order Star Troopers, which are 1-drops really. And that's probably really good against Quinlan, because Quinlan doesn't run any 1-drops.
Oh, yeah, the First Order guy, he's got that.
Yeah, the First Order. Sorry, the First Order guy. Those are probably really good to open with in the Boba deck here. I think the TIE Fighter is a 2-drop, right? The TIE Bomber.
Yes, indeed, 004. Yeah.
Yeah, the 004.
That can be quite good early on, at least. But I think against Quinlan, if you have 2 1-drops, that can be quite good against Quinlan because he can't ping them.
That'd be probably very good.
Then you probably don't. You have to have 2 1-drops. And it's probably unlikely.
I think they're only running the Stormtroopers. So that's Legion General Pride into a shielded crafty smuggler.
I guess he's going to Tarkin Town it, but I always wonder that's always the best thing to do so quickly. But
yeah, I mean, of course, if you give him initiative there anyway, he will have that in the indirect damage will be triggering on attack for Pride, and that starts stacking up pretty fast. So maybe
it's probably best, but especially since you've already lost initiative, so you might as well.
Yeah, and that is the Guerrilla Troopers or Guerrilla Soldiers or something. 3 indirect damage.
1 to base because
So do you put all of it on base or just 2? He only put 2 on base there, and then Boba makes it 3 on base actually. And
true.
And then he gets to stand up with them. So possibly that could be 5 damage to base here. Whereas
it's got a lower threshold to get to because it's Tarkin Town. So
exactly, but that is tech, an early tech from Adam, and that could be really interesting. So I think Adam plays that because he might just want to claim here, right?
Well, he's not going to run DJ or anything, right?
No.
So I think tech isn't much of a problem. It's just a 2/5.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why he played tech before he took out the Guerrilla Soldiers there. Oh yeah, to get the ping. Oh
the 1 extra ping.
Okay. To get the ping in the first place. Right. So moving on to the next round here, we've got 5 damage on Talking Town already, but that is not enough pressure to counter the very skewed board state at this point. That must be
but
the fire spray
there's a
dealing.
lot. The damage from indirect. I mean,
Mm.
if you can get stacking it up, the board
Yep.
state doesn't matter too much. It's going to run out of health to put things on.
Yep. Yep. Certainly. So the fire spray here dealing 3 indirect with Bobo ability, and that all goes on to Tech at this point. So Tech has a fairly large booty for a 3-drop, but you know, like you say, he's going to run out of it.
The issue is that Bobo wants you to spread it out like this so that he can get rid of a bunch of units when he pops
when
out.
he plays IG or the tank or something.
There's a lot of ways to remove them. So
yep.
I don't know. It's
certainly.
Sometimes it might be better to just sort of sacrifice some units, perhaps. But I think you want the damage for now.
Yep, certainly. No, yeah, the board state is looking massive for Adam here. Is that's the rebel fighter units
wing.
exactly that deals indirect damage as well.
It's the organized play kit one.
The version, yeah. They are kind of similar, so you can still make them out, even though they are the organized play one.
With the red ball.
Yeah, kind of similar art style. So keeps dealing indirect damage. That's another 3 indirect damage, and it spreads them out between Sabine and the spaceship there. But I guess he went to base there, 4 damage to base as well, with the fire spray. And Adam is falling behind on damage.
Here you go.
Quite a bit. And that is the IG just killing off the Crafty and the spaceship. No, what? Crafty is definitely dying. And
assuming he puts it on there.
Yeah, okay, yeah. He might not. But Sabine has more health left. Crafty is dying, spaceship is dying, and he's softening up Tech there. Makes sense.
He's easily going to pick them off at some next turn when he deploys. But Quinlan is out this turn, and Force Throw is going to be annoying. But
it is.
unless he's south Force Throw, he can't really guarantee removing both spaceships.
No, exactly. He might have more than one thing here. Yeah, he can remove he can destroy the hand here with Ahsoka discarding 1 card.
Yeah.
And then
Quinlan
Ping, and that's the first Force Throw of the game. We do see the hand of a judge here.
The hand of God.
Yeah. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Ahsoka is definitely costing more than the fire spray, so he's definitely allowed to Quinlan Ping the fire spray there.
It's 4 costs and 4 costs.
Yeah.
They're the same cost in.
Yeah, even so he could have, even if he hadn't flipped, he could.
I think he's kept a Triple Dark Raid in hand, which is going to be a big deal next turn if he gets it.
If he gets to push it off, yeah, that's definitely where he wants to play it on 6 resources.
To me, I think Quinlan is okay right now, but it's not. That was a 2-cost event, right? Yeah, so he couldn't even kill that fire spray.
Yeah, no, exactly. This isn't looking all that great for Adam, is it?
It's not. He's got damage, but so has Boba Fett, who can pick.
Boba
can kill Tech and Sabine this turn.
And Boba's already put Adam to, what is that, 15, or is it the 5?
It's only 9 damage.
Yeah, there's only 9 damage. Okay.
He's winning on damage, but
he is.
It depends if he's got some way to deal with the Boba flip.
Are they actually equal on damage because of the 5 health difference?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah. So he starts with going with. Well, that's risky because Adam could have more hand destruction. Adam could have pillage or something in hand there.
If he's running pillage, that's going to ruin his entire turn. Yes.
Yeah.
But he says the Boba flip.
Yeah, that's true. But going with the fire spray first here, I guess since it's damaged, he wants to strike before it dies.
Yeah. He could have deployed Boba onto it to keep it alive.
He could have done that, but that's also risky with a lot of. Oh, that's surprise striking in for a lot of damage there. That's 5 damage to base. So he's now on 19.
Yep. One card each.
One card each, but we know it's a triple dark raid in Neil's hand there.
Oh, I guess it's got 2 now.
Oh, he's got 2. Okay, yeah. But still, I mean, triple dark raid into a huge, massive...
3, 6, 8, 9. He has 9 damage on board, right?
Right, yeah.
Quinlan, but he can get rid of Sabine.
Yep.
Or get rid of Ahsoka.
So he's going to flip Boba into ground, I think. No?
No.
Oh,
he wants to flip
he does. He wants to get rid of as much as possible. He can get rid of most of this. 2 of them gone and another damage on. Is that Ahsoka, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ahsoka's got 5 health originally, right?
Yes, he's a 3/5.
Yeah, 3/5. Yeah, this is an interesting proposition.
He has 1 card in hand. He has no way to exhaust Boba Fett. And if he gets Devastator, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. and also that will kill Ahsoka for sure.
Well, no, he doesn't have to. He will do it to base if he wins the game.
Oh, he does?
What, if he wins the game from... I haven't done the
Oh,
math.
yeah. No, I haven't mathed it out. But that's another 5 damage to base there.
I think he wins.
24. That's triple dark raid now. If he sees the Devastator, Adam's all tapped out. If that is a Devastator here, that could be game.
I think just anything big at this point.
Is that a Devastator there? That is a Devastator, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It is a Devastator. I think this might be game.
Plus his attack from Boba is 8 plus something that's lethal.
Yeah. I think that's enough. And Adam's tapped out. He's got no space units. Can he kill?
Why is he killing that and not the base? I don't know. But I'm just probably.
I don't know. They might do math we're not aware of. How much damage is there on base then?
What's
10, 14 plus 9. That's 23. Yeah, that's game.
Yeah, okay.
That's game. Yeah, he's just making
put 4 damage on base.
He's
Really
just making sure. So there's no tricks coming his way, but I don't see what tricks that would have been. That's game 1 to Niels, and the burn deck burned fast.
I think the issue was if the Force Thrower had managed to kill one of the spaceships, he'd have been okay. But he risked. That was the gamble, I think, doing it to the opponent, is that if they had something cheap enough so you couldn't remove one of their units, then you.
No, he didn't, because he didn't have anything big in his hand. He had Surprise Strike and Adam didn't have anything big in his hand.
That's true.
No, he only had the Surprise Strike and whatever he resourced, which could have been the blaster for all we know.
Yep, but so that's one of the downsides to this deck when there's direct damage and putting it and spreading it on your units.
Yep.
Like, maybe he should have actually put some on his base more, just to actually keep his units alive longer. Because the flip side from Boba, I don't know. But
you have to. It's like with the Han Solo mono yellow, the math is all on you playing it. But with the Boba yellow, the math is on your opponent. Your opponent has to do the math, because they are in the decision seat there. So it's tricky. I've played a lot against it with some of my decks that I'm testing, and it's tricky. It's not an easy matchup. So we're moving on to game 2 here. Sideboarding now. What do you think?
I think we can.
They are shuffling.
More hand destruction. I don't know.
Yeah. Is he even sideboarding anything?
I think he did something.
He did something. All right. Yeah, Adam is so quick. You never know. He's so lightning fast.
So I don't know what Boba was sideboard either.
No.
He did pretty fine. I think just.
I know Niels is running Fang Fighters in his side, and that's absolutely not interesting into this deck.
I mean, not in from Boba Fett, no.
No.
There's no green General Saber. He's not green, right?
No. And what would you even what red yellow attachment would you play in Quinlan? I guess jetpacks maybe. Obviously, they are playing the gun, the blaster, but you're not playing Fang Fighters to remove a blaster.
I think if he had Kira instead of Ahsoka,
Mhm.
he would have been better off because he could have
Yep.
seen the hand and blocked triple dark raid.
Yep.
As opposed to just getting the opponent to choose to discard a card. So in some ways, Kira is better than Ahsoka in terms of
I think
controlling your opponent.
with force throw, Ahsoka might be slightly better.
Yeah, but you get your leader is basically force throw. So if you play.
No, that's not because you get to diminish the hand, and more often than not, they're going to throw away the smaller card and keep the bigger card.
Yeah, probably. It's
Yeah,
true.
whereas with the Kira, you're not actually discarding any cards; you just get to see them and block them from playing one of them.
I still think that's better in this aspect than removing another card because you're reducing the number of cards and then you also reduce their options further.
Mhm.
And I think you don't need the force user because you have your leader as the force user
Right.
for force throw. So
Yeah.
she is strong, but I feel like Kira could be potentially stronger in this particular matchup where you've got to deal with triple dark raids. And I think making them discard triple dark raid is not an easy thing without Spark of Rebellion or whatever, which he could also run. Does he run that too?
Not sure. We haven't seen Adam on stream before,
Okay.
so you were more clued in than I was what he was actually playing because he hasn't told me anything. He's been all tied up on this. He's been testing a lot with the Colossus space, and that's all he's talked about. Really,
you mentioned about him playing Colossus.
Yeah, I figured he wasn't on Colossus, but that's the only thing he's been open about. So we weren't sure at all what he was bringing here. I'm not sure. Maybe Jonah knew.
I think I heard through some from other people about what. Now they've lost. They mentioned that he was playing because they played him. I think.
Yeah.
Does he have Commandeer? Perhaps. I wonder if that's.
I think Niels is running Commandeer. I don't know for sure that he's. Oh, that's a perfect opening for Boba. Oh, that is and Adam just had to claim there, right?
He has no turn one play, I guess.
Yeah, he whiffed, and he's playing. Yeah, at least he's got a decent amount of health. Full health can absorb some of that
indirect damage. Indirect damage. So quickly.
Yeah. Wow, and he can only
because Talking Town doesn't help.
Yeah, no, definitely doesn't. I think Niels is just going to base here, right?
Yeah, indeed. There's nothing.
Yeah,
he's going to put indirect on Ezra for him, so he doesn't need to worry about it.
Right, exactly.
Now he can't trade into one of the stormtroopers without dying. So
yep, that's perfect for Niels. That's an incredible opening for him.
He probably doesn't have one drops either, so he can't. Ping them
no, he can't ping them. And they also do indirect when they die.
Yeah,
so, it's just a decent proposition to kill them either way. Of course, you can have them strike for 2 every turn and deal the indirect damage. So you have to remove them, but not sure. He doesn't play any pinging units in Quinlan.
And Ezra can't use his ability if he dies, so that's even worse as well. So.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Adam. Force throw is.
He is a force user. Course, there's that.
That's that. So there's a platform in space there now as well.
Yeah, but that dies and does indirect as well. I think you have to remove that, right? I don't.
Yeah, because it strikes for 4 and then it does 3 indirect, so 3 is less than 4. that's the math he's on it. But yeah, because he discarded something small from his hand. I think I couldn't really tell what he discarded, but it
was at least 2. It was the first order guy. I think he discarded.
Oh, the first order guy. Right? No, that cost 1. Oh no, it cost 2. The first order guy. The pride.
Yeah, pride.
Yeah. So he discarded pride and he killed the platform, doing 4 indirect essentially.
Yeah.
So that goes to base, I guess. Yeah, all to base. So that's 9 damage on base before he's even opened up his salvos here. So Ezra down to 1 health and still taking 2 damage.
Another
to
force
base.
Throw. Okay.
Another force throw.
I mean, he's reducing his options, but
yeah,
I guess that's true. Maybe if he can kill these now.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what it was. It would have been interesting to see. And that's another pride there.
He's out of cards now, so this is it could just completely swing now.
Yep. Yep,
Because
certainly
there's nothing
can.
left.
This is the game plan for Adam, I guess. And he does have 2 open resources, so there are cards that he could pull off the top of his deck here. A third
He
force
goes to
throw.
base, yeah.
Yeah. 3 damage to the base, looking at the top card, playing
Nice.
it. Yeah. And that's the bounty ship, isn't it? The 1-cost ship, right?
No, that's the Y-wing again.
Oh, it's the Y-wing. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
that redirect damage guy.
That
This he
sort
needs
of.
to draw a triple dark raid probably at this point because I'm not sure what else he's drawing. Is
He's
that
true.
Tan-T4?
That is definitely an event and
That's
something.
Tan-T4. That's the legendary ship that does indirect.
Right.
Resource it, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Cost 7 or something.
So I guess that's a triple dark raid in his hand then, or
I don't know
maybe
what it is.
the 5 indirect damage.
The
Event.
torpedo barrage.
Yeah,
yes.
it could be that as well. So that's 2 indirect and 2 damage to base.
So the thing is, right now he's out of Boba Fett is kind of out of steam. So we'll see what happens because.
But like you said, Boba Fett can be in top deck mode as long as he draws good thing. Oh, that's a waylay.
Okay.
It's not doing him much good here.
I don't think you even bother naming Waylay, do you?
No, I think you name Triple Dark Raid.
Probably.
Yeah, I probably would do that. I think so. Quinlan coming out. So now we might see things happening because now he can ping the First Order Stormtrooper with anything.
I think this is one of the downsides of playing 2 1-drops against the card, the hand destruction deck, is that you've now just reduced your hand even further by playing more weaker cards instead of bigger ones. So
that's true. That's true. How much damage is that on Adam's base though? Because he's
14.
got 12, 14. Yeah, 14.
14 and 10.
So
he has nothing on the board. I mean,
no, it's a completely empty board, and he's got a waylay in hand. He can't play. Well, I mean, he can play it, but
if you assume he could play it, even if it was named, he can't play it. It's cost 3 more, right?
Yeah, but if it wasn't named, he could play it. But why?
I mean, you bounce Kira, but I don't.
Yeah, I guess.
And he can't. He needs a vehicle now to even use Boba Fett now. So.
Certainly. Yeah, it
is.
This is the pivot point. Let's see if Adam can take advantage of it. It's no good to be dead on Quinlan there.
Okay, he's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
That's still 3, 6, 9. At least 10 damage this round.
Right. Yeah, and he is racking up there. He's at 17 now.
And what's the other card in his hand? We don't know.
We don't know. That's something he drew into. It could be the waylay still, but I used to assume he resourced it.
Unless it was a terrible draw, in which case. But maybe have to go to ground with Boba Fett. I don't think he wants to do that.
I don't think so either.
But it would be 4. Is it 4, 6? Right.
Mm-hmm.
It would be 4 more damage on base, but
yep.
I don't think it matters at this point. He's got 20 damage now.
Yep. And that's surprise striking off of Ezra.
No, he's at 26. Okay.
That's 26. And Crafty coming down. So, yeah, Adam is presenting.
I guess he's claimed, right? Because he's not.
Yeah, he must have. So, I think this game goes to Adam.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I don't see how Niels pulls it out. It was looking really strong there for a little bit, and he drew into nothing there. So yeah, hand destruction for the win.
Indeed, that do 2 force throws.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after you played 2 1-drops, you're already down a card. He plays 2 force throws, you're down 2 more cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's it. And he did sort of at least improve the board state quite significantly with those 2 force throws.
Yep.
So yeah.
I think all the matches I've seen of Quinlan play, that when they play 2 force throws in one round, they tend to go on to win quite.
Yeah, it turns out it's a strong card. Who knew?
Especially if you can remove the unit with the.
Damage. I did play a lot of Shurit back in set 1, and that deck was basically all force throw. That was the one point of the deck.
That's why I said a bit earlier about using Obi-Wan with force throw.
Mm-hmm.
Being more aggressive with him.
I bet. So yeah, we even talked about that in when we were waiting for them set up, that force throw is strong enough for you to actually consider using the red base more or less only for that card. Indeed. All right, let's see. So we're going into game 3. Let me update the score here.
It's pretty impressive to come back from no turn 1 play as well.
Right, yeah, certainly, because that was looking dire for Adam there.
So I think in this case, Boba Fett probably would have preferred a 2-drop because
maybe
Adam had no 2-drop to counter it.
Right.
And the stormtroopers die too easily to
yeah.
force throw, no matter what. You can't.
In the end, they were too squishy to be doing it. They pushed a lot of damage, and there were a lot of pressure being built up there. But Ezra still weathered it, and
I think he needed the IG 2000 ship.
Yeah, he would have needed to see something to capitalize on all that damage being spread out.
Because he needed to, after he went to ground to start with, but he needed to move into space because the Quinlan deck doesn't really have a lot of space.
No.
So
you could go with those 2 early drops and then pivot into space.
Yeah.
Then you're probably gold. But
it seemed like he drew a lot of events or something.
Yeah, he kind of stalled out there. All right, Adam's already done with his resourcing there. I did not pay attention enough to see what he was doing, so I'm not sure what he got in his hand or what he resourced there. He didn't mulligan though.
No, he's clearly resourced 2 force throws. That's the way to win.
Obviously, that must have been what happened here. Yeah.
Well, if he has tech, he could tech force throw.
Yeah.
And it protects the force throws from hand destruction. See?
Yeah, see, it all works out. Boba's famous for his strong hand destruction.
He could run pillage.
He could run pillage. He could run. I've never seen it, but he could definitely run Basine.
That's true. And force throw, I mean, you don't need a force unit.
No. So crafty and he's
standard exchange. Play the ship. He blew it up.
Yep.
And now Talking Town is gone.
Talking Town gone. Yeah. Adam reconsidering his resourcing there. Yeah.
He's got a Tantive in his hand by the look of it, but that's a bit later on. And a sneak attack, I think.
Yep, that's definitely a sneak attack.
With the Tantive thing if he gets that.
And also, obviously, with the Ruthless Raider, like 8 damage is nothing to scoff at.
Tantive is the heroic ship that has a Sentinel, not that ship. I don't know what that is called. The fancy ship.
Did you see sneak attack in Adam's hand?
No, in Boba's hand.
Yeah, right.
With the yellow spaceship that does indirect damage. They cost 7.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
What it's called. I got it Tantive, but that's
something with T. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, so he's waylaying a smuggler.
Waylaying a crafty.
I guess he has nothing to play. That's the sign that you have.
Got to be it, right? Can't see any other reason to do that. So Cassian coming down. That's a large pool of health to spread out some of that indirect damage onto.
Indeed. So that's good for you want basically high health units to absorb as much as you can.
Right. That's the Triple Dark Raid on 4, right on cue for the Ruthless Raider. Then
you can get the tank, right?
Yeah, I could get a tank as well. I think that's less good here. You'd rather have the
you don't really want him to contest the ground.
Yeah, I guess, but it can't even kill. Well, it could after the ping. It could have killed.
The Ruth has more damage in this case. There's nothing on the board. So.
Exactly. So Ruthless going in for 4, plus the 2 from the ping. I think Ruthless is just golden here.
I think he forgot to use Boba Fett.
Maybe. Yeah. It seems.
Too late
it seems. Yeah. It seems that he forgot.
If it wasn't a tournament, you could obviously go back. But
going back to hand.
Doing 2 actions away afterwards is too late.
Yeah. Indeed. So Crafty coming out again and just playing a Sabine there as well.
Lots of
So,
health.
yeah, lots of health, lots of units going wide to be able to start.
Triple Duck Raid is still
doing
good, but he doesn't have a board because it's
Yeah.
Triple Duck Raided. That's also interesting, just the fact that it's not on the board.
But he might just not have had anything interesting to play, and this way he drew a card
It is
basically.
drawing card, yeah, which is good
Yeah.
against hand destruction. That's a good point. Actually, playing Triple Duck Raid earlier it gives you a card back into your hand, which means you have more choices for
Exactly.
survive the inevitable force throws.
Right.
Okay.
So 3 indirect, and I assume it's all going
One
onto
on
units
units,
here. Yeah. You don't want that stand up. Not that it's such a big menace to have it stand up. It's only a small thing, but still.
Yeah, you can still immediately trade it into Cassian, for example, and that'd be bad.
Yeah. So Cassian going to base for 3.
This game is more even than last time.
Much more so.
We got our Quinlan turn now, so it could be a force throw.
Certainly.
Main,
yeah, he's leaving 3 open resources there. And that is a surprise strike. Going in for 5 to base, 6 even with the ping.
I think the thing is, Boba really needs a spaceship.
Yep.
Or a vehicle in play to
deploy. Stick one now. He needs to stick a spaceship at this point.
But ideally, you want one in play before your turn, so next turn you can deploy it straight away and kill the units that have been damaged. But if he doesn't have a vehicle in play, he can't do that.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen any upgrade removal from Adam here. Oh, so he's no good to me dead. I would have definitely put that on the Quinlan rather than the Crafty.
The Crafty's got the gun on it now, though, so it's 4 attack. So
yeah, sure, but
and he
Quinlan's
can't really remove
3
it.
attack, and it's
got a shield. He can't really remove it. I don't
know. Yeah, I guess.
But you have to wait to see if he deployed. If you passed, maybe he would take initiative for some reason. I don't
know. Yeah.
But I doubt.
Sure.
I think it's okay, but it's not a sign that you're in a strong position if you're doing that on the smuggler. I think.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my thought as well.
But now if he can play a spaceship, you can deploy or a vehicle, you can deploy Boba onto it and remove some units.
Right.
But they still get to attack. That's the issue.
Yeah, but he gets. This is exactly that's the Tantwin thing.
It's not Tantive, it's something else.
It is something else. But it does give you minus for the damage on your units, right?
Units have -1 damage for each. Do 1 less damage for each damage on them.
Yeah, exactly. So 1 less power for each damage. So that's sort of the anti-grit.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, and that makes a lot of these units a lot smaller.
Indeed, if it can stay alive. Don't have waylays in his deck. That'd be pretty.
Yeah, he can't stay alive because he played it with.
But I mean, if Quinlan has waylay, then it just goes away.
Oh yeah. But Niels played it with sneak attack.
Yeah, so it can.
So it's going to go away either way.
Yeah.
It's almost like you don't want to waylay it because.
It's true.
Then he gets it back.
But it's called the Radiant 7 is the name of the ship.
All right, yeah. At least it does what we thought it does.
Yeah.
So Quinlan strikes for nothing, right? Or
no,
does he need?
It's non-leader.
Non-leaders, okay, yeah.
So Quinlan is the only one who has, and Sabine has 1 attack.
Yeah. So this is a spot where he would so much like to be able to flip Boba onto something.
You can put it onto the Radiant, but then it will blow up at the end of the round.
Exactly. It's pretty useless. Cassian's only got 1 health. Quinlan's only got 1 health.
Let's see how he gets out of this now.
Yeah, no.
It's got 6 damage versus 25. That's just over.
That's a lot of damage. And he's tapping down the Radiant chip.
Because if Ahsoka discards a unit, right? You have to exhaust a unit.
Yeah, and that's what happened there.
That's even worse to deploy Boba Fett onto it.
Yeah, it is. It's even worse. So
I think he might just to kill off those, but he's still dead, right? I mean, I don't.
He is. I don't think he has anything to stop this. He needs to block 5 damage coming in here. Even the crafty standing up is going to be very close to lethal. And also Cassian is still standing.
He's got 0 attack at the moment.
Oh yeah, right. That's true. But next round he won't.
Yeah, but he kind of all he needs is a gun or a surprise strike to kill with anything.
Yep. Right.
You can deploy to the ground and attack, but I'm not sure what.
Yeah.
You're attacking.
Yeah. No, he did deploy to ground here, and Adam just claims because, obviously.
You can kill Quinlan, I guess, but they're all bad.
They're all bad. All of them strikes for 3 more or less, except for the crafty strikes for 4. So he removes Quinlan because that's one of the units he can remove.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
and then he conceded. So that is Adam taking it down 2-1. And yeah, that was this last game was a lot interesting. I really liked it. The first game was really fun as well, even though it was a little bit messier, I guess.
It was super close. It came down to just the damage, but I think because of getting to the high enough resources, or getting to 6, and having Boba deploy, and then having resources for the Dark Raid.
Yeah.
Both these games, he never really got a presence.
Yeah, no.
Felt like he needed way more spaceships. He got only ground units, I feel like.
Yeah, that's certainly what happened.
I think
what
the
we
Boba
could
deck
see
is
at
much
least.
better when it just dodges the opponent.
It would. We didn't see what they sideboarded, but it definitely looked like Adam was. Yeah, he's removing his sideboard here.
Yeah.
So
Commandeer and
that's a
Fanfighter.
pillage indeed.
Yep.
He did sideboard in at least 1 pillage and some commandeers there. Yeah.
He's removing his commandeers. What?
Yeah. So he also got a commandeer and 2 fang fighters. Why would you bring in? Oh yeah, of course, for the Boba, of course.
Killing Boba,
yeah, for killing Boba.
He never appeared. See, I think what Boba needed more of was in 2 and 3 cost spaceships.
Yep.
To play, and then he could, instead of going on the ground. I don't think because Quinlan can just trade with the ground too easily. I don't think it's useful.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So he sided in waylays and commandeers. It seems.
I'm not sure the waylay is useful in this. I don't think does Quinlan have anything that big.
No. Yeah. The biggest thing in Quinlan decks is usually Plo Koon.
Plo Koon. You don't want to waylay that because it's just
exactly. It's an ambush. It's just useless. So yeah, no, I don't know why he sided in waylays really, but he did. All right, yeah, that was that game. Interesting. We will be back with top 4 in a bit because we are running somewhat. We caught up to schedule, so to speak. Let me see. We are scheduled to have the semi-finals start at 5:30. So we might be back in 20 minutes or so. Well, actually, we'll probably be back in 15 minutes or so to do a little bit of up talk before the semi-final starts. But yeah, that's where we're at. We have no updates from Milano yet, but I think we might have Kevin through at this point. I don't know for sure though. Let me see. Kevin is 5-2, so he might be through. Yeah, no, I have no actual updates yet from Milano. Maybe we'll get some updates and we will talk a bit about that before the semi-final starts. But the semi-final is scheduled to start 5:30, and we will be back shortly before that. So with that, anything you want to add before we sign off for a little bit?
No, it's nice to see not Django's top cut. So we'll see how they do when they do face a Django, if there are any. We don't know.
Yeah, we did see a couple of Djangos, but only a couple. So we're not sure.
I think the Quinlan deck can do pretty well against Django, similar to how it did against Boba, which is just removing their cards, and then when they run out of cards, they're not really doing much. So we'll see.
We'll see. All right. So with that, we'll leave you for a little bit, and we will see you back here in something like 15 minutes or so. and we are back. We have had all of the quarterfinals finish, so we're moving on to the semifinals, and it is, if we read the brackets right, we have 2 mirror matches coming up, and we've picked to follow Adam since that is the top table here. So we're going to get some Quinlan on Quinlan violence in the stream, and off stream we're going to have a Django Tango. It seems, because we did have a top cut consisting of 2 Quinlans and 2 Bobas, and both of the Bobas were eliminated. And then we had 2 Djangos and 1 Sabine and 1 Piet. And it seems that probably both of the Piet and the Sabine was eliminated as well. So yeah, Quinlan and Quinlan violence coming down this way. Both of them playing Tarkingtown. And yeah, I guess Adam would have a slight advantage playing on a champion playmat and with a showcase. I guess that's OP, and it's unfair, I suppose.
I was going to suggest we call it Twinlan instead of Quinlan as the mirror match.
The Twinlan mirror match. I like that. I like that. And like I said, we're almost certainly having a Django Tango going on off screen. Not entirely sure, but we think that's what's going down on the other side of the table. That might be confirmed later on from our people on site. So we had a top 8 consisting of double Bobos. That was actually the King of Swiss. Oh yeah, game started here.
Yeah,
Me rambling on. So yeah, what we have robot here. We do have an L3 and a Sabine.
That's quite
Sabine
good
is a
against
perfect
Quinlan,
counter, yeah, and
because you can't. Well, she can trade into it now.
Yeah,
but at least she has to trade into it. He didn't talk. He couldn't Tarkingtown it because it had a shield. So
right. So 2 to base from Kenneth there, and then yeah,
I guess he'd rather ping it again, but it's just going to race, I think.
Yeah, because he gets 3 damage on, right?
Yep.
So he's ahead on the race already, and that's just Green Squadron coming down from Kenneth there. That's actually not
well, they're
what
both
he wanted.
Tarkingtowns, yes. Now he can Tarkingtown Sabine. The thing is, he wants to play a 3-drop, I think.
Yeah.
But he doesn't ping if he plays a 3-drop.
Exactly. Yeah.
They can't see the game.
Yeah.
They can't see the game.
Oh, they can't see the game? How? Why is that? Let's.
Only our faces, which is delightful, but probably
well,
not.
obviously we are very delightful people, but that's probably what you want to see then. You can.
Yeah, it says not visible.
Let me see. I think it's switched over now. Yeah, it's switched over. Right. So, my mistake. That's a Cassian coming down, and indeed, Kenneth uses his Tarkingtown to remove Sabine there. And now Kenneth is ahead on board state because Adam's only got the 1 unit, but Adam's still got his Tarkingtown up.
Yes, but you don't want to use it on the robot, and if you might play a 2-drop, I guess, to get rid of the Red Squadron thing, but you probably want to play a 4 like Ahsoka or something, or Kira probably.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, that's problematic.
How big is the buff on the plus on that hand?
2, I think.
It's 2/2. Okay.
So that's a 5 damage to base, I think. Yeah.
And it attacks straight away, right? But
it attacks straight away. Yeah.
If it's the Falcon, it doesn't take. It hits first.
Exactly, gets first strike if it's the Falcon, but on any unit, it just allows to attack. So it's basically like an ambush.
Yeah, you can't Tarkingtown it now, not easily. So.
No, it's much harder. Of course, if you could double ping it somehow, I guess. So
no one has
indeed he's playing Kira here. Yeah, he's playing Kira here, and that's good. What do you pick out of this though?
I guess either force throw or Ahsoka.
Yeah. I mean,
'Cause
you
the
could play
elf-
something else, but you picked the
Yeah.
robot.
Did he?
Oh, because he can play it this turn, right?
All right, yeah. Then it's good. Then
guess
it
just-
is good.
You don't really care. He's going to play the other cards at some point, I guess. But now they both have Quinlan. But who has initiative?
So
Peters,
Kenneth claimed instead since he couldn't play L3, which makes sense.
Yeah.
And then we have
He's
a
resolving.
significant board advantage for Adam. Kenneth there.
I think they're pretty even, but the fact that it's a big
It's
thing.
it's a one big thing. I'd say it's also with a lot of health as well.
He can waylay it in theory, but I don't.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
still going first. He's going first, so that's the problem.
So I'd say the speed of it makes it so that you can't interact really.
Yeah.
And Adam might be looking for a blaster here.
Just to keep up, yeah.
Yeah.
He's so far behind damage-wise already, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not that far, but
well,
it feels far.
It's a significant because we knew he had, and Adam as well knew he had the Ahsoka in hand. So he knows he's only going to get to strike with one of these two units anyway. So yeah.
But the thing is, I feel
no, he gets to strike with both because he does have is that a bamboozle?
No, it's a spark of rebellion.
Yeah.
I think my issue with this is that Adam, he has a force throw. I don't think Adam has a force throw, or he would have deployed Quinlan already, I think.
Right, yeah. So that's the force throw.
Not a good place for him.
Yeah, but he had to sort of keep up with the so he's got more smaller events here.
Yeah, so I think Adam's not in a good place because I didn't think. I said if Adam had force throw, he would have deployed Quinlan straight away to start force throwing before the opponent can do it.
Yeah.
But he didn't, and now I feel like he's in a not great spot, but we'll see.
No, for sure. And that's 9 damage to 12. So bases are looking somewhat equal. Adam still hasn't used Talking Down.
It's true. So he could get rid of Ahsoka potentially, but
but still, that
if he's playing
huge
a gun
space unit like the Green Squadron there is a problem, and it's not within Talking Town range yet.
But if he loses the initiative again, then he's going to take 5 more from that, which is
and I mean he's very likely to lose initiative. Oh, that's interesting. That's
you can do Quinlan twice, yeah.
He can.
Now he can kill it.
Yeah, now he can kill it. That's much better.
Oh no, he can't kill it.
Why?
How much health does it have? Is it +3 health?
Oh, it's +3 health. Yeah, it is. It is 2 + 2 + 3. Indeed, it is.
Oh yeah, ouch.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
so he needs another ping. But
he has
now
Grogu to stop one of the units attacking.
One of the units, yeah, but not.
But that's 20 damage just from that attack.
Yeah,
but...
and he can, but not that one, and that's the one that's significant.
If he has a prize strike or a gun, it's over, right?
Yeah, because he can only stop one of these 2 units with Grogu, and I don't think Adam has anything else in hand that could do all that much. And he's only on 12 damage, so if Kenneth's got any kind of buff, he's just taking it.
That hand unit just paid for it.
Yeah. And also, I mean, that makes it so that he can keep having initiative because he's got fewer units to work with.
Exactly, yeah.
So
he has to keep doing more with
more actions. It's more efficient in every way. So
I guess he's thinking if he has an answer, I'm not convinced he has one.
I doubt that he does.
Maybe he has a 6-cost super laser blast somewhere.
So he's smuggling out a blaster to take.
You might get a random card from might win.
Could be.
I don't know what it would be. Okay.
But
then again, he might not have a gun or a.
Oh no, he went to base.
Yeah. Well, no, because if he attacks base with 3, Grogu can stop.
the other one. Yeah,
one.
that's
So
true.
he-
That's true. So if he just goes for 3 here, Grogu still does it. And I
So he's
think
just
Kenneth
checking,
just
does he ha-
realized
okay,
that.
he
And
doesn't have lethal.
yeah,
Okay.
he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Then Grogu takes down Quinlan. Okay,
Okay.
so he lives to fight another day.
But
So
6 damage is
do
not
you
enough,
just
right?
claim now? No, he force throws.
He
Should
doesn't
we
have
get rid
lethal
of
in one.
that force throw?
Yeah.
That's good.
He doesn't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
lethal on board,
No,
and he can't kill anything with it though. That's the problem.
no, he can't. So
Adam can't kill him in one go,
no,
so he has to keep attacking. But then the other guy gets initiative and wins. So
yeah,
Adam has to take initiative. But
yeah.
then he's
Adam
still,
needs to claim here
But then he's
because he
still.
can't remove both of those units. And oh, he had another one. Is that lethal? 17.
It's got
plus
Quinlan to
5.
attack.
So
It's not lethal,
22.
right?
Yeah, that's
It is?
lethal.
Oh, it is.
Adam's got it. That
Unless
second blaster
I
did
made
it.
a ready Cassian.
Oh, ready Cassian, but
But that's
it's too
not enough.
late.
'Cause
Too little,
Adam,
too
did
late.
Adam just win?
Yeah, Adam did win.
Okay.
That's
12,
too little, too late.
22, 23. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
2
was
guns.
super close. Super close. All right, so Adam takes it by the skin of his teeth, and we move on to the second game.
I guess the answer was to kill the other person. That's usually the solution to be.
Yeah, make more damage on base than the other guy. That's one way to do this.
I wonder. He forced through. Maybe he should have played Cassian straight away.
Yeah. Because obviously he had a force throw, then Adam would have had a force throw. I think at that point he was stalling just to make sure that Adam didn't have anything that could tap.
If
Cassian
Adam had
down.
a card that cost 2 or more, he could have killed one of the units. Because he had a 1 cost, he couldn't.
Yeah, he couldn't. But if Adam would have had like a no good to no, sorry, that's black. But something that could have like a
Waylay or something could have.
Yeah, or the bamboozle or something like that.
If he played that, he wasn't winning the game. So by playing Cassian, you force them to deal with it or lose.
Yeah.
So he can't just attack the base. He has to do something.
Right. But if that is indeed bamboozle in the hand, then he can tap down Cassian.
Yes, but then he's not playing the gun.
No, true.
So he doesn't kill you. So you win next turn. So I think and that was it a misplay? I guess he was expecting to be able to kill a unit with force throw. And that was the gamble.
Yeah, I guess. And also, if that was it could have also been the fact that he was afraid of a sneak attack in hand.
That's true. Same as
He's
the gun,
already seen one blaster, so he's more likely to have one of his 3 sneak attacks in hand rather than another blaster in the resource.
Cassian, it would force him to use a sneak attack on your surprise attack on your
Cassian
unit.
On your Cassian instead.
Otherwise they lose. So I think like in chess, forcing checkmate was better than giving him the ability to do something. I didn't think he had lethal on the board, but hey, that's
yeah. No, you convinced me. That seems your logic is holding up to me, at least.
Hindsight is so much easier when you're not
Isn't
playing.
it? Isn't it though? I mean, sitting here watching all the options, of course we can come up with some great things to do and say, but when you're there and you're in the seat, it's not as easy, is it? So Adam is shuffling a little bit here, pile shuffling that to make sure that he's got the 50 cards that he needs.
I won't mention my opinion on power shuffling.
I mean, as long as it's just not as long as it's not your shuffling, it's just something you do, then it's fine.
It's fine to do it to count the deck.
Yeah,
but it's not shuffling.
No, it's definitely not shuffling. I do it also when I've got a deck that's too much organized. I do a little bit of a pile shuffle to separate the cards from each other.
That's cheating.
Why?
Because
if I shuffle afterwards.
If you shuffle afterwards, the sorting you did beforehand has no effect on the randomization. Therefore, it was pointless to do it to separate the cards. Anyway,
Right,
let's
right.
not into a discussion about that. We're talking about
Yeah,
the game.
no. All right. Yeah. We do have a Spark of Rebellion from Kenneth in the opening hand there. So he's removing the turn one play.
Yeah.
And Adam has indeed got some of his Fang Fighters in hand there for turn 3, which is not what he wants. So he's probably resourcing that if he has another turn 3 play, and he does indeed. So, all right.
True
so
mirror.
the mirror is mirroring it here. Yeah. Interesting.
Cassian and Cassian.
Yeah. So we're moving into 4 resources here, the turn 3. There is 1 damage on Adam's Cassian.
Yeah,
because of the ping, so that might be significant.
I'm guessing they're going to both go face.
Well, maybe.
I would attack the unit because I'm too controlling, but
yeah. So he's going face at least, and then let's see what he's doing.
Okay, just Akira first to block the turn.
Yeah, seems reasonable. What do you block here?
Grogu? Do you
Grogu, yeah. I think Grogu, because force throw is no good without Grogu.
Well, you can start. It's true.
I guess we don't know, but I would assume that was Grogu.
You can also name any other cards, so we don't.
Right, yeah. So, that's a blaster. I
guess he did it because he has no play. It's not ideal.
Yeah, exactly. So he might as well make it less of a good proposition to hit into him.
He's debating trading, is that?
Yeah, no, I guess that was his thought, but I don't think that's a good idea anyway.
If he could ping it Cassian 1 more afterwards, he could get rid of him, but but he could talk. Oh, he was thinking of trading and then Tarkin town.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think that's a good proposition because then you leave Adam with his Tarkin town up. So he's removing Kura because he wants Grogu, I guess.
Okay.
Flipping.
I'm guessing he has force throw.
Yeah. That seems like what we would expect that to be the case, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised by the trade, but I don't. Maybe.
Yeah, there's Grogu.
Does that suggest he doesn't really have anything else? Is that what?
I don't know. Or he wants to force throw before he flips. I don't know.
No force throw here. Okay.
Interesting.
Maybe he wants Kenneth wants to force throw his own unit.
Yeah, he's force throwing his own unit there. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he wanted to do it too. That's why he did
it. Exactly. So he's afraid of that play from Kenneth. So he's not flipping. He's playing Grogu instead first, and then he's flipping. That makes sense.
Because now force throw is good, but it does drain you of cards. So.
It does. But I mean, yeah. Ezra's coming down. And then 3 to base. Yeah.
Wow.
And then Sabine there.
I can only assume he's not talking town in Cassian. Okay.
He's not. Oh, no, there's no damage on Cassian.
No, I mean.
Oh, the other Cassian. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Because he's already lost initiative, so that seems
strange. Why didn't he? Because that's a big Cassian. That's a 5 punch.
Maybe he wants it the Grogu, but I don't really.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
So he is trading. Yeah, trading Cassian on Cassian there.
So much trading.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't know. Oh, maybe that's what he's afraid of.
Yeah, I guess.
But
yeah,
that's super good now.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay,
and that's another 3. This is lightning quick. It's hard to keep up, but Kenneth is scoring a lot of damage on Adam's base. Adam has lost all of his board state, and Kenneth claims. And then he's rebuilding it.
We're back where we were before.
Yep.
Another.
Is that a Sabine or a Cassian behind?
That's a Cassian
Ezra.
under Ezra.
That's a Cassian. Yeah.
Kenneth has a Sabine. Ezra. I'm
So
guessing
we are 7 resource. Both of them resourced. Oh no, Kenneth resourced at least. Maybe Adam. He's considering resourcing here.
He hasn't read any stuff yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't resource here unless
they both did. Okay, maybe Han the unit, right? They both have Han unit.
So
Straight to the base.
blaster
Yeah.
onto Sabine. And that's another 5 to base.
Yeah.
That's
Okay. Not dead. He's
12,
exhausting Ezra.
17, exhausting him. Exhausting Ezra there. And then, yeah,
Nice.
it's another 3.
Now he can Tarkin Town
Yep.
Ezra,
He can, indeed.
which I guess means that Adam will probably attack with him first. But
I would. I mean, if nothing else, for the trigger.
yeah, since
So
he's down
that's
on cards because of fostering himself.
Yeah.
15, 16, 17 though, that's quite a lot. So it's 1 surprise, the Falcon surprise strike next turn away from dead. If he gets to attack this turn, which I
I
probably
assume he probably will. So
I
that's
would probably put the gun on Ezra because
yeah. If he's got a gun down there, he
well, I
probably
mean,
would.
Kenneth would have put the gun on Ezra so he could get the extra trigger of cards, but I guess he had the cards he wanted, so he doesn't really care.
Yeah.
I guess he's looking for a gun.
He is, and it's going on.
Is he trading again, or is he?
Cassian could
cannot
take out
attack- he cannot
Ezra
attack.
there.
But he can attack Sabine because there's only 2 colors.
Yeah, exactly.
See, he didn't attack with Ezra.
Yeah.
Just realized you saw him do
Yeah.
the fist.
I think that was a misplay there.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, he didn't want to put the gun on Ezra and just have it Talking Town. He'd rather have the gun stick for a bit, I suppose.
Well, Ezra would die if he traded into Ezra with the gun.
Yeah, and
He has
also
1
he's
damage,
sort of baiting here. Oh, interesting. He's baiting him to remove Cassian with the gun rather than Ezra.
Oh, he's bamboozling the Falcon.
Oh,
Without paying
for
the
2
cost.
cards. For 2 cards.
Just so he gets the extra damage.
It's interesting.
Yep. And
Adam
choosing-
claims and 3 onto the base there. So that's 20 damage on Adam's base.
Either way.
Yeah.
So
he needs to remove Sabine here.
he didn't pay for the Falcon, so he can play it later, I guess.
Yeah, he bounced it.
But that makes Adam's choice easier. He can just
Yeah.
stop that one.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas they're both on the board, he can't stop them both.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand that, but hey. Okay. He played the Falcon
Get
again,
Ping, I guess.
and then the Falcon.
And
is
he's
killed.
the other Falcon.
And
3
then
for
the Falcon.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But he has that surprise strike, right?
Yeah. But he if he does indeed have surprise strike, he's got 2 open resources here. He's trading that.
He has no
and
cards.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have he has no cards in hand even. Okay, so that's 23 for on Adam's base.
I guess. How does he? He doesn't pay for the Falcon again, I guess.
I don't know.
Because he'd just be traded with otherwise. But how do you?
Yeah.
If he pays for it, it just gets exhausted or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know what you do now. He's too more. Does he have a daring raid? Does he run daring raids?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, that's the kind of card you could have a random assortment of in any of these things. So he is considering paying for the Falcon, but no, he's bringing up.
So no matter what happens, it won't get to attack.
Exactly.
But
So
now
he
Adam
is
has to
bring it to
do
hand.
other things that don't involve.
Exactly. So that's 20. It should be 23.
Yeah, that was 28 there.
Oh yeah. Okay. No, yeah. It should be 23. So.
Okay, but
is he scooping? No, he played Kira.
Kira,
He's played Kira here, yeah. So he can name Falcon, I suppose.
I don't think you do because you can kill the Falcon.
Yeah, you can easily use.
Whereas Kira, you cannot kill.
Yeah,
so he plays Kira.
He didn't name Kira.
Yeah, so now he has to kill Kira.
Right.
Or lose, and he has nothing on the ground.
Right.
So I think he should have named Kira for that.
Yeah, that would have made much more sense.
Because you have 2 spaceships that can both trade with the Falcon.
Well, only one of them can trade with the Falcon. But
yeah, true. but you have some way to, and you have Grogu to exhaust the Falcon. So
Yeah.
now he's
But
scooping.
Adam is scooping here. So Kenneth pulls out the second game here. So that is
How many-
1-1.
How many resources did he have? 7.
Yeah, something like that.
So he still could have played the Kira, even if he named Kira with Kira.
Yeah,
So I don't think it would have made a difference, but
probably not. Yeah. Yeah. Certainly interesting games, both of these. Even though I liked the previous matchups somewhat more.
I found I did lots of trading this game that I didn't feel didn't make sense to me. But
Yeah,
I
I agree. I would agree with that. Some of the plays they did were not really registering with me as why they were doing them.
But I think maybe Adam felt he had a weaker hand, so he thought he had to trade, maybe.
Possibly.
Because he drained his hand with the force throw, so he didn't have the hand unit. I don't know. But he only did 6 damage, did he, by the end? So he didn't attack base much, which seems strange.
In the end, yeah, Kenneth actually going for base a lot more allowed him to put that pressure on where he could eventually eke it out.
But maybe he thought he could, I don't know. But,
yeah. So he's resourcing the crafty, I think, and something else. Not sure what that else was.
For me, at least, because I've got the Grogu, perhaps, I feel like I can be more. Grogu lets you be aggressive and then slow down the aggression side. That guy is good.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, he didn't resource the crafty, or maybe he had 2 of them.
Yeah.
Can
you have to keep your turn 1 alive is super good.
Yep.
So the shield is, even if you don't just hit the bases, they have to do something else to ping it. And it's like playing a 2-drop on turn on 3 resources isn't what you want to do. So
L2 or L3 should have a shield here.
He got pinged by
he got pinged. So yeah, this is correct then.
They got the 2 damage again, and he trades that.
And Spark, yeah.
Falcon.
You remove the Falcon, right?
Yeah. No, Cassian.
No, he removed Cassian there.
I guess
that means he's got some space presence, right?
Maybe. Or maybe it's because he has to pay for it to keep it. So
okay, yeah.
It might just go away.
Yeah, that's.
And 5 houses a lot.
It is.
And he couldn't ping the Falcon and kill it.
No.
With Tarkin Town.
No, yeah, no.
So that maybe is a better, because Cassian won't die to Tarkin Town with 1 ping. Right. So maybe he has to both pay for it and even if it's 3 damage now, maybe it's a better choice.
It could be. Could be. So Kenneth is tapping down 4, so I can only assume that's a Kira or maybe an Ahsoka. As a Kira. So Adam's got Platoon, Han, and a Fang Fighter now.
I think you get rid of Plo.
Yeah, Plo.
Because Han is way later.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, you don't get rid of it. You name something.
Yeah, you name Plo, and you don't have to worry about Plo next turn.
Yeah, the Fang Fighter is not something Adam wants to play.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's quite rubbish as that possible.
I mean,
he's not rubbish. He's still going to play it because he's got 3 open resources, and it hits for 3, so it's something. But
he's talking. Oh, we can Tarkin Town it though. So
yeah.
So now he's got
gone, and Plo is alive for this 5, and he's got 2 units, but Plo would be the 3rd, so Plo would be big.
Indeed.
And Plo can kill.
Oh, but he needs to get rid of the Falcon to pay for it.
Oh right, yeah. Oh, so Plo can't kill Quinlan now.
He can deploy Quinlan and then kill Quinlan.
Oh right, yeah.
They have 3.
Yeah, that's true. So that's Daring Raid discarded for the Ahsoka ability.
We have a force throw.
And a force throw.
If it's a 2-drop, you can kill the Fang and Plo isn't online.
So he's discarding the Falcon, just killing that. Yeah, that's good. And now Plo is not online anyway.
You can still do 3, but it's not ideal.
yeah. It's not ideal. It's a well way off from insta-killing Quinlan.
Yep. And I think he wanted to play that, but he might just play it now anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's what he has.
Exactly, why not?
But he's going to Tarkin Town it now.
Yeah.
Well, he took no damage. Please give Plo some damage.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's just assuming that's going to get Tarkin Town.
No.
No.
Plo Koon should have 3 damage on him.
He
Okay.
should definitely have 3
And
damage
he
on
could
him.
have Tarkin downed it. I feel like he might have done it had he.
Yeah. And that's a Plo
Okay.
actually killing Quinlan.
Maybe they realise now. Hopefully, please realise you've got 3 damage on Plo.
Yeah, because that is significant. I mean, they might be aware of it. They might be very aware of it. Just haven't marked it. But
Oh, he didn't ambush.
oh, he did not.
He put 1 damage on Ahsoka.
Oh, that's what happened there. That because he
Thank
didn't
you.
want to get talking down. All right. Yeah.
I can't read the number on Ahsoka, so I assumed.
Yeah, no. Me neither. I can't read it either. So that's 5 damage to something. To base.
I'm not sure that's a
So
good idea.
Adam, no, but Adam learned his lesson, I guess. So
Maybe
that's
it's not the best idea
Ezra.
with what's on the board, but
Yeah. Certainly he need to.
now he's got damage. Okay.
All right. So Quinlan going into Plo Koon and then Talking Town. And we've got a pretty big board for.
He's ahead on damage quite a bit, but
And he's got he's got a way smaller board.
I mean, he has to stop Plo Koon now.
Yeah.
Is that 6?
Exactly.
But
6
there's
is
also-
undamaged, while Quinlan's got 5 damage on him.
Yeah.
And Ahsoka's got 1 damage on her.
But
I
so
can
Plo,
always-
Plo's just 6 damage right now, so I don't think you
Yeah.
can leave him alive. But then
No, you cannot.
then they're Quinlan's
But
alive.
isn't oh no.
He's trading that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, wait, why?
What?
What? Oh, so he only has +3. He has raid 3, right, when he attacks.
Who?
Plo Koon has raid, right, when he
Yeah,
attacks.
raid 3.
So you can trade into it without dying.
Yeah, without dying, but were the damage on Plo Koon? I thought it was undamaged.
There was 3 damage on Plo Koon
All right.
from ambushing the last.
Yeah, onto Quinlan, of course. Yeah,
And
and that's the hand unit. Yeah, because I thought he was going to take it out with the hand unit, but because we knew he had that in hand, but he did that instead.
Doing it, the hand unit. That's the question.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he has to deal with it at some point.
Okay.
So surprise striking into it. Yeah.
And that's the time you can't go to base with that. You have to.
No. Yeah.
You can keep trading over and over again without.
Right. But Kenneth's got something on board, and Adams does not.
Yep. So it comes down to what big things you could draw now.
Yeah. So that's 11 damage on Kenneth's base and 8 damage on Adam's base.
It's 14 on Kenneth. There's a 3.
Is that 14?
It's 11.
Oh, there's a 3 next to that. Yeah.
And then 6 and 8. Yeah. So he's ahead.
Mm-hmm.
But no presence. So we'll see what he drew.
Yeah. Let's see.
Another hand would be delightful.
I guess. Yeah. That would probably make Adam smile.
And there's no force users for force throw online. So
No.
he's looking for tech or the gun. The tech would be pretty good at this point.
It probably would be very good here.
Because he's running low on
Cassian
power.
can't deal with it without a buff. He's only got 2 cards in hand. So he's Cassian smuggling here.
And do we have a gun to shoot back, or are we going to ignore it?
Could be. That's 1 damage on Cassian, and that is indeed a gun to shoot back, taking out.
Okay.
Oh no, he's going to base here, yeah. And that's a surprise strike. Is that to base? Yeah. Of course it is, because he's ahead. So that's 12, 15, 20 damage. So now Adam's got Alan in kind of a shack position, sort of ish. Not really, but almost.
Well, 1 gun or surprise strike from Cassian. Okay, that's why I thought he would have traded into Cassian.
Yeah, I thought too. I thought that as well. I thought he was gonna, but he got rid of Plo Koon there, and Adam is out of cards, so he's in top deck. If he's got anything here, and he does, and that's game. So Adam takes the semi-final, moving on to the final with Quinlan. We knew for sure that we was going to have a Quinlan in the final, and it seems highly likely that we are going to have a Django in the final as well. Then let me see. What have we learned here? If you need the meta discussion on the stream, start around. Oh yeah. So there's 80 Djangos present in Milan in this
80.
No, sorry, 63 Djangos in the top
Okay.
80. In the top 80. 63 Djangos in top 80, 10 Quinlans, 2 Han 1 yellow, and 1 of assorted Ray Blue, Gar, Emperor, I guess that's Palpatine, Boba, and a sort of different things. So yeah, that's a very clear statement coming out of Milan. We too have a Django presence here, I think, because I think we have a final with Django versus Quinlan. Adam Landsberg, double PQ winner. Moving on to the final here with his Quinlan deck beating Kenneth, and I think we had a Django Tango on the other board. So that would be another Django for us in moving on to the finals.
I still think he should have traded the Cassian at the end then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Because he was behind and he needed to do that. But it might just be trading water at that point. But I feel like that was
could be.
Move.
But you got to play to your outs, right?
Yeah, and I think because he played Ahsoka afterwards, removing all the cards from his hand, and he drew a surprise strike, which would just be useless.
Yeah.
With no units. So I think it was just he had to trade at that point.
I think he should have.
It's easy to like. He wasn't. He had nowhere near enough damage on the base to start racing at that point. I think so.
Exactly, and I think when that's the case, you need to pivot and start controlling.
Yeah, I think his Cassian would have lived. He had 1 damage, but he could have had more and didn't want to lose it. So.
Yeah, it could be, but yeah, I don't know. We will be back for the final. I don't know, pretty soon, probably as soon, because I kind of, let me see if I can tell from the melee whether or not that the other semi-final is done. It is. So yeah, we do have a Django in the other final because Piotr is playing Django, and he did take down that other final over Magic, which we think was a Django Tango.
Yeah.
And we do have, this is a rematch from round 2, where Fortup actually did beat Adam in round 2. So this is interesting. Will Fortup be able to do that again? He did beat him fairly convincingly, I think. He did 2-0 Adam in the semifinal. In the second round of the Swiss rounds. So that's interesting. And since both of those games are actually finished, I think they will just take a short break. We might not even. Yeah, we need to take a short break as well, because I need to check in with Jason if he wants to come in and commentate here. But you can stick around for a bit if you like, Alan, and we'll see. All right, I'll put everyone on hold for just the shortest while here, and we will return in a little bit. I'll just update this to Ryan. We will be return with the final in a short while. All right, here we go. So see everyone in just the briefest of intermissions. So we are back because on the table we see some action. Adam and Piotr are sitting down opposite each other on the playmats and studying each other's deck lists. I think they're called. I'm only
they-
9 hours deep into this
Yeah,
game, and I'm already.
they are called deck lists.
They are called deck lists,
yeah.
aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think at this point there's very little that like surprises for them here. Piotr is on Django. We saw him earlier, and he did beat Alan, like we talked about before we left for the break. So Piotr has already had one win against Adam, and these two players have played each other so many times.
I mean, Peter, he's like equivalent local. I say equivalent local. He's still 45 minutes away.
In Sweden, that's local.
Yeah, exactly. And then Adam is obviously, Adam.
Adam is Adam. He's
and he comes down to a lot of the stuff in Manator. So this is a Manatorsk final. This one we could say.
Kind of, yeah.
It's almost all we need is Jonathan there as well to be in the top 4. And
right, yeah, exactly. That's what we're missing. No, yeah. So this is. I should update this before we put it on, but in a little bit we'll bring her over to the table and have a look. But it is. They are still studying deck lists there, so we're not in a hurry. But this is an interesting deck. I'm sure that that Adam is very well versed in this game, and yet he lost to Piotr in the round 2. So that signals to me that Piotr is equally well aware of the Quinlan deck. Quinlan deck's been around for last meta as well. And
absolutely.
I think both of these players know very well what they need to look out for in this matchup and what they need to do to take down this final. I think it's just a matter of who draws the right cards and can capitalize on their game plan here, because both of them have a way to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Quinlan can be really fast when it gets the chance, but obviously that's the trouble with
Django's even faster.
Django is really
even faster.
But obviously, red, yellow, they both got the tools to stop each other, stall each other. It just depends with Adam what build he has got, and if it's like the build. I've been testing out, for example, the Woo build with my Django and just trying to make those changes, but it plays very differently to the mid-range one that I played in Oslo beforehand. So I'm quite familiar with this deck. The Quinlan TT deck, but I'm not maybe familiar with the exact one that
build that Adam's running here.
That is,
So he runs 9.
Yeah. Can we just we've missed Piotr. We've missed an O in the middle of Piotr's name.
Oh, we did.
That's fine. It's fine. Pontus, thanks for pointing that out. Victor is.
I'm only 9 hours deep, but I'm yet really mushy in the brain for some reason here.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Perfectly what we need for the final. Okay, let's have a look because they're drawing their opening hands. I wonder if we can see anything
make out
with what they have.
That seems to be a blaster in Piotr's hand, but he seems to be mulligan that. I can only make out that blaster, which is obviously a good card to have in your opening hand.
Yeah.
But apparently he wasn't happy with the rest of the hand, so he did indeed mulligan it. And that should be Piotr's name spelled slightly better.
Yes, exactly.
If I can move it a little bit, so that it's actually aligned as well. That's probably not possible to do.
I mean, by this time of the day, I think we're just focused on the final,
isn't it?
Adam is being very secretive about the hand that he has, even to us.
Yeah, he doesn't want to jinx us, calling his shots too early here.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? Like, seeing how these two players know each other so well, and they even played the exact matchup earlier on in the tournament. Do you think that we will finally see Piotr taking one of the major tournaments down? Because he has been one of those guys always making top cuts, always getting close, but not really taking any of the tournaments down. Or are we going to see Adam do it again? Just keep on rolling.
It's a good question. I don't know, because obviously, like, we play. Piotr has the better deck, starting off with Greedo, and then Adam with the crafty smuggler there. So
Can't ping it.
yeah, exactly. So we see the what's the word? But Adam is a good player, but Peter, he has the better deck.
You think, yeah, maybe.
Really,
I mean,
because obviously we got, was it 63 out of 80 in the top cup?
yeah, but I don't think that's
in day
because it's the better deck.
I think everyone's playing it.
I
Yeah.
think it's the more versatile deck, maybe, but
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
the same as the better deck, is it?
I call this it's a 50-50 here, I think, because Adam is such a good player.
And also Quinlan is good into Django.
Yeah.
Like
Because he plays.
that's why he's running it, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it does. It can be good into it. It can be just as quick with the right draws. He does that.
They're so low health, most of the Django units, so the ping is super significant.
He's going with Grogu as well. That's interesting.
To control it, to be able to tap down things. But
yeah, exactly. But both
neither of them presenting any huge threats at this point.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, Piotr is a fantastic player in itself. I don't want to discredit him at all.
No,
So this is going to be a very, very good game to see how we go. But we have Piotr. He has a having his discard, his pile up at the top there is a little bit confusing. I don't know if you've seen that in the semifinals, but that Greedo obviously
it's discarded. Yeah,
is in the discard pile. Yeah.
So Adam claims here, and Piotr is starting to push damage onto the base there. That's another bit damage. So Adam's got 6 damage on his base. That's not enough to have actual pressure yet.
No.
But at this point, Adam doesn't present any damage threat at all. He's got a defensive card in Grogu, but there's no units that he immediately needs to tap down here. He's just preventing 2 damage by tapping the Guerrilla Soldiers there. Obviously, every strike is a strike. So sure, of course you're going to tap it down.
No, absolutely. And I'm just trying to think what Adam might have that can do this this round, because I mean, on 4 resources, does he have an Ezra? I don't know if he's be playing Ezra, because that's also something that can get him.
As I said, that's a triple dark raid here now. He's looking for either the tank or the raider, and I think the raider is the preferred one he could get.
There is a raider there. Yeah,
is, and that's what he's bringing out, because that's more damage onto base. That's 2 damage right away, and then another 4 probably, because I don't see anything Adam could have that could stop this 4 damage coming in. And that's one of the reasons why he might not. Oh yeah, this could stop it. If that's a unit, and it's not, it's
okay.
If it would have been a unit, he could have tapped down Raider here. I think he might have hoped that he could trick this exact play out of Piotr and be able to tap it down, but alas, it was not to be. So that's another 4 damage on the base, and then he's killing Grogu with Tarkingtown, and the Raider returns to hand. So the board state is fairly equal, I'd say, but
I mean, Django's managed to get that. Piotr's managed to get that damage in quite quickly
he's got
already now.
He's got the pressure.
And the thing is, but against Django, even if you can stabilize. He's almost
they can present damage from nowhere.
This point? Yeah, exactly.
No, they can present so much damage from just nowhere at all. I don't know exactly. So this is a risk though, because Django can be killed immediately by Plo Koon. Now, so Quinlan flips. Django gets to strike once, at least, and then this could be Plo Koon just taking Django out, and that's important for Adam. He needs to do that now, or something to that effect. If he can't do that, this is going to snowball.
No, absolutely. So he's going.
He's removing that one because it would tap him down anyway.
Yep, absolutely.
And then Piotr hasn't played anything yet. So Adam is keeping his options open
And
to
we've only
see,
got, I think it's,
to see what Piotr is actually playing. So
so
that's
another
another triple dark raid.
second
And
one as
Adam
well.
is but that's Adam should be good, because this is not. It would be so much worse if he played the next round, because then he could get the Devastator out. Now he whiffs and he gets a Sigarian Star Hopper out. That's one of the least interesting cards. He could
Yeah,
have
I
gotten in the round.
know. I know. He must have just not
That's a
seen.
complete whiff almost.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there
Devastator
was
next turn
more
would
than
have been
one.
worse.
Yeah, there we go.
And
Plo
there's the
Koon, you called it.
Plo Koon. There's the Plo Koon taking out Django. And this is starting to look so much better for Adam. There's no board for Django. Adam's got
Yep.
a big board, actually.
I mean, we've got 18. He's taken 18 damage now, so we've just
Yeah,
got
he
to
has,
hide it out.
Yeah.
Only one more triple dark raid to go. He has got a thing in hand. The ruthless raid in hand.
Yeah. No, yeah, and that's another 2 damage just from playing it. So that's 20 damage. And then what else can he bring on? So yeah, Adam is in dire straits here, but he is in a spot where he could possibly start stabilizing.
He has two. He has another ruthless raider in hand.
Piotr does.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
Oh, so that's really bad for Adam. If indeed Piotr were to draw into a sneak attack next turn, that is
exactly. It might be a little bit too late for Adam.
And Adam doesn't really have any space presence that could challenge the Raider here.
No.
So that's good. That's super good. That's super
good.
Oh,
Commandeer! I love
commandeering
that
it,
card.
striking with it, and bouncing it back up to hand. That's awesome. Then
because then you skip the damage at the end as well, which is really good.
Damage at the end. Still, Piotr can just replay another Raider or that Raider for that matter.
Absolutely again, but it slows.
It slows him down, and it brings Adam a little bit closer. Adam is now at, I think that is 12 damage on Piotr's base. I'm not sure. And it bounces back up. So Commandeer could be very important here. That could have been a really important play here.
I think he just pulled up another Raider. Yeah, he's got all 3 Ruthless Raiders in hand.
All 3. So that means
he
can't even find
just
them.
resourced one of them. He has just.
That's correct. That's correct. If he finds a surprise strike here, a sneak attack here, and he doesn't, he's just playing the Raider, tapping down Plo Koon. Plo Koon is just 1 damage off from actually dying there from that.
I wonder if he probably could have put stuff in, but maybe if you did a couple more damage. Oh no, you couldn't kill Ahsoka anyway because Ahsoka's got a as well. Yeah.
No, that's the correct
so
one.
Plo Koon still has
6. He can't allow that to go through. But he said what? That's 5, 10, 15, 18, 22. Yeah, he said 22. So 3 damage onto base is all that takes for Piotr to win this. Can he survive long enough to do it? Because
surprise strike. There we go.
Is starting to pile up his damage here now.
Another 6.
That's another 5, right?
Another 6.
Yeah, that's another 6.
No, because surprise strike is +3, isn't it? Yeah,
it is. It is.
And so that is 6.
And a surprise strike. That is game then. So Piotr was just holding on to the Devastator there. Next turn he would have been able to play it, but Adam takes it out from under his feet there.
Wow.
Close, but a win for Adam. That is not the first time Adam has come from behind in this top cut. That's exactly what it looks like. Oh, sorry.
Exactly.
That's not.
It's nice to see. I'm liking this. It's nice to see what Quinlan can do.
I think Quinlan is really good into Django. Because of the low health of the units, he can do what he did now.
Commandeer
and he can empty the board, and he can commandeer the big ones, because the big ones are the big health units that are played by Django are all vehicles, and all the people, I guess, he's playing are fairly small. So the Quinlan ping is actually racking up those fairly fast.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that you are playing those small things, and if you can get Quinlan out and keep him out. You can just keep pinging when you're getting the stuff up, because the curve again isn't that high at all.
No, neither of these decks play huge units. They pretty much curve out at 6, both of them. I think Adam's got hand unit, so he's coming out at 7.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't see any sideboarding that could possibly there as well, because the angle is a little bit tough. But
I would assume that Adam is pre-boarded against Django, and maybe that Piotr is sideboarding a little bit here, possibly. He brought, he might have sideboarded a card or two there. Not sure though. They're both drawing. Adam is just pile shuffling a little bit here, counting his deck, making sure that it's the correct number.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, pile shuffling is the most ideal for that, and I think you get the pile shuffling. You get the I think the best shuffle. I think you get that, especially if you're shuffling the piles.
Alan had thoughts on that just now. I would tend to agree with you that pile shuffle is a good complement to actual shuffling.
You still did the actual shuffling, but as long as you're shuffling each pile when you, and I always shuffle each pile when I pick it up as I go along anyway, because I want to have, I don't want to have the hand I had in Oslo, which was I had a Grogu and
the chat is having a huge thing to say here as well. Pontus is screaming that pile shuffling is not shuffling, and neither of us is saying that it is. We all agree. We are all agreeing that pile shuffling is not shuffling. It is counting your deck and rearranging the order of the deck. You need to actually shuffle.
You need to actually shuffle each pile as you're picking it up,
or the whole deck. Because just shuffling your piles is actually.
You shuffle a pile and you shuffle the next pile into the first pile, and then you shuffle the third pile into that pile, etc., as you go up.
As long as you shuffle it correctly.
Absolutely.
Pile shuffling is just a compliment, something you do, more of a ritual than anything.
Yeah.
But
Early Grogu.
Yeah, Grogu is
here.
Going up against. I can't really make that out.
Off the shield
is
as well.
Crafty without a shield, I think.
Yeah, because Grogu came out second, and he would have knocked off the shield.
Yeah, that's definitely what's happening there. We get people on both sides here. Some people are saying that pawn shuffling is a good way to mix up the cards before shuffling. So that's kind of my plans to it as well.
I mean, it's good to do to both, right? You as long as there's the shuffle after you've piled.
So we've got platform played in space there for Django, and that is
the Ezra as well, which is a really, really nice card in this deck.
And the board state is looking a lot more even here. So that's the platform dying is 3 indirect damage that Adam has to spread out, and he's putting most of it on base and some of it on Grogu.
Well, because it was 3 damage, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so he took 2 to this. I think he took 1 to base, maybe
1 or 2 to base and 1.
He would have taken the Crafty Smuggler would have given him another one as well. So he took 1 on base and 2 on Grogu.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because Grogu didn't have any damage before that. Yeah. And Adam has used his Talking Town, but it's still up for Piotr, so he could Talking Town Grogu way here, and Piotr has claimed, so Piotr is in initiative here, but he might have other ideas. We are 4 resources here.
Yeah, but we're into the next turn, right? So start of the next turn. We are.
Yeah, this is start of the next turn.
Yeah, start of the next turn because they've ready resources. Yeah, that's right. 4 on deck. So Piotr is waiting to take his first turn.
Right.
Yeah, Julia asked here a little bit further up the chat there. There were 37 in the event, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
37 players in this event. Yeah, that is true. So Crafty is just going to base here, bringing total up to 5, and then Ezra is also going to base, and Adam is looking at a Han Solo unit that he can't play, and he's discarding it. rather than anything else. And that
Yep.
okay, so that's IG, and he gets to damage everything a little
Yep.
bit. And I guess he's tapping down
Yep. Drogo,
Grogu
of
there.
course.
Yeah. So that is Ahsoka and pinging the IG.
And he's only got he's
He's
getting
discarding the
Devastator.
Devastator there. There's nothing to tap down, so that's just a Devastator out of the hand.
Still getting a discard out if
and you'd rather throw it away now than to a forced throw later. So I think that's correct. And then he's removing he's using Talking Town there to remove Ezra and claims.
I would have done the same thing myself.
Yeah, that seems good. So they're going into the flip turn here, and we'll see. I think this is looking pretty good for Adam, isn't it? But like we said, the Django deck can come from behind without problem.
Oh no, absolutely, and you just
from
nowhere. But I'm thinking the way Adam plays, I think he knows what could be coming, and so he'll have the answers ready for them.
Yep. Very methodical here. Tapping down the crafty. So Piotr's got a Genosian fighter, what it is called there in hand. But he's playing another platform there.
Yeah.
That's probably at least 3 damage somewhere.
Yeah. So is Piotr going? Do you think his strategy now is going heavier on base just to?
Yeah, I think Piotr is racing. I think Piotr is definitely trying to race here. He's putting out high-powered units with most of them quite low health, but he just wants to make this a race because that's how he could possibly get ahead. I think he's paying 1 for something. I can only assume that was a Greedo.
Yeah, I think it's Greedo. It's
completely
a little bit glaring now. It's glaring on the other side of the screen now today. So 6 into base,
right,
from Quinlan,
and I think it's safe to flip Django here because there is not enough resources for a Plo Koon right now, and pinging off Greedo, and that's not an event, so Greedo does nothing when it dies. So do you
trade him? Like, I think that's a question for both players. Do they trade?
Adam is probably trading. He's probably throwing that into something.
Glarido.
I'm guessing Adam is going to trade the Falcon into the IG. That would be my guess. But I think Piotr is going face with Django.
I mean, he's building a bit of a board, so you kind of do need to do something about that board.
Right. Geonosis bouncing his own unit
to tap the Falcon.
Yeah. No, bouncing the Falcon.
Oh, you bounce it, don't you? Return it to your hand. Yeah.
So not bouncing. Sorry, exploiting his own units. So he's paying Geonosis with the exploit, and then he's bouncing the Falcon. Adam just claims, and then Django strikes base for 3. So he's at 11 damage. Adam's got, is that 10 damage on Piotr space?
That is 10. No, he's that's 2, 3, 5. That's 15.
15 damage on Piotr space?
No, maybe I'm not. I can't add up. 12.
12. Okay. Yeah, I can't really tell with Piotr's tokens.
No, that's a 5, 2 3s, and a 1.
2 3s, not 2s. I thought there was 4 2s. And then Plo Koon is just taking Django out straight away. And that is exactly what Adam needs to do there. And Piotr, that's the unit that deals, I think, 3 in direct damage when it's played.
Yes, I'm not fully sure, but yeah, that's the he's dealing the 3 damage, and then I
He's
think
definitely dealing indirect damage, and I think it's 3 of them.
and I think it's if it comes to base, you do that. There's an effect there as well. I'm not fully familiar with those.
No, I
that
think
card yet.
units.
I did get a
no,
prestige version,
units
though.
are tapped down. If you put it on the unit, that unit's tapped down.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so I think Adam has definitely stabilized here, and Piotr has nowhere near enough damage to pressure here, and Adam's playing that forced throw there and getting rid of some kind of 2-costed event, I think, or was that a 3-costed event? I cannot tell what event that was for the glare. Maybe someone else can do that. It looks like a red event to me. Well,
that's a daring raid.
Oh, it's a daring raid, so 1-costed even. And then Piotr is down to top deck mode here. There's 15 damage on Adam's base, and there's 18 damage on Piotr's base.
Yep.
Adam is presenting lethal here.
That is
many times over. Many times over.
Yeah.
And I think this is, I guess that's not enough, is it?
No, I mean, he's on 21 damage now.
But nothing. Oh, if he's got another pump, Piotr can take it.
Yeah, no, he does as well. Now
Adam wins if he's got a pump, because Plo Koon is 6 damage. So any of the pumps would do it for Adam as well.
Yeah. Because obviously Plo Koon hits for 8.
Mm-hmm. No, he's for 6.
Hits for 6, sorry. Yeah, he hits for 6. Takes him to 24. 24. Then you need just the one more.
Yeah, so that's
there. We go. Surprise strike.
Yeah, any pump would. Why didn't Piotr play the P first? He could have killed Plo Koon.
Yeah.
Why didn't he just kill Plo Koon?
Yeah. I think he realized that. He's pointing to Plo Koon now. I think he realized that as well. Well, congratulations then to Adam, who wins again, but that was still a strong game. That was a very strong game from Piotr.
Yeah, well, I think,
well, but it's the end of a long day.
It's at the end of the long day. I think Adam would have probably won that anyway, because he just had that much more of a board. But I can't understand why he wasn't just playing the P first and killing that Plo Koon.
Yeah, no, I think the scheduling, like the turn, not scheduling, the turn order sequencing is such an art here as well. Where I think even if he did that, I mean, he still had that damage. Like he still had the stuff. Maybe not in good enough time, but yeah, that was a good final. Very good final, and nice to see.
Very convincingly played by Adam.
Very nice to see Quinlan winning.
Yeah. So we have a result. I think that Django is definitely a strong deck in this meta, but there are definitely also a lot of good counter decks to that can do well in tournaments, such as Quinlan here and Boba Fett. We had 2 Boba Fetts in the top cut, both of them defeated by Quinlan decks. And we had 1 Sabine deck in the finals, in the top cut, and we had 1 Piat deck. So there was a little bit of variety going around. 5 different decks in the top cut. That's fine, I think. And no deck with more than 2 represented. That compared to what's going on in Milan, where you have a lot of Django going on. That's what it is. I think this stream has been as good as any we've made, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this has been really good. Victor, thank you so much for taking the task of taking us through the whole day here.
Yeah, I had a blast. I had so many great casters joining me today to help out.
We really did.
Yeah. Thank you to Gustav, Pontus, to Alan, also Tobias, who was supposed to be with us, but got last minute issues, so he couldn't join us. Also, very much a thank you to Pontus, who has been keeping track of what's happening in Milan for us.
Yeah, exactly. Have we had the latest update? What's the latest there?
So I don't know. I stopped getting updates when I brought Pontus in to sub for Tobias here. So I don't know what's happening in the end. I know that we had a couple of people that could make day 2, and I don't know if they actually did or not. Maybe there's something here. Let me check here. Bad news. Both Niklas and Philip are out. Jonas won his match. Kevin lost his and is therefore out. So none of the Swedes made it. Kevin lost. Yeah, so we have no Swedes going on to day 2.
Only Jonas can still make it.
Sorry?
Only Jonas can still make it. Pontus.
No, Jonas can't make it. Is that?
Is okay. No, okay. Pontus is talking
Jonas...
in the YouTube chat here that.
Oh, he says he could do. Oh, Jonas is still in contention. Okay.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
Oh, apparently Jonas is still in contention.
Pontus, we trust you.
Oh, yeah. Pontus is definitely the guy to trust here. He has been keeping his eye to this all night, or all day rather. And yeah, out of the 9 Scandinavian players that we know of that went down there, Jonas, the mastermind behind the CAD Blue deck a year ago, he might still be able to make it. Kevin lost his must-win 9th round game. So did Philip, and so did Niklas. All hopes go to Jonas here. We're all holding our thumbs. So it's a Swedish saying, I think. Right.
Yeah, excellent. Well, cool. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much. And thank you to Malmö Kortspelförening, card game
Spelens Hus. Yeah,
Spelens Hus as well for putting this on, Asmodee for sponsoring them and everything as well. Like Marcus, who has been organizing, he's been working very hard to get this going as well. And so, yeah, and I think Adam's been involved in the planning a little bit as well somewhere down there as well. So it sounds like it's been a very good there. Matthias he had a really solid day as head judge. So all in all, a very, very good event. So, yeah, thank you to those. And if you're interested, if you're around the Malmö area, if you live in Sweden and want to kind of see what they do, go and check out Malmö Kortspelförening.
Yeah, sorry, wrong game.
Kortspelförening and Spelens Hus, because they're really, really good companies as well. But what's going on with us? We have a podcast coming out as normal this week. Stream next stream coming in 2 weeks. We are streaming the in 2 weeks from Manatorsk in Skövde, the Cantina Ball 3, and then I think we've also got something coming up. We haven't discussed how we are doing, if we're doing any kind of local coverage from Lille for those that are going there. So if we can see if we can at least get something going there so that people can see what we do. We don't know what we're going to do.
We won't
be able to stream the games, but it could be that we kind of get some live updates or something from people kind of showing what's going on and everything as well, just to kind of us of us that have to miss out still get to see what is going on there. But thank you everyone for tuning in. If you haven't subscribed, please do. We've hit over 500 subs today, which was actually really nice. So we've managed to get that one as well. But we want to we're still looking for kind of to get our stuff out there a little bit more, a little bit higher up the Star Wars Unlimited algorithm search there as well.
For those of you watching out for the Milano stream tomorrow, we do actually have, we got Thomas Patler in chat alerting us to the fact that we actually have 2 Finnish people, 2 Finnish players in Milan as well that we weren't aware of. And one of them, Lemonbird, might still be able to make day 2 here. He's also still playing and might actually make it. So there are 2 Nordic players that could make the day 2 here. We've got both Danish player Jonas Siralia on the Discords, possibly making it, and a Finnish player Lemonbird possibly making it. So keep an eye out for that if you are following along with the Milano streams and the Milano Melee. And yeah, please do check out all our content coming out on YouTube, on all the platforms for the podcast. Yeah, we're always there for you. If you're interested in the game of Star Wars Unlimited and the community that plays it, we are the place to go to.
Exactly, absolutely. Yeah, thank you all. So we'll let you get on with the rest of your evenings now, and we will be in your ears and in your eyes soon enough.
Indeed, we will. Right, thank you so much.
May the force be with you all, and good night.